News screens display alarming global headlines about monsters and catastrophic events, sparking fear and confusion. Outside the school entrance, students gather as someone complains that the trending news is just exaggerated hype, comparing it to past zombie rumors. The crowd shifts their attention to the appearance of the popular girl, Shui Kingzi. Students gossip about her breakup with her boyfriend. One student claims the girl was just settling for him, as she got accepted into a top university while he failed to even enter an ordinary college. They agree their futures were never compatible. Another student tries to remember the boyfriend's name, saying it might have been Fang Yi. Suddenly, Fang Yi appears in front of Shui Kingzi. Shui Kingzi calmly states that she has made up her mind and believes their relationship is no longer realistic. She explains that high school love often ends with a moment of realization, suggesting they were never truly right for each other. She adds that a lasting relationship needs equal standing and courage. She firmly says they should break up and adds that even if he tried everything, it wouldn't change her decision. Fang Yi stays silent with a blank expression, while the crowd watches. Internally, Shui Kingzi wonders if he's so stunned that he can't respond. The crowd mocks Fang Yi silently, assuming he'll beg her to stay since she's the school flower. One student even calls him a fool dreaming beyond his league. Fang Yi casually responds with "all right" and brushes it off. Shui Kingzi is caught off guard and stares in disbelief. Fang Yi says he'll leave if there's nothing more to say. As he walks away, she calls out for him to wait, while wondering if his cold reaction is genuine or just an act. He looks back at her and calmly asks if she has anything else to say. She angrily warns him that no matter what he thinks or does, she will never return to him. He coldly tells her not to overestimate her importance, referring to her as just the school flower. Shui Kingzi stands speechless as Fang Yi brushes her off, saying he's too busy to continue the conversation. As he walks away, a few students express disbelief that the breakup happened so quickly and easily. Fang Yi reflects to himself that Shui Kingzi and the others have no idea about the disasters coming. He's no longer the person they once knew, he's someone who has returned from the future to this timeline. He knows that in the face of what's coming, society's standards, money, degrees, and reputation will become meaningless. To him now, Shui Kingzi is just a figure from a past life that no longer holds any value. He reflects that petty gossip no longer matters to him. What lies ahead is far more important. In his mind, the world and its values will soon be overturned. He knows that the real threat isn't personal relationships, but the crisis that will soon endanger all of humanity. The story flashes back to the previous night. Strange visions and shattered images surround Fang Yi as he receives a mysterious cosmic message. A countdown is revealed: 361 days until the beginning of the spiritual energy revival, which will bring unprecedented and unpredictable changes to the world. The message declares that society's standards will be overturned, and a new era of spiritual practitioners will rise, where power will become the only measure of worth. Fang Yi, startled, reaches out as the vision unfolds. He, floating in a glowing cosmic space, faces a light and asks who it is. Suddenly, a surge of light and energy flashes toward him, catching him off guard. The screen revealing that a system from the end of the universe has activated. It uses a supreme algorithm to generate spiritual techniques based on the spiritual beings the user touches. The screen states that Fang Yi currently possesses 0 techniques as he reaches toward the interface, absorbing the gravity of this new power. Fang Yi silently reaches toward the glowing system panel, activating it with curiosity. Suddenly, a massive beast with glowing red eyes lunges toward him, jaws wide open in a violent surge of energy. The creature appears to emerge from the system itself, surrounded by lightning and chaos as Fang Yi floats nearby in shock. His eyes widen as he realizes the danger in front of him. Fang Yi sees the fate he once shared with countless ordinary humans. Beads of sweat roll down his face as he processes the memory. He questions if that was truly him in his past life. He recalls how, in that previous life, he was just a powerless person swept up by the disaster, fighting only to survive. Fang Yi recalls the darkness of his past as lightning strikes and mutated beasts roam the city. He remembers watching his homeland collapse, powerless to stop the destruction. His past self died in despair, consumed by a burning desire for revenge at the moment of death. In that final moment, the fire in his eyes burned with hatred, reflecting the pain that still lingered within him. He believes the system chose him because of his strong desire for revenge, giving him the chance to return 1 year before the spiritual energy revival. He acknowledges that almost no one senses the coming danger, but he's now fully aware of what's approaching. He reaches toward the glowing core, determined. He resolves to use this year to turn every spiritual event into an advantage, as light bursts around him and the transformation begins. The system initiates a new assessment process, scanning Fang Yi as energy begins to surge within him. His eyes glow with golden light. The system declares that the user is now bound to it and a new path has opened. Everything in the world can now be used to forge spiritual techniques, making him a powerful practitioner meant to save humanity. Meanwhile, in the outside world, officials announce that humanity is facing an unprecedented crisis and must abandon past knowledge to adapt to the unknown challenges ahead. Fang Yi confirms that this moment marks the beginning. With others nearby, he notes how the authorities haven't reassured the public, only advising people to remain cautious and alert. A phone displays warning alerts with strange images. Fang Yi reflects that such open warnings are unusual. In the past, news like this would have been censored immediately. A quiet auditorium is shown as he explains that the Xia country uses calm, indirect methods to mentally prepare people for disaster without spreading panic. Fang Yi admits it's a tiring and slow approach, but far better than neighboring countries that respond with chaos, violence, or looting when disasters strike. Fang Yi remembers the system's rule: everything strange can become a source of power. So, he knows he must rush to the scene whenever something unusual happens. His eyes narrow as he checks his phone. A headline warns of the highest UV levels in a century at Qingcheng University, along with a heat wave alert for new students, disguised as a casual sun protection notice. Some students nearby dismiss it as media hype, joking that the university probably paid to trend, unaware of the deadly seriousness behind the warning. He looks up at the cloudy sky, noticing how different it seems from the weather warning reports just nearby. He checks his phone and sees the UV index at 0, questioning how Qingcheng University, only 15 minutes away, could be experiencing extreme UV levels. He reads a school announcement stating that registration will proceed as normal despite the intense heat, while online comments joke about the warning being fake or photoshopped. While the public dismisses it as a hoax, Fang Yi smiles subtly, knowing deep down that dangerous is beginning, and he's the only one who understands it. Fang Yi smiles confidently as he senses that his first real opportunity has finally come. The sun blazes unnaturally over Qingcheng University's north gate. He arrives calmly and realizing something is not right with the environment. As students flee from the unbearable heat, Fang Yi calmly observes the glowing particles floating around the campus gate and wonders what they are. He crouches down and reaches toward one of the flickering lights. As his finger touches the glowing orb, it pulses brightly with a surge of energy. A flash of light erupts, and Fang Yi is taken aback by the sudden reaction. The system detects a severe solar-type energy disturbance and immediately initiates the solar attribute data template. He screams in pain as the overwhelming energy surges through his body. A massive burst of radiant light explodes outward, illuminating the entire area with intense solar energy. Onlookers react in shock. Some question if they're hallucinating. Others jokingly call it a Super Saiyan moment, while one compares it to a heavenly being descending to Earth. Fang Yi screams in agony as the solar energy floods through his body. He wonders if the formation is complete, feeling like he's about to die under the strain. Suddenly, the system confirms the formation is complete, and he has obtained the golden sun breathing technique. His transformation is complete. His hair turns white, his eyes glow gold, and his body radiates with powerful solar lightning. At Qingcheng University, the new student welcome day begins under a bright. A crowd forms around the registration area as students line up. One student offers to help a Shui Kingzi carry her luggage. As she draws attention, multiple boys rush over, offering guidance and club flyers, hoping to impress her. Calm, she politely declines with a firm, "Thanks, but no need." A group of students chat excitedly, happy to be in the same city. Shui Kingzi stands beside them, visibly uninterested, thinking they're completely love-struck. Suddenly, a massive explosion of light appears in the distance, drawing everyone's attention and stunning Shui Kingzi. A warning blares through the loudspeakers, advising students to stay away from the north gate due to an incident. With a serious expression, she realizes strange things have been happening everywhere and decides she must investigate it herself. At Qingcheng University's North Gate, amidst the swirling smoke and flames, Fang Yi appears. A system panel activates, explaining that by staring into the scorching sun and breathing in the burning heat, Fang Yi can perform golden sun breathing to strengthen his body. Without prior learning, a new skill is unlocked, and writing points are gained as golden energy continues to surge around his hands. Fang Yi looks at the system panel, which confirms that a new skill has been unlocked and 59 writing points have been gained. He questions what writing points are. After a brief pause, he decides it doesn't matter, thinking it's obviously something useful, and he'll figure out how to use it later. The sun shines brightly overhead as Fang Yi looks up. Nearby students begin to react to the strange phenomenon. One comments that the sky suddenly went dark, while another says they felt a chill in the air. Someone else calls out that a crowd is forming at the North Gate, and Shui Qingzi is seen among them. A large group of people gathers at the campus entrance. The president of Qingcheng University arrives with security and questions why so many people are present despite a warning message being sent out. He orders everyone to check in immediately, warning that those who don't will lose points. The hooded officer commands the team to re-establish the perimeter and fully seal off the North Gate area. The president acknowledges the order with a nod. A system notification appears, confirming that the contaminated zone level at Qingcheng University's North Gate has been purified. Fang Yi reads another message explaining that a contaminated zone is a government-designated area in Xia country where spirit return energy appears. He's surprised to learn it's officially recognized and realizes he's not the only one affected. A broadcast alerts everyone that all unrelated individuals must evacuate the sealed North Gate area immediately, prompting Fang Yi to stay cautious. As military personnel take control, someone questions if they are from the army, while others in the crowd express confusion about the situation. Fang Yi realizes the disturbance has become too large and their presence has attracted too much attention. Without hesitation, he launches himself into the sky, deciding it's time to leave the area. The hooded officer steps through the smoke. He kneels and touches the surface, picking up a small crystal fragment. He brings it to his eyes and inspects it carefully. He examines the crystal and states that the event was no accident, suggesting someone may have already begun resonating with spirit energy. As security orders the crowd to clear out, the officer continues observing the area while other staff try to assist with dispersal. Shui Qingzi overhears the mention of spirit energy and questions whether this disaster was truly unnatural, wondering if such terrifying events could really be caused by humans. Watching Fang Yi from a distance, Shui Qingzi recalls the shadow earlier and wonders if it was actually him. She doubts her earlier suspicion, telling herself not to be naive. She thinks there's no way Fang Yi, with his mediocre performance, could have entered Qingcheng University. In Fang Yi's house as the sun sets, lying on his bed, Fang Yi struggles with intense heat radiating from his body and wonders why it won't fade. Despite taking cold showers and using air conditioning, nothing helps. He is drenched in sweat and realizes that if this continues, he won't be able to sleep tonight. While wiping sweat from his face, Fang Yi worries that the chaos earlier might have exposed him. He quickly checks his phone and finds a top trending update from the Spirit Energy Practitioners Association about a new ranking system. Recognizing the name, he recalls the group as an obscure online community that occasionally posted spiritual training content, once thought to be pure fantasy. A flash of the cloaked figure from earlier comes to mind, and Fang Yi begins to suspect that the people he encountered at Qingcheng University may have been part of that same association. Fang Yi taps open on the announcement to view more details from the Spirit Energy Practitioners Association, revealing various ranks of spiritual cultivation. He notes that while the content sounds fantastical, the watermark proves it's genuine and officially released by the Xia Country Agency. He reflects that in his past life, he never encountered such information because he was just an ordinary person focused entirely on survival during the disasters. Realizing this might be an official signal for early awakeners, he sits on his bed and decides to resume practicing golden sun breathing as instructed. He closes his eyes and begins breathing steadily. As the heat builds within his body, he starts to sweat but stays concentrated. Flames of golden energy swirl around him as he levitates in his room. A narration explains step 1 of the process, strengthening the body into a vessel capable of absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. As if becoming a living weapon, he channels his spirit energy and concentrates intensely, commanding himself to shape it into the form of the divine axe as golden power explodes around him. As the energy condenses above him, Fang Yi wonders if this could truly be it. Then the system confirms his breakthrough to Ghost Axe 1-star rank. A new system appears, reminding him that he has 50 writing points available to convert knowledge into skills. He had forgotten about them, but now considers using them to boost his new cultivation rank even further. Fang Yi reflects on the system's explanation, questioning what it means to forcibly embed power into anything. Curious, he holds out his glowing hand and wonders if a random object like a mug would qualify as anything. A system window appears, asking if he wants to use a writing point to embed the sun attribute into the mug. As the mug glows, he realizes his guess was right. Smirking with satisfaction, Fang Yi confirms to himself that this new ability has limitless potential. He realizes that forcibly embedding attributes means granting objects supernatural powers. He wonders what would happen if he used this ability on a weapon like a sword or a gun, rather than a mug. He looks at a sword in his possession, understanding that a weapon crafted specifically for him with supernatural powers will be crucial in the future. Fang Yi stares at the sword in its case, planning to experiment with the system and test its effects before committing to forging a true weapon. Determined, he resolves to fully prepare for the coming threat of mutated beasts. Under the moonlit night, a large mutated beast approaches the building from the forest. The mutated beast crouches in the darkness, watching intently. Inside the room, the sound of coughing echoes repeatedly and moonlight spills through the window onto the bed. Fang Yi lies in bed, sweating and coughing as he shifts slightly and murmurs. Suddenly, he slowly opens his eyes. He sits at the edge of his bed with his feet touching the floor. He walks into the living room and stops, noticing something while moonlight floods the space. He focuses on a sound, thinking that ever since he entered Ghost Axe, his sense of hearing has become sharper than normal, making it easy to hear noises from nearby houses. Still lying on the couch, he continues hearing repeated coughing sounds and realizes something isn't right. Fang Yi peeks out his apartment door and hears coughing echoing from the corridor. He spots a beast with glowing red eyes and black feathers in the hallway and identifies the sound source. It's there. Recognizing it, he realizes the creature is a mutated rabbit beast affected by the mutation. He recalls that even with distant memories from his previous life, seeing this beast again still sends chills through him. Meanwhile, a helicopter with a spotlight approaches the city. A girl with long hair stands on a rooftop under the moonlight, stating that the rabbit who consumed the dark spirit fruit is still on the loose and that its speed is shockingly fast. She instructs to stay updated on any new developments while continuing to eat the lollipop. She leaps across rooftops, swiftly moving through the city. While midair, she suddenly senses something and turns her attention toward it. With force, she kicks off the building and accelerates toward the source. The girl reports that she has detected the beast's dark energy again, and that it fled 20 kilometers away to a residential area. She urges for immediate pursuit to protect the residents. She pushes off a building wall with force. While flipping through the sky, she warns others to be cautious. The beast has consumed a spirit fruit, and although its transformation isn't complete, it may still grow stronger. A man on the street looks up in surprise as a blur of light streaks across the night sky. Inside the Central Channel manga department, a man wonders if he's hallucinating from working too much. Another colleague scolds him, asking if he's done with the manga. He points out that they're on the 65th floor, shocked by what he's seeing outside, a figure leaping in front of the full moon. Meanwhile, the mutated beast charges toward Fang Yi, letting out a roar. Fang Yi's eye lights up with intense golden energy in response. He notes that ever since his breakthrough, his body has improved. He can clearly see the beast's slow movements, and his muscles react fast enough to dodge its attacks. Power gathers in his hand as golden energy crackles around it. He wonders if these terrifying mutated beasts are already appearing this early, as he charges forward with his energy ready to strike. He recalls from his past life that the beast hasn't fully transformed yet, but its current stage boosts its power and madness due to the dark energy. He prepares to strike, determined to stop it before the residents fall victim to its rampage. He He grabs the beast firmly, unleashing his power through his glowing hand. A loud crack echoes as he slams the beast down with full force. He pins the beast down and stays focused as golden energy surrounds him. He realizes the beast's weak point is its tail and prepares to strike. He launches himself upward, shattering the ground as the beast is thrown into the air. His eyes glow fiercely as he channels energy into his glowing fist. A powerful golden beam shoots upward, blasting the beast mid-air. The beast screams in pain as it's struck directly by the concentrated energy attack. The mutated beast attempts to absorb a powerful glowing energy ball as it faces Fang Yi. Fang Yi strikes the beast directly with the yang element energy, questioning if it dares absorb it. The intense solar energy floods the beast's body as it begins to lose control. Fang Yi declares that the sun's power is too majestic and that the beast is bringing about its own destruction. A massive explosion erupts from the energy clash. The man in bed reacts to the explosion, wondering if it was thunder. He looks out the window, puzzled, trying to see what caused the noise. Fang Yi lands outside the building surrounded by glowing energy fragments, observing that there's nothing left. He reflects that the creature had acted desperately, as if it was starving and trying to consume all the energy from his body. As golden energy fades from his feet, a red eye rolls near Fang Yi. He stomps the ground firmly, cracking it beneath him. Fang Yi thinks to himself that although the beast used the darkness element, its attacks were wild and reckless. The yang element inside him suppressed its energy, revealing just how desperately hungry it truly was. Fang Yi reflects that if he hadn't awakened, he would have been devoured like the others by the mutated beasts whose hunger had already begun to manifest. He knows that to survive future threats, he must gather more spirit energy techniques. Meanwhile, under the full moon, the girl descends from the sky. She lands forcefully in the forest. She steps forward and questions if the target is truly dead. Kneeling down, she confirms the corpse has been torn apart and decides to begin collecting the remaining dark element energy. As she reaches toward the ground, she suddenly reacts to something unexpected. The girl winces in shock from the heat, pulling her hand back and wondering how intense the temperature is. She realizes the heat is due to a high-level yang energy, one with a pure concentration, similar to what's detected at Qingcheng University, and suspects it's no coincidence. Raising her hand to her earpiece, she contacts HQ, confirming the rabbit is dead and explains she wasn't the one who killed it. A new pioneer did, someone possessing a high-grade elemental affinity. Someone at HQ asks if the person who purified the polluted zone at Qingcheng University's northern gate and killed the mutated rabbit is the same individual. Another confirms the person isn't listed in the HQ archives and remarks on the unusual talent of a pioneer with such pure elemental power. They insist the association must reach out to him immediately. The girl agrees, activating flames and energy in her hands as she prepares to store the sample. She seals the yang element energy carefully inside her cloak. HQ instructs her to postpone all other missions and focus entirely on tracking the new pioneer and gathering any information about him. They hope to persuade him to join the Spirit Energy Association. The girl calmly unwraps her lollipop. She acknowledges the command with a quiet "understood" as she places the lollipop in her mouth. Still chewing, she casually says that before anything else she just wants a cup of milk tea. Fang Yi wonders who this mysterious person is, recognizing that such overwhelming power must belong to a true expert. He silently vows to meet him no matter what it takes. Fang Yi stretches his arms wide in front of a large window as sunlight pours in. He states that the whole day's plan starts in the morning and acknowledges the dazzling sunlight. He removes his shirt, revealing a muscular physique, and mentions that waking up early helps with his cultivation. As he stands in the sunlight, glowing energy begins swirling around him while he activates the golden sun breathing technique, directing himself to feel the morning sun and operate the technique. Surrounded by radiant golden energy, Fang Yi explains that after entering the Ghost Axe realm, he can now sense the aura of the mountain masterpiece more clearly when using the golden sun breathing technique, which feels like threads circling the divine axe. A sudden explosion of light erupts as he realizes the breakthrough happened faster than expected, surprising him. Fang Yi clenches his glowing fist with determination, channeling the power through his arm as energy surges outward. Lifting the golden axe, he notes it feels much lighter than before. As he swings it, He reflects that cultivation is like chopping wood. What truly matters is persistence. He swings the golden axe downward with force as radiant energy shoots up through his body. He channels the power while standing firm, stating that his axe technique is becoming more refined and destructive. With golden eyes glowing, he senses his body becoming stronger, remarking that his physical toughness has increased. He reflects that although his progress seems fast, it's due to unused residual energy from his previous breakthrough to 1 star. Surrounded by golden flames, Fangi decides that from now on, he must level up gradually, 1 step at a time. As he glances at a package labeled authentic goods, he notes that the anomalies caused by his cultivation are too flashy and thinks he needs to find a quieter place. At the association office, an older man hears something and reacts with curiosity. Holding a phone, the man detects a solar energy fluctuation and immediately suspects Fang Yi as the source again. In a quiet mountain forest by a stream, Fang Yi sits cross-legged and activates a screen interface in front of him. When prompted to use code points to implant a yang attribute into an item, he confirms with a yes as golden energy wraps around him. He recalls a past attempt where he used a figurine as a weapon. The coding worked, but it couldn't handle the yang attribute's power. Now wielding a new blade, Fang Yi senses that not all props can be turned into weapons. But this one is different. He feels the blade and his body share the same origin and resonate together strongly. The screen confirms that the coding was successful. Surrounded by golden energy, Fang Yi praises the weapon and prepares to test its power with a strong swing. Shocked by the overwhelming force, he exclaims in surprise as a massive burst of light explodes from the weapon. Holding the glowing blade with a confident stance, Fang Yi unleashes a fiery arc of energy in a wide slash. Fang Yi unleashes a massive slash that nearly causes a wildfire, relieved that the situation didn't get worse. Seeing the smoke and destruction, he realizes it was too loud and he's probably already been noticed. He prepares to leave quickly. Meanwhile, the girl rushes toward the scene, frustrated and yelling repeatedly in anger. She complains that she only went to redeem a coupon and buy milk tea, but missed something important, blaming her bad luck on retrograde Mercury. The girl looks surprised and shouts in shock upon realizing something about a hot spring. As she rushes through swirling smoke, she questions what the Buddha statue just did and wonders how to handle the aftermath and where to report it. With teary eyes, she worries about getting scolded by the cleanup department again and complains that ever since they appeared, nothing good has happened. Suddenly, she's caught off guard as something hits her from behind. The girl is shocked and yells in disbelief, realizing that last night the aura was still 1-star ghost axe, but now it has advanced to 2-star and even carries the presence of a spirit weapon. A visual explanation describes spirit weapons as powerful tools infused with attributes, far beyond ordinary weapons. She notes that spirit weapons are extremely rare, with the association only possessing 2. She's confused how someone else could have one, especially since current tech is still incomplete and restricted from public use. After a pause, she nervously laughs it off, saying it must be a mistake on her part. Sitting by the stream, she prepares to cool it down and clean up the aftermath. Walking through the forest, Fang Yi reflects that his weapon has the yang attribute now, but the system never said it was limited to just one. Remembering the system's words, he notes that many techniques can be coded, and anything in the world can become coding material. He wonders if he can stack multiple attributes onto the same weapon. While checking his phone, Fang Yi receives a message from someone asking if he's a pioneer. The sender reveals they checked his browser history and saw he entered the realm after using a driver post. Fang Yi realizes he forgot to set his privacy settings. The conversation continues with the user saying their group has 3 members trying to connect with other pioneers. Fang Yi responds that he's a newbie too. They ask about his cultivation progress, mention how tough the body tempering divine axe is, and share a rumor about a national team player reaching that realm. Fang Yi replies that it sounds impressive. Fang Yi is surprised to learn that even official military recruits are still only at the Ghost Axe realm. He receives a message from IDUG-72 about a newly formed pollution zone and a suggestion to team up, offering safety and shared loot. Fang Yi is intrigued and questions the new zone. He asks for the location, and IDUG-72 sends a compressed data file titled Dark River Molten Dragon. Fang Yi begins extracting the file. The file explains that the pollution zone originated from a dark river altered by tectonic shifts, now turned into molten layer due to world mutation. Fang Yi notes its yang-type attribute matches his and considers it a promising opportunity. Fang Yi sends a message confirming his participation in the team-up. In the Anhwa district, someone asks Old Lai when his friend will arrive. A group stands before a massive sealed entrance, with one member thanking Xiaoya for the detailed map and intel that helped him find the location easily. Another member expresses gratitude for the group's support and reminds everyone that once they're inside, they'll need to watch out for each other. Zhang Xiaoya, a staff member from the Ministry of Culture's Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, laments that there don't seem to be any standout pioneers to recommend this time. A narration explains that most pioneers don't realize the association is a government agency, and becoming a formal member is extremely difficult, often requiring heavy connections and multiple tests. Zhang Xiaoya sighs, dreading overtime if the group doesn't discover anything. Just then, someone excitedly recognizes Fang Yi approaching. Fang Yi steps forward confidently and introduces himself to the group, saying it's nice to meet them all. She observes Fang Yi and guesses he's at Ghost Axe Realm 2-star. She finds his strong aura unusual, it's warm and not oppressive. The group stands ready at the cave entrance. Someone announces that since everyone's gathered, it's time to move out. Another responds with an okay. Inside the cave, Fang Yi takes the lead and tells Zhang Xiaoya to handle the light. She agrees, and the group begins their cautious descent. As they explore, one member warns Fang Yi to be careful of loose rocks. Another comments the heat isn't as intense as expected. They guess it's because they haven't reached the core of the pollution zone yet, and Fang Yi reminds everyone to prioritize safety and speak up if tired. Fang Yi reflects that although he arrived last, the group has already welcomed him warmly. He senses their friendliness is genuine, whether out of kindness or survival instinct. The team reaches a cavern filled with glowing molten lava. One of them exclaims in awe, realizing it really is lava. Fang Yi suddenly steps forward toward the lava without hesitation, alarming the group. Zhang Xiaoya warns him not to act recklessly with danger ahead. Ignoring their shouts, Fang Yi plunges a weapon into the lava. The others panic, yelling at him for being reckless and shouting to pull him back immediately. Flames erupt violently from the lava pit as Fang Yi makes contact, shocking the rest of the team. The system detects a world anomaly called Inner Flame and begins analyzing it while activating ultimate computing power to code the phenomenon. The analysis reveals that the Inner Flame has an extremely high internal temperature and explosive traits, making it incredibly destructive. The system then describes the Crimson Flame Blade technique when the blade is drawn. Each strike is surrounded by blazing flames and lightning, unleashing its full might. Fang Yi prepares his hand to activate the technique, surrounded by swirling fire energy. He declares that it perfectly complements his Tang blade and chooses to spend a serial point to embed the Inner Flame attribute into the weapon. The team watches in awe from a distance as Fang Yi rises safely from the lava. They notice his weapon is absorbing the layer's energy and confirm he's unharmed. As flames swirl around his newly enhanced blade, Fang Yi stands confidently. One of the team members praises his discovery, deciding to absorb energy during training too. Fang Yi notes that the spiritual energy has stabilized, and it's time to cultivate. Another teammate raises his arms, excitedly saying he can now absorb energy smoothly. A second person shares the same experience, saying with a bit more training, they'll officially enter the cultivation path. Zhang Xiaoya smiles and assures them not to worry about safety. She's only there to gather intel and will keep watch while they focus on their training. Everyone expresses gratitude to her. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoya turns toward the cave entrance and notices new figures approaching. She warns the group that more pioneers are coming. A group of aggressive newcomers arrives. The red-haired leader mocks the others, calling them small fries, and declares the area his. Zhang Xiaoya looks back at her cultivating teammates and realizes all three enemies are at 1-star Ghost Axe Realm, concluding they can't risk provoking them. She politely responds that they found the location first and her friends have already started absorbing energy. She offers to share the space if they're willing to cultivate peacefully. The man mocking her strength and yelling at her to get lost. He threatens violence if they don't leave immediately. Zhang Xiaoya silently reflects that in this era of spiritual energy revival, The rule is survival of the fittest and the weak are left behind. Despite that, she reminds herself that as a member of the Xia Countries Association, she can't let this continue and must intervene. Just then, Fang Yi steps forward with a confident "heh," surprising her. Standing tall, Fang Yi confronts the red-haired man, accusing him of only knowing how to bully a girl. The man reacts with shock, shouting, "What?" Fang Yi unsheathes his flaming blade and strikes, sending out a powerful shockwave that pushes back the enemies, stunning everyone around. The man shouts for his group to fall back as Fang Yi's flaming attack blasts them into the air, overwhelming their defense. One of Fang Yi's teammates is startled by the sudden energy shockwave and asks what just happened. Fang Yi reflects that the tragedies in this world began because cultivators started worshipping the idea of the strong preying on the weak. But he concludes that such people aren't swayed by words or moral teachings, only power can stop them. Fang Yi unleashes another fiery slash, telling the enemy to get lost as the attack erupts with explosive force. The leader is stunned by the second explosion, panicking and questioning what kind of monster he's facing. Overwhelmed, the enemy group turns and flees in terror as Fang Yi calmly holds his sword. Fang Yi's teammates rush over in excitement, praising his insane power and saying that his sword slash looked incredibly cool. Fang Yi smiles and says the enemies crossed the line, but they've absorbed enough spiritual energy, so it's time to leave. As the group agrees and prepares to exit the spirit zone, they reflect on how destructive Fang Yi's attack could have been if it had fully landed. Watching him walk away, Zhang Xiaoya observes that he's clearly a top-tier pioneer with elite talent and a powerful attribute. Clenching her fist, she firmly decides that this event must be reported to the organization. At the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association office, a woman reacts to a report and asks if another high-tier attribute pioneer has appeared. Zhang Xiaoya on the other end is shocked to hear the word "another." Caught off guard, the girl nervously denies anything suspicious while secretly confirming she recorded the event and should be contacted for any updates. She ends the call, saving the data, as instructed. Later, excited, she tells her teacher that they've found 2 high-tier pioneers back-to-back, but he dismisses it, saying it's not luck. Anyone with a high-tier attribute now holds value and will soon rise to power. The older man rubs his forehead, frustrated by recent developments, thinking it's all becoming too complicated and he wants to quit. Meanwhile, in town, Fang Yi walks in a hoodie and sword. Girls nearby admire his appearance, thinking he looks like a powerful character, making Fang Yi embarrassed. As he silently continues walking, others around admire him. A caption notes he's pretending to be a cosplayer to avoid attention. Suddenly, Fang Yi receives breaking news on his phone. The events from cultivation novels are starting to come true. Golden light in the east, a purple aura, and even a dragon sighting. Fang Yi realizes the anomaly was caused by his inner flame's power, which he underestimated at 2 degrees Celsius. He rules out Old Lai or Zhang Xiaoya leaking his traits. He thinks absorbing yang-type energy might let him break through if he uses the golden sun breathing technique again. Deciding not to delay, he heads toward the back mountain to continue cultivating. 5 minutes later, at the back mountain, Bai King stretches and celebrates completing her task. She's startled by a sudden powerful energy surge glowing in the distance and quickly senses it's coming from the mountain. The overwhelming aura spirals upward, signaling someone is breaking through to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. Shocked by the scale of the energy, Bai King realizes this breakthrough is beyond monstrous and questions who could be behind it. Bai King slams her foot down, deciding she must immediately investigate the source of the massive energy surge. As she rushes forward with determination, she wonders if the one behind it could be that guy, though it seems too unlikely. Fang Yi raises his hands as spiritual energy begins forming above him, spinning rapidly in a spiral while lightning crackles in the background. He sits cross-legged, surrounded by intense golden flames, eyes glowing. His body is enveloped in a complex aura, and he maintains a focused hand seal. The golden energy condenses further, mixing with blue currents as it takes the shape of a glowing axe. Bai King watches from above, realizing that Fang Yi is trying to control a divine axe. She notes the difficulty of manipulating spiritual power so precisely and wonders if he secretly trained for several years without anyone knowing. Bai King recalls how she previously failed while breaking through, vomiting blood and collapsing under pressure. She stares at Fang Yi from her bed and questions if he's truly a monster born from thunder. She observes how the divine axe is filled with spiritual energy, and how Fang Yi controls it precisely. She notes that every movement of the aura looks like it could strike with immense force, and recognizes that someone like him isn't just a genius, he's a being summoned by the heavens. Meanwhile, how most cultivators would rush to finish after forming a core, but Fang Yi maintains sharp focus and sword-like intent. He compares Fang Yi's calm to that of a high-ranking cultivator. Bai King chases the divine axe's aura as it begins to move again. She yells that the divine axe has shifted toward the east. Fang Yi's eyes glow intensely with golden light. He rises into the air, fully wrapped in golden lightning as energy erupts around him. He successfully breaks through to the second star of the Ghost Axe realm. Bai King braces herself amid the crashing energy blasts, breathing heavily while standing within the storm of golden lightning. She is flung back by a massive energy surge as Fang Yi's divine axe unleashes a shockwave, engulfing the area in golden force. Catching her breath, Bai King wonders why she still can't get close even though only 30 seconds have passed. She realizes he may have already detected her presence and worries he might act against her next. Her eyes narrow with sudden realization. Looking up at a large, glowing tree bathed in sunlight, Bai King notes that the divine axe seems to have stopped and hasn't yet fully awakened. Fang Yi hides in the trees and watches Bai King, realizing she's the one who's been investigating him over the past few days. Bai King introduces herself as the captain of a field team from the Spirit Energy Association. She formally extends an invitation to Fang Yi on behalf of the organization. Fang Yi responds calmly, explaining that he's only been following her these past 2 days in hopes of joining the official association. He assures her that his actions weren't meant to leave a bad impression. He adds that while the association hasn't made a public announcement yet, all internal documentation is already formalized. Bai King wonders if he'll misunderstand her actions or think she's been bothering him. She focuses on staying calm. Fang Yi questions Bai King's reasoning. She tries to answer but hesitates, overwhelmed by his directness. She debates whether to be honest, unsure if revealing the truth would make things worse. He explains that he wanted to locate the Spirit Energy Association early to integrate with their system and correct misunderstandings about rogue cultivators, giving both sides more clarity. He acknowledges that despite their differences, they all must face the same threats ahead. Fang Yi admits that if he were her, he wouldn't trust someone like him easily either, and joining an organization without certainty feels like deception. Bai King remains silent, visibly affected by his honesty. Bai King pulls out her ID card and formally introduces herself as Su Mantang, an athlete from the Spirit Energy Association. She enthusiastically holds her badge up high, hoping Fang Yi recognizes her. She asks him to believe her, treating it like proof of her sincerity. Fang Yi examines her and mutters that her name does seem a bit familiar to him. Fang Yi realizes she had better conditions and training, which likely helped her become an elite runner. He acknowledges it explains her speed, but something still bothers him. Fang Yi looks serious, remembering that in his previous life, Su Mantang failed to fulfill her mission and humanity was ultimately wiped out. He recalls the destruction of the world and thinks that now that he's been reborn and granted a system, he must one day join their cause, but the time isn't right yet. Su Mantang smiles and says she really does recognize him, hoping it builds trust. Fang Yi quickly leaps away, telling her he'll consider the offer, leaving behind a trail of wind. Fang Yi reappears behind Su Mantang and tells her to temporarily keep his identity and actions a secret from others. Based on her conduct, he concludes that the Spirit Energy Association likely trusts her more than other scouts. He internally decides to make use of her abilities, believing she can serve his goals well. Su Mantang agrees to cooperate but says the association has already noticed the disturbance from his breakthrough and she must still report it eventually, perhaps in half a year. Fang Yi accepts the condition and calmly agrees. Su Mantang leaps through the forest, frustrated that Fang Yi slipped away again. She complains about always missing her chance and the tiring task of reporting back. She grumbles about cleaning up after others' messes, then tells herself to stop dwelling on it. Since she's already on assignment outside, she might as well finish it properly. Receiving a message through her earpiece, Su Mantang is shocked to hear that an abnormal has reappeared. She quickly asks if it's active again. She recalls the brutal monster pack responsible for past horrors. She vows never to forget them. Dark red creatures with twisted forms crawl through ruined cities, hunting, biting, and killing without reason. They target humans and spread chaos wherever they appear. The creatures are classified as abnormal beings by the Spirit Energy Association. Their actions vary in behavior, with some attacking randomly and others following complex strategies. If they're not eliminated early, they grow stronger by absorbing aura, becoming more destructive and difficult to handle. Lightning strikes violently in the middle of a heavy rainstorm, illuminating tall city buildings. Fang Yi steps into a puddle as rain pours heavily. Emergency warnings flash on electronic screens, announcing that the area has entered a dangerous state and civilians should evacuate immediately. Passers-by comment on how frequent these anomalies have become. Fang Yi looks up. He notes the intense lightning pressure in the atmosphere and realizes that the center of the storm is still moving. Fang Yi climbs a flight of stairs in the rain. He stops before a distant mountain struck by purple lightning and mutters that the signal is coming from there. Without hesitation, he leaps forward into the storm. He lands with speed, sprinting up the slope toward the mountain. He receives a system alert confirming the area ahead is contaminated. Target location, Jade Peak. Another display identifies Jade Peak as a 545-meter mountain and a notable landmark in the city. Fang Yi approaches through the misty, skeletal forest littered with bones. The system reports that the contamination level is currently unknown. Fang Yi continues forward without hesitation. Suddenly, Fang Yi's eyes sharpen as he senses something unusual nearby. A massive bolt of bright blue lightning strikes down in front of him. The meeting begins with a report showing a mountain struck by lightning. They explain that the spiritual energy levels are rising, and the danger level of Yuhuang Peak is increasing rapidly. A man in a suit says this is a serious situation. The original cleanup team was reassigned, so the emergency meeting was called. He then asks King Yin to continue the briefing. Bai King, in front of the council, explains that currently the peak is inaccessible due to explosive lightning-type spiritual energy. They had only rated it as an A-level pollution zone so far. Bai King adds that in 1 hour, it will reach a level that demands a new emergency classification. However, based on past data, no one in their district, including herself, has the ability to approach it safely. The officials review death rate estimates and conclude that even Ghost Axe Tier 3 elites have a 100% fatality rate if deployed into the contaminated zone. Another officer proposes immediate lockdown around Yuhuang Peak's base with 24-hour patrols to stop anyone from entering. A second officer agrees, stating the mountain must be sealed completely from the root of the danger. They finalize the decision. No one is allowed near the spirit turbulence until energy levels drop. The zone will remain locked for safety. Suddenly, lightning crashes into the mountain. Amid the rain and flashing light, Fang Yi appears in a hooded cloak, muttering to himself that he will reclaim his memory. Fang Yi stands amid the storm, but realizes it's not enough. To absorb the powerful spiritual energy, he must move deeper into the mountain's core. He reflects on the deadly nature of this energy and its origins. Even ordinary monsters are now strengthened, and the danger level is rising with distortions in space and time. Although he now controls Golden Sun breathing technique and Flame Blade, Fang Yi knows he still lacks the strength to fully wield these powers. Future enemies will be far more terrifying, and even cultivators might struggle against them. He prepares his weapons carefully, combining fire and blade traits to increase his attack power. However, he notes that overuse may also cause severe damage to his body. Only by pushing his limits can he survive what lies ahead. Fang Yi senses the immense lightning energy surrounding him and sees it as the perfect chance to further strengthen his body. He reflects that constant growth requires opportunities hidden within nature's extremes, and he must seize those moments no matter how dangerous. He understands that if he misses this chance, he can only wait for death under the heavens. As a bolt of lightning strikes down, his eyes glow intensely. Gripping his blade tightly, he braces himself for what's to come. As lightning strikes, Fang Yi braces for impact. He marvels at the overwhelming force crashing into him. As he channels his strength, sparks and energy swirl around him, while he clutches his weapon tighter. Caught in the center of the storm, he screams while absorbing the energy, enduring the painful surge through sheer willpower. Breathing heavily but still standing, Fang Yi grips his blade and steadies himself. Fang Yi stands firm, feeling the deadly lightning attribute in his sword. He senses that this force is like a punishment from the heavens. The pressure increases, forcing him to clench his fists and grit his teeth. He realizes that even nearing the lightning's core could crush him instantly. He looks up at the storm, wondering how he can make this wild power submit to him. Taking a deep breath, he calms himself. With a flash of determination, Fang Yi activates Golden Flame breathing at full force, shouting his command to unleash everything he has. Fang Yi charges upward with blazing force, clashing directly with the incoming lightning. Flames burst from his body as he strikes, combining fire and lightning in a single explosive leap toward the sky. Despite blood dripping from his mouth, Fang Yi doesn't falter. With full strength, he pushes forward into the heart of the storm, declaring that he will survive through death itself. He feels the powerful spiritual energy stir through his body, shaking his core and electrifying every cell with intense force. With glowing eyes, he declares that the storm wants him dead, but he refuses to yield. The lightning energy rages forward, expanding wildly as Fang Yi braces for the final clash. A notification appears. A massive surge of lightning energy is being detected and recorded. Meanwhile, people in the city watch the storm from a tower, shocked by the scale of the lightning strike. Fang Yi is engulfed in a massive explosion of lightning and fire. A system message confirms he has obtained Divine Thunder Tempering. Another system prompt appears. Heavenly Thunder drawn, body refined into divinity awarded 50 system points. Surrounded by radiant energy, Fang Yi floats above the mountain. As the inheritor of Divine Thunder, he now carries both lightning and fire attributes, and his presence begins to reshape the weather itself. Fang Yi declares that lightning is both his fangs and his shield. He feels its power flowing through him, enhancing both his offense and defense. He channels the lightning energy into his body and notes that even as it tests him, it does not cause pain. It offers both danger and opportunity. A system prompt appears, offering him the Pure Judgment Lightning ability, capable of delivering 300% damage to evil beings. It asks if he wants to spend system points to acquire it. Fang Yi wonders if he should embed this lightning energy into his blade. Though doing so could damage its structure, it may also break through its limits. Fang Yi considers the risk. If he injects too much lightning attribute, the weapon might not be able to withstand it. A system prompt asks if he wants to embed the lightning attribute into the object. He makes his decision, stating the energy should go into his right hand. Smiling slightly, Fang Yi confirms the command with a firm yes, ready to proceed. Lightning gathers in his hand as he prepares to absorb the power directly. In the next day, at the Yuhuang Peak, military personnel observe the aftermath of the spiritual storm. One officer reports that, unlike expected, someone had already entered the mountain before them. The officer, addressed as Major Han Lai, confirms that the person was a pioneer. Bai King is surprised to hear this and rushes forward to ask if the person survived. Kneeling on the ground, Bai King remains silent as the wind blows around her. She explains she can't sense his attributes or how long he's been gone. The violent lightning from yesterday has made it difficult to track him. Bai King learns the incident occurred around 6 or 7 a.m., with the person entering the mountain just before the team arrived. She's surprised and asks why they didn't detect him. The officer explains that the spiritual burst time matched their association's earlier predictions exactly 7 a.m., and the person might have entered before the data was finalized. Standing over the lightning-scorched peak, the officer says the pollution level was expected to reach his rank, but afterward, the spiritual density dropped drastically. He suspects the intruder may have lightning-based powers, which helped him absorb the energy. He concludes that the person not only survived, but possibly used this event as a rare opportunity. The outcome was too precise to be a coincidence, and the person acted faster than their entire team. Bai King and the officer agree that someone capable of such power is dangerous. They question where this person truly stands, friend or threat. If he's a danger to society, they say, he must be found quickly, as his presence could lead to disaster greater than any anomaly. Meanwhile, Fang Yi wakes up casually in his home, rubbing his head while his sword rests beside him. Back at the command center, the officer declares that no matter the cost, the mysterious person must be located. He assigns a code name, Tyrant, Someone says they hope the association can recruit tyrants soon. They plan to seal the information and begin an investigation. One of them mentions that a high-level pioneer is trying to establish contact. Another orders Xiao Su to report to Major Han. Bai King looks surprised and says, "Eh?" The commander explains that the pioneer is the one who purified the anomaly at the A-rank pollution zone near Qingshan University. Bai King silently panics, thinking she can't let anything slip. She says she has tried to make contact recently, but the person's whereabouts are strange. She recalls finding a mutated rabbit beast's corpse and suspects the person has a Yang Flame attribute. She plans to get close to investigate how he purified the north gate of Qingshan University. In her thoughts, Bai King panics, thinking she has already done her best by mixing truth with lies to make it believable and worries that saying nothing would backfire. The commander mutters Yang Flame attribute while thinking seriously. The commander thanks Xiao Su for her hard work and says they need young talents. Bai King salutes and replies that it's her duty and she will continue doing her best. The commander says they'll release false signals disguised as natural disasters and ends the discussion. He adds that he doesn't support posting spiritual energy info online due to risks. Bai King stays silent, and the older man beside the commander chuckles awkwardly. Bai King thinks it's finally over. In Fang Yi's home on a rainy night. Inside, Fang Yi activates the golden sun breathing technique while holding a glowing coat. The coat sparkles as Fang Yi lifts it, now completely dried and clean. Fang Yi puts on his coat and says he can clearly feel the difference after infusing it with the thunder attribute. He observes that his right hand has physically transformed, becoming the strongest part of his body with a muscle buff due to the thunder attribute. As his body glows with blue energy, Fang Yi feels he's on the verge of another upgrade. He notes that the thunder attribute, despite its domineering nature, has become tame and controllable after merging with him. He recalls the pain he felt when he first unlocked the Yang attribute while using the golden sun breathing technique. He wonders if the energy weakens after being absorbed. With both the Yang and thunder attributes coexisting, he becomes eager to test the results. He turns as his phone lights up, his hands still glowing with thunder energy. Looking at the alert, he wonders what happened again. He recalls setting notifications to special alerts after the last incident. The screen displays major news, and a message states that during times of upheaval, Xia country will issue immediate danger warnings to protect civilians. Fang Yi reflects that while these warnings are for safety, the opportunities within them are extremely tempting for pioneers like him, even if it means risking death and annihilation. He feels compelled to act. Fang Yi notices news about an explosion at a chemical plant with no reported casualties. He reads further that it caused pollution in the city and suspects there might be something more behind such a large event. He scrolls through online comments. Some describe a cold, evil aura near the site, others dismiss it, while a few mention it felt eerie, oppressive, and apocalyptic. Fang Yi thinks the cold and evil aura feels oddly familiar. Suddenly, he recalls a terrifying evil presence from his previous life and realizes it might be related to this incident. A creature with glowing red eyes tells someone not to move. More creature beings appear with glowing red eyes. Fang Yi wonders if these creatures are the same ones he remembers. He recalls that those things tend to appear during dark and shadowy hours. Originally, he thought it was just his imagination, but now he realizes they possess terrifying powers that surpass human perception, strength, and threat level. Fang Yi looks at his electrified hand and states this threat is far more dangerous than the mutated rabbit beast. He decides he must act tonight to stop them from spreading. Power surging around him, Fang Yi declares it's time to test his 300% critical hit in real combat. Meanwhile, agents are seen leaping through the city as they track the anomaly. One of the agents reports that the destroyer squad is tracking anomaly file No. 2 but has temporarily lost the target. The current threat can merge with darkness and conceal its form. One of the agents reports that the creature emits a faint sizzling sound when close and has a tendency to eat humans. He requests assistance in updating the anomaly file. As lightning strikes in the background, another agent notes that with this weather, the creature is definitely going out to hunt. An agent in a hood says they can't allow this to happen. Meanwhile, a staff member confirms submission of supplemental data for File 7, Candle Night. Inside the control room, an officer announces that the extermination request has been submitted as Priority B, with a resolution expected within 12 hours. A command is given to the destroyer squad to continue pursuit but prioritize their safety above all else. One squad member acknowledges the order, responding with "understood" as they descend through the rain. Observing the situation, another member reflects that 12 hours isn't fast, but it's the best headquarters can do. He notes that with anomalies reviving everywhere across Xia country, even headquarters struggles to keep up. A warning comes from the control room stating that the area being approached contains Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association agents. Bai King System confirms that team leader Dong Su Qingying is conducting pioneer observation there and can be temporarily notified for support. As the agents fly through the rain, one requests Su Qingying's quick assistance, saying he's heard of her achievements. She wonders when she became so famous. Su Qingying arrives on a rooftop and confidently asks if they're the ones calling her in for overtime. A member of the squad informs Su Qingying that the Candle Night anomaly eats people, saying this mission isn't just about overtime. She questions if that's really the tone they use when asking for help. Su Qingying sarcastically notes that the destroyer squad seems so elite that they don't need help, and says her Ying squad will leave. One of her members nervously wonders what will happen if someone gets eaten, to which another replies that it's their problem, as their missions are also dangerous. A man from the destroyer squad urgently calls out, asking them to wait. He admits his earlier tone was too harsh and politely asks for help in tracking the anomaly. He explains that without their tracking and locating skills, the dangerous Candle Night anomaly could wipe out the entire city. Even if the squad gets eaten, civilians would still be at risk. Cloak's squad stands on a rooftop overlooking the city in the rain. One of them detects something and announces they've found it. The portal unleashes a strange force, spiraling down into the city. A creature with red eyes emerges in the shadows. File number 7 Candle Night likes darkness, dampness, eating people. The squad receives the command. The man confirms, Destruction Squad, begin operation. As they prepare to engage, the monster Candle Night stirs, its glowing red eyes fixate on the squad's direction. Candle Night leaps from its position with explosive speed. One of the squad members shouts that the target has detected them and commands the squad to deploy formation. The monster Candle Night lunges forward, but members of the squad dash in from multiple directions. One shouts east, others respond in unison, surrounding the target from all sides with precise coordination. The squad yells in unison, as they close in on the monster with intensity. As the team positions themselves, Candle Night lets out a roar, and one squad member rises from the shadows to kill it. The strike hit hard at the monster, as he lets out a sharp squeal and pounces in response. Then, the monster swipes through debris, showing its physical power. Its eyes glow red as it snarls in rage. With a furious roar, Candle Night spins into a vortex of energy, launching into a terrifying spiral attack. Bai King warns the squad to dodge quickly, shouting that a soundwave attack is incoming. A spiraling shockwave tears through the battlefield, sending squad members flying as the vortex smashes the surroundings. Bai King checks on their leader, asking if he's okay. The captain, bleeding from his arm, admits that if he hadn't backed off in time, the impact would have shattered his bones. He warns that with its dark attributes and destructive force, Candle Night will cause catastrophe if it stays in the city. Candle Night's body glows green as it channels corrosive dark energy. A massive green shockwave erupts beneath the creature as it unleashes its power into the ground. The monster starts digging rapidly, melting through the earth with corrosive breath in an attempt to escape. Bai King shouts that it's trying to burrow underground. Another warns that its dark attribute corrodes anything it touches instantly, and they lack a high tier counter attribute to stop it. A squad member explains that while Candle Night can corrode the ground, it can't tunnel out instantly. He urges the team not to break formation, reminding them their role is intel and tactical support. Another soldier shouts for everyone to stay alert. Suddenly, glowing red eyes emerge from the darkness. Candle Night bursts out violently and strikes, knocking a squad member into the air with a fierce blow. The leader yells for everyone to chase the monster before it escapes. As they follow the green energy trail, a surge in spiritual energy is detected. Reaching a rooftop, one member notices the spike and commands the others to wait outside, while they follow the target in. Inside an abandoned factory, the lead scout prepares to scan for spiritual energy readings before proceeding. The leader asks if the device on the Bi-King wrist is the new auxiliary tool from the association. She confirms and explains that the average squad can handle anomaly levels up to 50. The creature they chased was just below that at 48. Suddenly, the watch spikes to 80 and continues rising, shocking them. She realizes there's more than one anomaly present. As the group enters the factory, a dark serpent looms above. They both turn in alarm as a loud crash behind them confirms they're not alone. Another threat has arrived. Bi-King realizes they were tricked. Candle Knight lured them in to trap them with another anomaly. She tells the group they must retreat immediately. The leader suggests heading to the door. If the anomaly wants to stop them, it will have to reveal itself. Together, they fire an attack to force the door open. As they run, Bi-King is struck by something and collapses, gasping in pain. She realizes her senses and body are being overtaken by the poison gas as a dark creature looms in the mist. She calls out to the others but gets no reply. Alone in the mist-filled factory, she suspects they're nearby but unable to respond. Holding her communicator, she pieces it together. Candle Knight lured them in, but the poisonous place belongs to another anomaly, likely a giant serpent. The serpent's face emerges from the toxic fog. She realizes that unlike Candle Knight's dark powers, this mist is poisonous and began affecting them the moment they entered. The gas not only paralyzes senses but drains spiritual energy rapidly. She knows if she tries to attack now, her energy will run out. She's already close to collapse. Lying on the ground, she questions what kind of anomaly could possess such intelligence and overwhelming power. It feels like they're being toyed with. Her body collapses completely. A faint light breaks through the ceiling above, but she's too weak to move. As her eye barely opens, struggling to stay conscious as she senses something approaching. Fang Yi crashes down from above, descending with confidence. He lands firmly on the ground, cracking the floor beneath him with sheer impact. Standing tall, he faces the looming serpent and confirms it's a dark attribute anomaly, unfazed and fully in control. The black serpent lunges with jaws wide open, aiming to devour the intruder. He dodges swiftly, but a second creature, Candle Knight, crashes into him from above. He's forced back, growling in frustration as both enemies close in. Realizing the truth mid-battle, he confirms there are two anomalies working together. He smirks, realizing one anomaly lures while the other harvests. He mocks Candle Knight, biting him, saying it must enjoy it too much. Power surges through him as he activates thunder energy. He slashes through the serpent, burning its body with a blazing attack enhanced by thunder. With lightning crackling, he turns to the next enemy and challenges it to handle fire next. The black serpent opens its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs as green liquid drips from its eye. Fang Yi swings his glowing golden weapon in a fast motion toward the black serpent. He tells the serpent to focus on the blade. The black serpent coils its massive body, facing the glowing attack ahead. Fang Yi strikes down the black serpent's head with his glowing blade. He lands and faces the black serpent as it looms forward. Fang Yi notices something unusual, then sees the black serpent's mouth glowing green. Observing the serpent's attack, Fang Yi notes that it had a follow-up move as expected. The black serpent's head is struck by a surge of blue lightning, causing it to react in shock. The serpent roars as the lightning spreads violently through its body. Fang Yi notes that sensing the attack in advance was fortunate, as the serpent's dark aura is more dangerous than Candle Knight's. He explains that while wielding the Tang sword and using the power of infernal flame, he controlled and retracted the force, then used the sword to channel thunderbolt power into the serpent's body. He explains that while Candle Knight is fierce, its power is weak and can only harm a few humans, but the black serpent is different. He notices purple marks on his arm and identifies them as snake scales. Fang Yi realizes the black serpent is a cunning mutated species with improved intelligence, capable of deadly sneak attacks. He notes its poison has a built-in paralyzing effect that kills silently without leaving a trace. He looks at the mark closely, revealing a cut on his skin. Fang Yi feels a sharp pain, but notes it must be due to the circulating golden sun breathing technique in his body. He explains that the yang flame attribute can dissolve poison, while the golden sun breathing technique protects, heals, and purifies, giving him a clear pain response to warn of incoming poison attacks. Fang Yi thinks that for others without his defenses, the poison could be incurable, and observes that the serpent likely relies on ambush tactics to grow to its size, being around 3-star ghost axe rank. He adds that with Candle Knight as its partner, it becomes the perfect trap for elite pioneers, and it has likely devoured many people who never reached the association. The black serpent burns away, leaving only its skeleton as Fang Yi notes that no matter how dangerous it was, its end is ash and dust. He reflects that while the infernal flame was strong, the thunder attribute's triple critical hit was the highlight, making his combat ability decent among pioneers. Fang Yi stands silently in front of the blazing flames. He walks away, leaving the fire burning behind him. Fang Yi senses that someone is still present near the flames. He approaches as coughing is heard through the smoke. Bai King appears, staying silent. Fang Yi recognizes her as someone from the association, recalling her name starts with Su, while another person tells her there's no need to pretend. Fang Yi tells Bai King that her act of playing dead needs improvement. She realizes it really was him earlier and claims she woke up from the smell, not pretending. Fang Yi points out that she's strong, as she still had enough energy to shield herself when her teammates had passed out, and she wouldn't have noticed the smell of blood or burnt flesh otherwise. She awkwardly thanks him for the compliment. She admits she kept a bit of spiritual energy to protect herself, but wonders how he managed to defeat both Candle Knight and the giant serpent. Fang Yi tells Bai King she doesn't need to keep covering her eyes, only to promise to be honest and not reveal his identity. He notes it's getting late and, since she and her teammates are safe, he'll leave first. She thinks he's more friendly than before. She calls out for him to wait. Fang Yi declines, saying too many words spoil things, and leaves the scene to her. Fang Yi leaps away from the scene. He's relieved the white-haired girl didn't see him trying to absorb the dark attribute earlier, finding the discomfort and eerie coldness disgusting. He considers that the dark spiritual energy might have been disturbed, causing his body to reject it, and notes the system didn't respond, deciding to review it later at home. Bai King laments not getting a good look at his face, realizing he still hasn't let his guard down around the association. She tells Commander to wake up, saying it's over. Commander slowly regains consciousness. He exclaims that they were ambushed, while she remains silent. Both are surprised as they stand near the black serpent's massive burned skeleton. The group sees the serpent's remains and questions the overwhelming yang attribute, as Bai King explains that a pioneer came to help them. She thinks it should be the target of her mission, which was to track a high-level yang attribute pioneer. She admits she hasn't identified him yet and was instead counter-tracked, as others are amazed someone could defeat both Candle Knight and the giant serpent alone. The commander asks about Candle Knight's corpse and suggests cleaning up the scene and submitting the remains to the association. He uses green energy to examine the remains, but suddenly steps on a spot emitting a blue electric charge. He reacts to the violent energy as Captain Su watches. Bai King asks Captain Su if the target was yang attribute, noting the residual electrical charge is far too intense. Captain Su examines the body, confirming the thunder attribute is pure and high tier, and wonders if two high-level pioneers worked together to kill both the Black Serpent and Candle Knight. Captain Su realizes only one person appeared and thinks no one would believe a single person carried two extreme high-level attributes. She notes that just having one of them would make someone a top-tier genius. She calls it a dual high-tier attribute pioneer, something nearly unheard of, identifying one as the young Flame Walker. She identifies the other as the Thunder Tyrant. Fang Yi stands surrounded by lightning, holding a fiery weapon, while someone questions what kind of person he is. He thinks about how it was a good decision to have his team stationed outside the factory, knowing they would report to the association if he stayed inside too long. Bai King is hugged by two people who express relief that she is alive and say they thought they had lost her forever, wondering what they would have done if she had died. An association member examines a digital screen, with their task now focused on scanning residual spiritual energy, analyzing traces. Association reconnaissance personnel scan the ground for traces and report the outcome to the association. A member explains to both captains that based on trace comparisons, whether from combat habits or kill patterns, all evidence points to a single person responsible for killing both anomalies. Captain Su states there is a 99% probability it's the same individual. One man remarks that it really is a dual high-tier attribute pioneer, admitting he thought they had made a mistake. Captain Su agrees, noting either of the anomalies alone could have wiped them out, and another adds that this powerhouse defeated them in a single strike. Even though they are all in the Ghost Axe realm, the power gap is enormous. Bai King says her surveillance target has appeared, the data has been updated, and she needs to report to the higher-ups. She reports that both Tyrant and the North Gate of Qingcheng University were her assigned targets. A man on the phone responds that he understands the situation and tells Xiao Su to pause her mission for now. She hears that since the target saved her, eliminated the anomalies, and secured the area, it means he doesn't resent the association and isn't their enemy. However, for her safety and to make a good impression on him, she should avoid contacting him for now, even though Old Han disagrees with this view. She says she has one theory about something that happened before, when Tyrant was about to advance at the back mountain. The man on the phone asks what it is. Bai King explains that she once sensed an incredibly strong aura in the area where he was active and suspected he might have a spiritual weapon, though she thought it was unlikely. But now that it's confirmed he is a dual high-tier attribute pioneer, she believes otherwise. The man asks in surprise if he has a spiritual weapon. The man says it's unlikely for someone, no matter how gifted, to possess a spiritual weapon without outside help or resources. He adds that the reconnaissance team found no traces of a third spiritual energy attribute usually linked to a spiritual weapon. Bai King explains that when she came into contact, the spiritual weapon aura she sensed was of the yang attribute. The man understands, saying that if the weapon's attribute comes directly from his own yang energy, then if he is a spirit creation realm cultivator, it is theoretically possible for him to create it on his own. Bai King reacts with surprise, noting that spirit creation realm cultivators are extremely rare worldwide, with barely more than 2 known. She adds that if this person possesses a third attribute, it would completely shift the balance and shake the entire pioneer community. The man explains that research shows different attributes clash within the human body, making it nearly impossible for them to coexist, and so far no pioneer has ever been confirmed to possess 3 different spiritual attributes. He says that if the person truly has a spiritual weapon, the absence of a detected third attribute might actually be good. He hopes such a powerful pioneer never becomes humanity's enemy. Meanwhile, the man believed to be the subject showers quietly. Fangyi notes that there's less than a year until the official spiritual energy revival, yet anomalies and phenomena are already erupting everywhere, becoming highly active. He mentions that many pioneers, including himself, have started cultivating on their own. He explains that once the interface between the body and the spiritual world is opened, people become more sensitive to changes in heaven and earth, like those in the underground river before. He adds that even without Xia country's official recognition, self-trained pioneers have generally reached the level of 1-star ghost penetration realm. He notes that with Xia country reaching out to wild pioneers like him, it shows that both official and wild pioneers are in a relatively peaceful phase of mutual exploration. Anomalies remain within controllable limits, and there is no serious conflict among pioneers yet. As he dresses, he reflects that although the government has established the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, it has not gone public. People everywhere are discussing local instability and unexplained phenomena, showing the government's attempt to both protect humanity and issue early warnings. He points out that the problem lies in the government's lack of confidence in launching a full-scale cultivation era. Fang Yi reflects that with such a large population, if information goes public before full collapse, internal unrest will cause chaos and death. Even recognized pioneers can't yet stabilize societal upheaval, and both internal and external threats will only hasten the collapse. He thinks the government's cautious approach isn't wrong, as human hearts are more dangerous than ghosts or gods. However, what worries him is that anomalies are developing faster than he expected. He recalls that what he encountered today was a typical mutated product of dark attribute contamination. From touching the black mist, he could tell it belonged to a sub-branch of the dark attribute known as the shadow attribute, a natural enemy to pioneers. These anomalies are more intelligent than typical exotic beasts, do not rely solely on instincts, and see pioneer bodies as valuable resources. They may even work together to trap and kill pioneers. Fang Yi notes that while these anomalies are not yet at the same level as the true dark-type anomalies he has seen before, a single one of those could destroy a country or even a continent. Fang Yi notes that if he hadn't tracked them today, the squad and the one trying to recruit him might not have survived. He reflects that even as a sub-attribute, dark attribute powers are extremely dangerous. If it's labeled temporarily unabsorbable, it means he might eventually be able to absorb it once conditions are met, possibly turning the tide. He now possesses the Golden Sun burning technique of the Yang attribute, the Divine Thunder technique of the Thunder attribute, and the Crimson Flame Blade technique, a sub-attribute of Yang. These high-tier attributes are paired with techniques that perfectly suit him, and with his current strength as a 3-star Ghost Axe realm, there are very few pioneers who can rival him. However, he admits it is still not enough. Fang Yi's phone rings, and he notices the caller ID. Surprised, he answers, realizing it's his aunt, and wonders why she called so suddenly. His aunt asks how his health has been lately and explains that his cousin will be studying near him. She says she doesn't feel safe letting her stay alone in a hotel and asks if she can stay at his place for a few days. Fang Yi reacts with surprise, repeating the word cousin as he visualizes her. Fang Yi recalls that the only thing he remembers about his cousin is that she was a student obsessed with studying, and he doesn't even remember what she looks like. He tells his aunt to just have her come over since there's a spare room at his place, asking when she will arrive. His aunt says she'll give her the address so she can come over by herself. His aunt mentions that his cousin will bring him some specialty snacks. Fang Yi thanks her and says he won't hold back. She adds that his cousin should arrive by tomorrow afternoon and apologizes for the trouble. He replies that it's no trouble and says he has something to do, so he'll hang up. Somewhere else, a person in a hooded outfit is at a computer, reading and replying to messages about the Spiritual Energy Revival Martial Arts Vanguard team. The person in the hood ends a conversation with a message telling their aunt to take care and visit next time. They look at an online article with the headline, Rumor Alert, Internet Famous Town Renamed Death Town, 3 More Vanish, Still Accepting Pork Beast Challenge. They read the location name Yonghuo Town aloud. Someone at the door asks if they have finished packing, surprising the person at the computer. The girl says she's packed but doesn't want to bother her cousin, preferring to stay at a hotel. Her guardian insists it's safer to stay with her cousin and says she trusts him. The guardian reminds her not to cause trouble while staying there and to help out around the house when possible. The girl agrees. Wearing her hood and mask, the girl leaves through the door. She thinks to herself that she will handle one hurdle at a time and that no matter what her cousin is like, he won't be harder to deal with than an anomaly. The sun shines over the city as people walk through the streets. The girl walks with her suitcase towards her destination. She checks her phone, which shows she has arrived at her destination. Looking up, she confirms to herself that this should be the place.
This is the end of the video. If you guys want to see the next part, then don't forget to subscribe and like the video.
He entered the house, surprised to see someone waiting for him. The girl called out hesitantly, asking if he was her cousin. He stared at her, realizing he couldn't recognize her face, and asked if she was Lin Yiji. She quietly confirmed, keeping her composure. Later, the two sat together in the living room. He told her that if she ever needed anything, she could simply call him. She politely thanked him, addressing him as cousin, while the silence between them lingered. He handed her a spare key, mentioning that her room was just across the hall. She politely thanked him and apologized for troubling him during these few days. As he left, she thought to herself that her cousin seemed easy to get along with and wouldn't pry into her matters. However, he quietly observed her, sensing something unusual. He wondered if it was just his perception, or if she wasn't hiding her presence properly. Earlier, when she sat on the couch, he had faintly felt an unfamiliar trace of spiritual energy. The thought struck him, could she already be a pioneer too? As he watched, her body emitted a glowing aura of energy, making him question whether her excuse about coming for summer camp was actually hiding a deeper reason. She checked her device, receiving messages about cultivation techniques and the importance of keeping her spiritual energy hidden. Deciding it was too risky, she told herself not to cultivate for now since being caught by her cousin would be difficult to explain. 3 days later, she realized that living with him actually disrupted her training. Meditation and breathing techniques were constantly interrupted, making cultivation harder than expected. Meanwhile, he sat cross-legged, practicing the golden sun breathing technique. Radiant light flared around him, brighter than he anticipated. Concern crossed his mind such a flashy technique might easily draw attention. She called him for dinner, serving tomato beef stew, cold cucumber salad, and corn rib soup. He noted how polite and considerate she was, even insisting on handling the chores herself. Despite her flawless etiquette and diligent behavior, he couldn't shake off his suspicions. While eating, he observed quietly, deciding not to interfere. Allowing her to continue this way, he thought, was also a method of making her lower her guard. He quietly thought to himself that only by observing her longer could he uncover the truth about her identity. She continued eating calmly until her phone suddenly lit up, breaking the silence. Startled, she glanced at it, but before she could react further, he leaned in, his sharp gaze fixed on her. With suspicion in his voice, he asked if it was a friend calling her, leaving her momentarily stunned. He excused himself from the table, telling her to continue and that he would return to his room. Once he left, she quietly answered her call, her expression turning serious. On the other end, someone mentioned another major world shift happening the next day. She asked for the time and confirmed she would be there by 3 p.m., arranging to meet at the entrance of Yonghuo town. Outside, he listened in, realizing the location was just an hour's drive away, a trendy suburban area, and clearly tied to her hidden agenda. As he watched from a distance, he confirmed his suspicion his cousin was also a pioneer. She sat in meditation, spiritual energy swirling around her, yet with her current strength, she couldn't sense his presence. He noted her talent was impressive, already reaching the 2-star Ghost Axe realm while still in high school, and perhaps capable of advancing even further. He wondered if her unusual personality was tied to such extraordinary talent. Finally, he realized the truth. The summer camp had been nothing more than a cover. The real reason she came was because of the upcoming world shift, something she must have already known about and used as an excuse to be there. He reflected that every world shift was both a danger and an opportunity, a chance to gain new techniques and strengthen his power. This time, he wondered what kind of attribute would emerge in Yonghuo Town. Determined, he decided it didn't matter what it was, whatever appeared would belong to him. With resolve, he launched forward at full speed, heading straight for the town. Meanwhile, his cousin continued her meditation, but something felt off. A faint sense of strangeness lingered in her heart, as though she had overlooked something important. That night, she wondered if it was only her imagination or if someone had truly been watching her. The next day, the scene shifted to Yonghuo Town, a bustling place beneath the mountains. As she walked through the entrance, she was greeted by a cheerful friend calling out her name. Her friend teased her about staying at her cousin's house, asking if he was attractive. She brushed it off, her calm expression showing little reaction, even as the teasing continued. When her friend pressed further about her cousin's looks, she simply replied that he was a nice guy, but looked plain and average, definitely not the flashy influencer type. Her friend sighed in disappointment, while another woman chuckled at the exchange. The red-haired woman reminded them that Yi herself once claimed to be just an ordinary person among the masses, though her presence suggested otherwise. Soon after, as the group gathered together, one of them spoke up, saying that since everyone had arrived, it was time to get to the main point. The group gathered in town, noting that one member hadn't shown up again. With only 6 of them present, they decided to move forward, commenting that her mysterious behavior was nothing new. Watching from a distance, he observed them carefully from a balcony. Dressed in a new outfit, he thought to himself that his cousin's team seemed rather low-key compared to what he had expected. He assessed the group carefully, noting that even the weakest among them had already reached the 2-star Ghost Axe realm, while the man who spoke earlier was at 3-star. From their words, it seemed there was also another powerful member who rarely appeared. Sitting calmly with his drink, he shifted his gaze toward the mountain above Yonghuo Town. His sharp eyes caught sight of a phenomenon, an enormous vine descending from the sky, signaling the beginning of the world shift. The massive vine stretched from the heavens down into the earth, towering over the mountains of Yonghuo Town. Its sudden appearance defied all previously known information about world shifts, making it difficult to comprehend. Observers were left stunned, acknowledging it was indeed a world shift, though uncertain whether it would lead to total collapse. The red-haired woman stared in disbelief, whispering that she wouldn't have believed it if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. Everyone present felt the overwhelming presence of the vine, realizing they were witnessing something extraordinary and far beyond their expectations. As they approached the massive vine, one of the girls hesitated, urging the group not to go any further. Yi questioned her, asking why, and the girl admitted that after seeing it up close, her whole body felt cold, as if something was terribly wrong. Another mentioned the rumors circulating on the internal forums. A red-haired woman listened closely as the girl explained that she knew someone from a team who had tried to make contact with the vine during its last appearance. Those people weren't weak, they were far stronger than her, real pioneers, and not low-level by any means. The implication left the group uneasy, the danger of the vine suddenly feeling much more real. They pressed forward and found the area littered with bones entangled in the roots of the massive vine. It was clear that others had come here before them, but none had returned. The frightened girl clutched her head, trembling as she said she could feel it, they would meet the same fate as those who vanished. Her words painted a grim picture, imagining that not even their bones would be left to bury. The group stood on the eerie red ground beneath the vine, the atmosphere heavy with dread as the truth of the danger set in. He thought he could take on the pioneer's gamble and either succeed or die trying, but the sight of the anomaly filled him with instinctive fear. His intuition warned that this was no ordinary threat, it was a powerful, high-level mutation unlike anything seen before. Overwhelmed, he admitted he wasn't ready to lose everything here and wanted to retreat. The others remained silent at first, then agreed. They too had felt the same unease. One explained the reason the vine carried a desolate aura, as if all life within it had perished with time. That was why it made them feel so deeply unsettled. She tried to stop the hesitation, reminding that fear had no place here. With determination, she declared this was the true path of martial pioneers. The group felt the suffocating death energy radiating from the massive vine, its presence overwhelming. Watching from above, he noted that among all anomalies he had encountered, this vine felt the most unpleasant. Yet, he acknowledged their decision to cultivate here as an act of real courage. They noted the strange contradiction. Though the vine was a plant, it felt lifeless, more like a dead shell without spiritual energy. She reminded the group that time was short and urged them to act quickly. The others agreed, deciding to focus on sensing energy in the area instead of rushing blindly. She warned everyone to stay within sight and not wander too far, ensuring they remained cautious. With resolve, she led the way, believing this path would be the safest option. She began cultivating, encased in a glowing barrier that pulsed with energy. From a distance, he observed with approval. Her choice of position was cautious yet effective, striking the perfect balance. Her energy surged violently, the aura around her intensifying as power built up within. He realized with surprise she was on the verge of breaking through, already close to reaching the 3-star level. She successfully advanced, her aura exploding into the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. The others watched in awe, praising her talent. But the massive vine stirred, its roots twisting ominously. One of them quickly noticed the change, alarm flashing across his face. The group panicked as the vine began moving toward them. Shocked, they realized it had sensed their presence even from afar. The massive vine lashed out, attacking the group. Panic spread as one shouted for everyone to run before they were killed. They realized Ye's breakthrough had caused too much disturbance, drawing the vine's full attention. If anyone got caught, the desolate aura would consume them instantly. Despite the danger, Yi remained focused within her barrier, still in the midst of her cultivation. The group argued fiercely. Some refused to abandon her, while others insisted it was suicide to stay. The tension rose as fear clashed with loyalty. One tried to reason with her, saying life and death were fate. If they stayed, they'd all perish, and since they were only acquaintances, it wasn't worth the risk. Frustration flared as tempers clashed. But she stood firm, refusing to abandon her teammate no matter what. From a distance, he watched silently, realizing her cousin had no idea of the danger closing in. Yi struggled within the tightening vines, their overwhelming power threatening to crush her barrier. He clenched his weapon, recalling his promise to his aunt he had sworn to protect her no matter what. Meanwhile, the others fought desperately, slashing at the spreading vines in a bid to hold them back. But one was ensnared, her body wrapped tightly as she cried out in pain, unable to break free. The vine struck fiercely at Yi's barrier, threatening to shatter it as she remained deep in cultivation. Just then, he leapt forward, his blade glowing with blazing golden energy. The others cried out in shock, fearing for Yi's safety. His sword descended like a fiery strike, cleaving through the vine with explosive force. His golden strike landed with explosive force, shaking the ground beneath the vine. The monstrous roots recoiled from the impact, retreating under the blazing energy. The others watched in disbelief, realizing the attack had forced it back. The golden aura continued to tear through the vine, burning away its strength. He descended with power radiating from his body, standing tall as the overwhelming force pushed the threat aside. They shielded their eyes from the blinding light, stunned by the overwhelming power that had just forced the vine back. One wondered if this was the appearance of another pioneer. They realized the blazing force was the purest Yang attribute, a rare high-tier power capable of suppressing the desolate vine. He compared it to his own talent, frustrated. Though he had reached the 3-star Ghost Axe realm in record time, only a handful in the country could display such overwhelming strength. Gritting his teeth, he admitted that Lin Yi's talent was close to his, yet not by much. Even so, the gap between them and this mysterious power was undeniable. He gripped his weapon tightly, realizing the vast difference between them. If such powerful pioneers existed, then what did that make the rest of them? From below, they stared at his radiant figure, admitting that his power had crushed not just one of them, but all of them. They questioned what kind of existence he truly was, his presence towering like something beyond human. Meanwhile, another marveled at the vine's terrifying technique, calling it a perpetual engine that could endlessly absorb life energy from its surroundings. The system extracted the vine's ability desolation attribute, a power that could instantly corrode and drain all surrounding life force. He opened his glowing green eyes, realizing why the vine had only thrived in such harsh terrain. If it had grown elsewhere, it would have drained the life from everything for dozens of miles around. Calmly, he reflected that this attribute was both brutal and tyrannical, a power that stripped vitality by force. He reflected on the desolation attribute, calling it tyrannical for forcefully stripping away the life force of others. One of the women thanked him sincerely, saying without his intervention they would have all died, asking how they could ever repay him. He waved it off, replying there was no need. In truth, he had gained the most endless vitality and the desolation attribute thanks to their lead. Meanwhile, the others decided it was wiser to focus on watching his cousin's movements more carefully from now on, especially after the earlier conflict. He departed swiftly, thinking to himself that when danger strikes, people reveal their true nature. A scattered and disorganized team would never survive the major shifts to come. The others stood in silence. One wondered aloud what they should do now. Another teased, asking if he regretted not helping earlier. They concluded that with the threat gone and Lin Yi having advanced to the third level, their best option was to stick with this team for as long as possible. Meanwhile, Yi slowly opened her eyes, her gaze now glowing with a new and powerful brilliance. Yiji finally awakened, surprising everyone. They rushed over, relieved to see her conscious. Confused, she asked what had just happened, noticing the others still recovering on the ground. She then sensed the lingering yang energy nearby, its scorching intensity so strong that it could be felt even from a distance. One of them offered to explain what had happened, while the others quietly wondered about the mysterious man who had intervened. They were left in disbelief, wondering if someone that powerful could truly exist. One admitted he was practically a monster, far beyond their level. They recalled how no matter how hard they had tried, they couldn't cut through the vine, yet he had forced it back with a single slash. Looking up, they saw the massive vine curled far away in the sky, completely avoiding them after the clash. She thought about the man's lingering deterrent, noting how even after he left, the once raging vine had become meek and lifeless. When she returned home, he greeted her casually, surprised at her sudden appearance. He noticed her face looked pale and pointed it out with concern. She brushed it off with a smile, saying she was only tired from studying. He told her to rest after working so hard and suggested they order takeout for dinner. She agreed quietly. She reflected that breakthroughs were mentally exhausting, far worse than staying up all night for weeks. Lying down, she reminded herself that she was no longer ordinary, and even if she pushed herself harder, this was the path of a pioneer. The world was already changing. Meanwhile, he stepped outside, thinking that unlike his cousin, a normal life was no longer possible for him. She checked her phone and was surprised by a sudden message in the group chat. It was from Jia Lan, who instructed everyone to notify her if there was any trace of that powerhouse again. Others in the group speculated was the one who saved them the same figure who became famous at the Dark River Molten Dragon site. If so, why would someone of that level bother helping them? They recalled the overwhelming power of that slash, a burst of white light so intense that no pioneer of the same tier in Xia country could have possibly withstood it. He prepared to leave, thinking that Lin Yi would now likely lower her guard, allowing him to observe her movements more freely. Riding his bike through the night, he reminded himself it was time to figure out how to properly carry the desolation attribute. He reflected that the attribute leaned more toward plant-type entities, making it unique compared to others. But he also realized its sinister, corrosive nature could be dangerous. Placing it directly into his body might lead to severe negative effects. He considered that directly merging the desolation attribute with his body might conflict with his thunder attribute. Instead, he decided the best approach was to use an external medium, just like the strange ghost vine that had evolved after sensing spiritual energy revival. With determination in his eyes, he muttered that he now knew exactly where he needed to go. Under the moonlit sky, he rode his bike through the quiet mountain road, heading toward his next destination. He arrived at City Forest Park, parking his bike under the shade of a large tree. Walking into the field of flowers, he decided he needed to find a plant that resonated best with his spiritual energy, one that could become the lucky one. Closing his eyes, he calmed his mind, preparing to connect deeply with the surrounding energy. Soon, green spiritual light swirled around him, lifting his body as the plants began responding to his call. The plants around him began glowing faintly, seemingly responding to his spiritual energy. He noted the reaction was intense, yet still not sufficient for what he needed. Surrounded by swirling green light, he muttered that something stronger was required to succeed. Suddenly, he paused, sensing something unusual, his eyes lifting under the moonlight with sharp focus. In the glowing field, a single flower began to shine brighter than the rest, catching his attention. He wondered if this was the one. He slowly reached out his hand toward the flower, testing its resonance. As his finger touched the petals, the flower emitted a radiant green light, responding strongly to his energy. With a soft exhale, the flower fully bloomed under his touch, its glow intensifying as it accepted the bond. He examined the glowing wildflower, noting its unusual reaction to spiritual energy. It felt almost alive, clinging to his touch like a loyal pet. The flower's glow pulsed softly in his hand, fully resonating with his spiritual energy. He acknowledged its strong response and declared it the perfect vessel for embedding the desolation attribute, asking if it was ready. With a surge of green energy, he initiated the process, spiritual power swirling violently around the flower. As the system prompt appeared, asking if he wanted to embed the desolation attribute into the flower, his eyes glowed with determination. Without hesitation, he firmly answered yes, sealing his decision. The flower shone brilliantly in his hands, absorbing the green energy that surged wildly around him. The embedding process began, merging his power with the spiritual potential of the chosen flower.
This is the end of the video. If you guys want to see the next part, then don't forget to subscribe and like the video.
A powerful green light strikes down from the sky, shaking the ground. The man looks up, startled by the sudden flash. A glowing lotus begins to bloom in the forest. The flower fully opens, radiating a strange, luminous energy. Green energy surges from the flower, wrapping around the man as he observes its power. He senses the overwhelming force, comparing it to the hand of a demon. In just seconds, the energy spreads across the forest, draining everything in its path. The glowing lotus begins to shrink, its light slowly fading. He decides to stop, worried the spiritual energy association might notice, and uproots the glowing flower. Walking away, he recalls seeing many surveillance cameras and realizes the area is being closely monitored. The flower continues to absorb energy even without its roots, leaving him surprised. He notes that its power hasn't weakened and finds it remarkable that such an ordinary-looking wildflower could hold this much strength. A warning alarm blares as abnormal energy levels are detected, making him realize he may have triggered surveillance. Without hesitation, he takes off with the glowing flower in hand. At the monitoring center, staff panic as the energy levels spike beyond control. Authorities quickly mobilize, ordering the park to be quarantined and secured. A soldier's device shows the anomaly level hitting 30, far beyond normal limits. The unit enters the forest, noting that the military steps in whenever readings exceed 10. They scan the surroundings, puzzled by the unusually high spike. Despite normal conditions, they observe that all the plants seem to have been drained of life in an instant. Soldiers speculate about the source of the spiritual energy and head deeper into the forest. A commander yells for them to stop, warning them not to go closer. He explains that the power they sensed belongs to the desolation attribute, shocking the troops. He then asks if they know about the mysterious vine hanging from the sky. Soldiers realize the vine has already been classified as an O-rank mutation. Their leader explains that its deadly power comes from the desolation attribute, which drains all surrounding life. One soldier trembles at the thought of what could have happened if he had entered. The commander warns that plants with the desolation attribute create death zones, devouring the vitality of anyone who steps in. They recall data of another desolation plant that turned a forest into a deadly forbidden zone. The commander explains that desolation is the strongest plant attribute, and now a new one has appeared. An officer steps forward, stating he's already aware of the situation. The soldiers recognize him immediately, calling out to Major Hen. Soldiers order all research staff to put on protective suits and join them in the contaminated zone. Researchers quickly gear up, preparing to enter the area. The team advances cautiously through the dead forest. Despite no source being found, they notice the desolation aura has already dropped to 25, spreading unnaturally fast. The team decides to continue their investigation, moving deeper into the zone. They unleash blue spiritual energy, preparing for potential danger. The energy surges forward, lighting up the dark forest. It condenses into a powerful sphere, pulsing with intensity. At home, he places the glowing flower into a pot, joking about raising one for the first time. He notes that the desolation attribute makes it valuable in combat, while its plain appearance keeps it inconspicuous. He reflects that true battles depend not just on strength, but on hidden trump cards. Suddenly, his phone rings. Old Wang from next door is calling. He's surprised to see Old Wang calling, realizing it's his childhood friend who joined the army 3 years ago. A memory shows them walking together as desk mates through school before Wang left to become a soldier. Answering the call, he's greeted warmly by his old friend, who's excited to see him back. Wang suggests they meet up for a drink at their usual spot. Old Wang excitedly tells him over the phone that he has a huge secret to share. Later, Wang places his phone on the table, meeting with higher authorities. He reports that he has completed the task as instructed, but raises one concern. Wang asks if the person they're targeting turns out to be innocent. Could his safety be guaranteed? The commanding officer coldly orders him to focus only on completing the mission. She adds that if the target isn't the person they're searching for, he may at least give a final warning as a friend before cutting ties completely. The two of them raise their glasses and cheer together. The man thinks that looking at Fengyi now, his life in the military must have been tough. He also notices that Fengyi seems much more mature compared to before. The man says these past 3 years have left a deep impression on him, and life in the military was harsh. He then asks how Fengyi has been. Fengyi replies that he managed to pass the college entrance exam, which wasn't bad. Fengyi takes a sip, smiling faintly. He recalls that in his previous life, he never had the chance to meet this person again. In chaotic times like these, it's better not to mention certain things. He might have died in an unknown time and place during a mission. This time, could the future of his old comrade be changed? The man asks if Fengyi has recently encountered anything strange, for example, things like in movies, zombies, or monsters. Fengyi thinks to himself that this man, well, in the military, it's rare to know about the revival of spiritual energy. But still, is he trying to probe something with this question? Feng Yi looks at him and directly asks what exactly he wants to say. The man wipes his face and explains that he isn't here to accuse Feng Yi, but to warn him. He says in the near future, maybe a few months, or at most a year, their country will likely face turmoil again. Feng Yi stays silent, watching him carefully. He explains that ordinary citizens must cooperate with the authorities to keep this matter secret, not allowing any information about spiritual energy revival to spread. It's revealed that the man has already been listed as a key target and is under secret surveillance, mainly because of his close friendship with Wang. The man tells Feng Yi not to be nervous. He reassures him that as long as he doesn't spread anything, it will be fine. Wang is still in the military base in the south, protected by the country's strictest security, so he can feel at ease. The man's phone suddenly rings, catching his attention. He answers quickly, and a voice orders Wang Liang to regroup within 10 minutes with the emergency squad at the target location. He responds with a firm acknowledgement. He apologizes to Feng Yi, explaining that the mission is urgent. He tells him to head back on his own since he cannot send him off. Feng Yi looks at him and asks if the matter is related to the revival of spiritual energy. Then he firmly says to let him go along as well. The man looks surprised and tense at Feng Yi's sudden words. Feng Yi grabs him by the collar and tells him to bring him along, asking if this mission is also connected to their superior's orders. The man tries to respond, but Feng Yi assures him that even if his superiors didn't give instructions, he knows they wouldn't blame him for taking Feng Yi along. Feng Yi adds that he also wants to know what exactly the government plans to do regarding the revival of spiritual energy and what role the so-called experts actually play in the large military base under heavy clouds. Feng Yi and the man walk side by side toward the entrance, with a note that this is one of the country's most secretive facilities. Feng Yi and the man arrive at a restricted area filled with soldiers. Someone announces Wang Liang's return. Feng Yi thinks to himself that this level of spiritual energy concentration might have already exceeded normal limits. They pass through the inspection checkpoint, and a soldier confirms their clearance, allowing them to proceed. The heavy doors open with force, revealing a blinding light and intense energy surging from within. Inside, a large group of soldiers surrounds a monstrous creature, restraining it with beams of spiritual energy. Feng Yi and Wang Liang stop at the entrance. The restrained monster suddenly releases a powerful red beam of energy, forcing the soldiers to hold their ground while struggling against its strength. Feng Yi observes the attack and notes that this is a fusion attribute. An officer explains that the monster combines fire and lightning attributes, making it extremely difficult to restrain. She adds that several soldiers have already been injured in the process. She then notices Wang Liang and calls his name. The officer's expression hardens as she questions Wang Liang. She asks why he has brought an unauthorized outsider like Feng Yi into the restricted area without permission. Wang Liang tries to respond but hesitates. The officer gives a sharp order, saying the situation is urgent. She instructs the soldiers to form up immediately and take defensive positions. The soldiers respond with acknowledgement. She glances at Feng Yi, questioning if this is the person Wang Liang brought in. She thinks to herself that he doesn't seem special, only appearing like an ordinary person who has awakened spiritual energy. The officer states that since Feng Yi is Wang Liang's friend, she won't press further, but she reminds him this is a restricted zone. Entering here is dangerous, and he must keep everything he sees a secret. Feng Yi calmly replies that he understands. She raises her weapon and shouts an order to Lai Yu, commanding him to tighten the defense. The restrained monster erupts with violent energy as soldiers leap into action, surrounding it from above. The officer fires her weapon, unleashing a powerful blast directly at the creature. The combined assault from the soldiers and the officer's attack strikes the monster head-on, filling the area with explosions. The monster roars fiercely, its entire body glowing red as it releases an even more terrifying surge of power. The monster's energy suddenly intensifies again, and it lets out a terrifying roar. Someone warns Lai Yu to be careful. Lai Yu engages the beast directly, blocking its fierce attacks with quick counterstrikes. The officer orders everyone to stay alert and keep their distance from the monster. She instructs them to eliminate it before it completes its evolution. The soldiers acknowledge her command. Feng Yi watches from the back and thinks that the squad's coordination and combat efficiency are impressive. He reflects that even the strongest individuals must work together to unleash their full potential. Feng Yi's eyes widen in shock. he urgently shouts to the soldiers that they are not the monster's match. Dark purple energy erupts violently from the beast, spreading across the battlefield and forcing the soldiers to brace themselves. The officer quickly raises her weapon and shouts orders to raise the alert level, declaring a state of emergency in the restricted zone. She commands everyone not to retreat. The soldiers answer her command. The monster grows even more terrifying, its body now fully merged with the power of the black crystal. A warning is given that it has completed its evolution, and the danger level has drastically increased. The monster's eye glows ominously red, terrifying those who face it. A soldier can only stare in shock. The officer shouts Wang Liang's name in alarm. At the same moment, Feng Yi's eyes glow blue as he activates his power. The monster charges forward with violent force, clashing head-on against the defense. The officer yells to everyone that the mutated beast in Area 019 has now completed its evolution into a higher stage, upgraded to Class B. She announces that the battle plan must be updated immediately. Feng Yi watches silently from behind. A soldier coughs up blood violently, collapsing as Feng Yi turns to look at him. Feng Yi rushes to his side and asks if he's alright. The soldier continues to bleed heavily. Struggling to speak, the soldier explains that the monster released a wave of energy that crushed his insides, causing him to collapse. With blood still dripping from his mouth, the soldier forces a smile and tells Feng Yi not to worry. He says the soldiers of the 19th unit are all strong. Feng Yi silently steps forward. The officer shouts to everyone, ordering them to use any means necessary. She declares that no matter the cost, they must not allow the Class B mutated beast to escape the restricted zone, even if it means sacrificing their lives. Feng Yi's body glows with blue energy as he surges forward. The officer turns in shock, demanding to know what he intends to do.
This is the end of the video. If you guys want to see the next part, then don't forget to subscribe and like the video.
He charges forward, his body wrapped in crackling blue lightning. His glowing eyes lock onto the beast ahead, and he mutters if it thinks madness alone can overwhelm him. The monstrous creature roars, its blood-red eyes flashing as it swings its claws with murderous force. The impact splits the ground, yet he stands firm, raising his arm as lightning surges to meet the attack. Without hesitation, he thrusts himself upward, lightning wings bursting from his back. The beast snarls in fury, but its movements can't keep up with the blinding speed of his assault. With all his strength, he channels the divine thunder into a devastating strike. The beast's head is consumed in a massive explosion of blue energy, its roar drowned out by the crack of lightning tearing through the air. The beast is struck head-on by the violent surge of blue lightning, its body consumed in the explosive blast. The shockwave tears across the battlefield, sending soldiers stumbling back as debris scatters in every direction. One man stares in disbelief, questioning if he saw it right. He realizes this is the kind of abnormal mutation even high-ranking officers can't handle alone. Another soldier turns to his superior in shock, asking if his brother could truly be the one behind this power. The red-haired officer, sweat on her face, admits none of them are mistaken. The beast collapses, its body scorched and smoking as he stands tall amidst the aftermath, lightning still flickering around him. With a cold stare, he remarks that the creature isn't fully dead yet, but this much is enough. He then orders the officers and others nearby to fall back. The red-haired officer watches in shock, realizing that even with their entire squad working together, they could barely restrain such a monster, yet he has done it alone. Her eyes narrow as she admits the truth. This overwhelming strength isn't ordinary power, it's an extreme attribute at its highest level. He raises his arm, lightning spiraling around him as immense energy gathers, shaking the very air. The crackling current surges through his hand, and the red-haired officer watches tensely, realizing his power is still climbing. The storm above thickens, forming a massive vortex of thunder and clouds. She wonders aloud just how terrifying his evolution will become. With a steady step forward, he advances, his presence alone pressing down like a storm ready to break. A blinding surge of lightning erupts from the ground as he walks forward calmly, his presence embodying the word Overlord. His expression remains cold and steady, electricity flickering across his body like it naturally belongs to him. Two men watch in awe, nervously joking that his thunderous aura is so overwhelming it feels 1,000 times more terrifying than before. Another soldier rushes over, shouting in relief that he's safe. Laughing, he admits the boy nearly scared him to death. A soldier slaps him on the shoulder with a laugh, teasing that he never expected his comrade to be this powerful. He apologizes for keeping his true strength hidden, joking that military orders kept him from revealing it sooner. His friend laughs in disbelief, saying after not seeing him for 3 years, he's shocked to learn who he really is. Turning away, he exchanges a brief glance with the red-haired officer, the battlefield calm after the storm. The officer steps forward with a serious expression, extending her hand as she sincerely thanks him for his help. He smiles faintly, his crimson eyes glowing with calm confidence after the intense battle. When the officer thanks him, he responds modestly, saying it was simply to protect his friends. The red-haired officer formally introduces herself as the guardian of Base 019 and requests his contact information, promising to report everything truthfully. He agrees without hesitation, while those around watch in quiet awe at the respect the officer shows him. The red-haired officer acknowledges his strength, admitting it surpasses even the elite task force members. She expresses her strong desire to have him join the recovery army. Yet, in her thoughts, she notes something even more shocking: his growth and potential far exceed the level of an ordinary awakened soldier. He calmly asks if she's truly willing to invite someone like him into their ranks. He insists there's no need for flattery, since he doesn't see it as anything special. The officer explains that the order to recruit him didn't come from her alone, but from the higher-ups. Whether he accepts or not, they will eventually come for him themselves. He laughs softly, admitting it's not as serious as they think. He explains that he actually admires their determination to risk their lives protecting others, something he hadn't truly witnessed before. The red-haired officer listens in silence, slightly moved by his words. He continues with a calm smile, saying they can rely on him in the future whenever trouble arises, just as past generations once protected humanity. However, he sets one condition: his freedom must never be restricted. The officer is left speechless, her expression tightening as she processes his demand. He announces that time is running short and prepares to take his leave. The officer agrees, saying she and her men will handle the remaining cleanup and escort him back safely. As he walks away, he reflects on the true value of the army, its role in navigating dangerous spirit zones, ensuring safe passage while maintaining the advantage in battle. At the same time, he realizes the army also acts as a shield, drawing a clear line of defense between ordinary humans and the extraordinary threats that roam the world. One soldier whispers that after what they've seen today, describing him as merely not simple no longer fits. In truth, today's display was only the tip of the iceberg of his true power. As he floats above the crowd, his overwhelming aura leaves everyone stunned. They whisper that to reach such a level so quickly, he must possess knowledge and strength beyond ordinary means. A soldier suggests they cannot simply let him slip away, hinting that if the officer won't recruit him, they should hand the task over to him. The red-haired officer immediately silences him with force, ordering him and the others to follow her command without question. Later that night, under the quiet sky, the scene shifts to a building glowing with light, marking the beginning of what comes next. While meditating, he reflects that although his identity has been exposed, the true extent of his power remains hidden. He knows their cautious attitude toward him is far from unnecessary. He concludes that this so-called extraordinary ability is kept highly confidential, with strict restrictions placed on its spread. To the outside world, it barely exists at all. In truth, the authorities are not only monitoring him, but also ensuring he doesn't slip beyond their control. To them, he is both a weapon and a liability that must be contained. He recognizes the balance at play. The army acts as guardians, imposing discipline and defense, while the Spirit Association handles purification and stabilizes cities. Together, they maintain the fragile peace of ordinary life. The city remains under strict watch, with authorities dividing districts between normal citizens and the extraordinary. This delicate system has bought valuable time for ordinary people, sparing them from chaos and bloodshed. Meanwhile, he meditates, golden energy swirling around him as he gathers immense power within his core. Even in a restricted spirit zone, where power should be suppressed, his strength continues to grow rapidly, defying all expectations. His body radiates with blinding golden light as he realizes he's on the verge of breaking through to the next realm. A girl walks through the quiet city streets at night, wondering if her cousin has returned yet. She thinks about asking him to test her training progress, though she isn't sure if he's available. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupts in the distance, cutting through the dark skyline and drawing everyone's attention. She stares in shock, her eyes wide as she whispers in disbelief, struggling to understand what she's seeing. Her eyes widen in shock as she realizes what she's witnessing. It looks like the terrifying phenomenon of a demonic breakthrough. Above the city, a radiant golden core bursts open, its violent energy twisting into the sky. She senses that this aura is far beyond anything she imagined. The explosion of light intensifies, forming a colossal golden pillar wrapped in arcs of lightning, as if the heavens themselves are being torn apart. A golden light tears through the sky, forming an enormous hand that descends over the city. The girl looks up, stunned, as the overwhelming force shakes the streets. People around her freeze in disbelief, unable to process what they are witnessing. The giant hand clenches, radiating waves of destructive energy. Its brilliance spreads across the clouds like thunder. The girl realizes this is no ordinary attack, but a spirit weapon, something that shouldn't even exist here. The sheer power feels unstoppable. She stands rooted in place, her gaze locked upward. Shock fills her eyes as she wonders how such a weapon could appear so suddenly. The sight leaves her both fearful and curious, as though an ancient force has awakened right before her. Far away, in a dim control room filled with glowing red screens, alarms ring out sharply. Military officers urgently shout reports, warning that the energy levels have spiked to 99%, a critical danger threshold. The entire system flashes warnings, confirming that this incident is not just unusual, but a major threat to the city. Emergency orders are issued as officers shout for units to head straight to the city center. A girl with white hair looks alarmed as she hears that the anomaly won't stop spreading and could cause even greater destruction if left unchecked. Inside the command center, soldiers gather around a glowing city map projection. The energy surge is highlighted in bright orange, shaking everyone with its intensity. Officials question whether this wave could trigger a large-scale disaster beyond their control. A senior officer yells into his communicator, declaring that aside from protecting the central region, all ground forces must be fully mobilized. The urgency in his voice makes it clear that this threat is far greater than anything they have faced before. Suddenly, gunshots echo from a nearby corridor. One officer quickly reports that enemy infiltrators have broken through, and he calls for immediate reinforcements. His eyes widen as the situation escalates faster than expected. A man smirks, his sharp gaze showing he already knows more than he reveals. His calm demeanor contrasts with the chaos unfolding outside. He places a hand on his chin, reflecting quietly. Aside from the strange energy disturbance, he suspects there is a much deeper issue behind all this. His phone vibrates with a new message. He checks it immediately, recognizing the sender as someone important. The screen displays a long exchange of texts about the ongoing incident. They discuss the dangerous outbreak and confirm it is not a coincidence. After reading the messages carefully, He sits back on the couch in silence, his expression unreadable as he processes the weight of the information. The man reviews information on his tablet, his eyes glowing with a faint red light. The data confirms that the recent surge is tied to dangerous spirit weapons, capable of overwhelming both defense systems and energy barriers at once. The door creaks open, and the girl steps inside quietly. She states simply that she has returned, her expression serious as if she senses the weight of the situation. She looks around the room and asks if he has also noticed the disturbance shaking the city. He acknowledges her presence and tells her to sit down while he prepares tea, keeping his calm demeanor despite the chaos outside. Her eyes narrow with concern. She admits that what's happening isn't normal and insists that the mysterious wave cannot be ignored. It's the sign of something far more dangerous lurking behind the scenes. The man scrolls through his phone, analyzing the reports. He notes that while the authorities are suppressing news of the anomaly, the situation is escalating too quickly to be contained. If left unchecked, it could turn into a full-scale disaster. The girl listens silently, her face calm but her eyes reflecting unease. In the background, the faint sound of alarms continues as the outside world grows more chaotic. She throws herself onto the bed, muttering that the authorities might already know more than they are revealing. She suspects that certain powerful families or organizations are involved, and whatever their plans are, it won't end well. Meanwhile, the man narrows his eyes at a video playing on his screen. Flames engulf buildings, and the destruction spreads at an alarming rate. He realizes this isn't just another accident. This firestorm is part of something much bigger. On his phone screen, live footage shows the city consumed by raging flames. Reports confirm that the explosion originated from a powerful energy source, and the fire continues to spread uncontrollably. The man lowers his phone, his expression calm yet sharp. He recalls past events involving powerful figures, wondering what role they might play this time. His thoughts hint at a dangerous connection between the current disaster and past schemes. Elsewhere, a large university gate comes into view. Crowds gather outside, whispering anxiously about recent events. Some wonder aloud if this sudden closure has ties to the massive energy surge reported in the city. Two figures walk toward the gate with steady steps. One of them comments that the closure is officially for safety, but the timing suggests there's much more hidden beneath the surface. At the university gates, soldiers raise their weapons as the man and the red-haired woman approach. The crowd watches in shock, whispering about who these people could be and why security is treating them with such caution. The gates open, and the pair walk in side by side. Their confident steps and calm expressions make it clear they are not ordinary visitors, but people of significant influence. Inside, the destruction becomes visible. Buildings are reduced to rubble, smoke rises into the sky, and flames still burn in the distance. The man remarks that this devastation is far beyond normal accidents. It's the result of something deliberate. Meanwhile, helicopters hover over a forest consumed by raging fire. The inferno spreads rapidly across the mountains, and officials question whether this disaster was truly a coincidence or part of a greater plan. The red-haired woman tells the man she's heading to the office and asks if he plans to check the site of the explosion. He nods, agreeing to investigate personally. She warns him to be careful before they part ways. The man walks alone toward the restricted area, his steps calm and steady. The site is heavily damaged, surrounded by caution tape and silence. He crouches down near the ruins, noting that the blast's traces point directly to spirit energy. It becomes clear to him that yesterday's massive fire wasn't a natural accident, but a deliberate act. His expression hardens as his red eyes narrow. He realizes that the clues lead to something much larger, and someone he knows may already be connected to this destruction. The man suddenly notices two girls in uniform approaching. Recognizing them, he questions why they are here at such a dangerous site. One of the girls calls out his name in surprise, pointing out that she didn't expect to see him so close to the explosion zone. The other girl, cheerful and lively, teases him. She says she already knew he wasn't just an ordinary student and hints that he's been hiding his true abilities all along. The red-haired woman at her side remains composed, observing the exchange. The man's eyes narrow, glowing faintly red. He mutters the girl's name, realizing she might be connected to something bigger. His voice carries suspicion as he wonders if she has been involved in the recent incident. A group of students notices the man and the red-haired woman. They question whether he belongs to their school, mocking the situation and wondering how an outsider could casually be here after such chaos. One outspoken girl points at him, accusing him of sneaking around. She argues that if the school is under strict security, then he must be breaking the rules by being here. Her tone makes it clear she doesn't trust him. The red-haired woman frowns, her expression growing heavier. She quietly mutters that this isn't the time for baseless suspicion, as the real issue is far more serious than the students realize. Another woman turns to the man, asking bluntly if this red-haired companion is his friend. Her question hangs in the air, sparking tension between the two groups. The man calmly introduces the red-haired woman, explaining that she is simply a former high school classmate. His casual tone surprises the others, who didn't expect such a connection. The red-haired woman smiles faintly, her sharp gaze hidden behind tinted glasses. Her expression carries a hint of amusement, as though she knows more than she lets on. Two girls look shocked, whispering to each other in disbelief. They wonder why someone like her would be acquainted with him, sensing that this relationship isn't as simple as he makes it sound. The red-haired woman speaks seriously, reminding him that the principal has called for everyone to regroup at the designated area. She stresses the importance of acting cautiously until they understand the full extent of the crisis. The man replies briefly, agreeing with her words, though his eyes remain cold and unreadable. Security guards order the crowd to step back, declaring the area sealed. No one is allowed to approach, and the atmosphere quickly grows tense. The red-haired student steps forward, her tone sharp as she questions why such extreme measures are being taken inside the school. The other students murmur nervously behind her. An elderly man with a cane appears, his presence immediately silencing the crowd. He explains that the school has strict rules and that even the smallest disturbance cannot be ignored. His words carry authority, making it clear that he is a powerful figure in charge. The students whisper among themselves, realizing this elder must be someone important. One girl jokes lightly, suggesting that if even he has come forward, then the situation involving the red-haired woman and the man must be far more serious than they thought. The red-haired student remains silent, her expression unreadable. The man and the red-haired woman are led forward by guards until they stand face-to-face with the elder. The tension in the air is heavy as everyone watches closely. The elder greets him warmly, shaking his hand. He introduces him as the new representative tied to Fang's name, making it clear that his arrival holds special significance. The elder then gestures toward the waiting cars, saying arrangements have already been made. He instructs him to board immediately, signaling that the meeting ahead is of great importance. Nearby, the red-haired student steps forward with a commanding voice, ordering all unrelated bystanders to back away. Her sharp tone leaves no room for argument, and the students quickly retreat in silence. Guards spread their arms to block the crowd, ordering everyone to step back. The students protest loudly, questioning why someone like him deserves such treatment from the school's leaders. Among the crowd, the red-haired student looks uneasy. She wonders aloud what kind of influence the man holds to be recognized so highly, far beyond what any ordinary person could achieve. Lowering her head, she recalls the words of the principal, who once hinted that Fang's background was far from simple. The thought unsettles her, leaving her unsure how much she truly knows about him. Nearby students whisper in disbelief. They argue that this level of respect is impossible unless Fang is connected to someone of great power or influence. The realization begins to spread among the crowd, shifting their perception of him. In the middle of the crowd, a girl with long red hair steps forward. The attention shifts instantly to her as whispers spread among the students. They realize that throughout the entire incident, the boy never once acknowledged her status as the school's beauty and center of attention. The revelation leaves the crowd in shock, deepening the mystery around his true nature. At Kingcheng University, everything seemed normal until a series of strange incidents began to unfold. One night, a field suddenly burst into flames. The fire burned uncontrollably, and not even the fire trucks could put it out. Fortunately, no students were present at the time, and the authorities quickly sealed off the area to prevent further danger. Not long after, another field caught fire, followed by more incidents. What started as something explainable soon became mysterious. Witnesses reported seeing crimson flames falling from the sky and fire floating in mid-air with no visible source, making the situation even more unsettling. Although most of the fires across the fields were eventually extinguished, one blaze continued to burn stubbornly. The group stood before it, realizing this was no ordinary fire. He notices the air thick with smoke, the burnt smell heavy and suffocating. The group observes the fire burning around the basketball hoop, confirmed as the only spot where the flames refuse to be extinguished. A device is revealed, showing a reading of 11, drawing everyone's attention. It's explained as a spiritual power detection device. If the reading goes beyond 10, the area becomes too dangerous for ordinary people, as human life cannot withstand anomalies above that level. The detector suddenly spikes, showing an alarming reading of 60, shocking everyone. It's explained that the threshold is far too high if left unchecked. The anomaly could spread beyond the university and threaten the entire city. Urgent action is required. In the chaos, someone rushes past the restricted zone despite the danger, drawing urgent shouts from the group. The figure leaps into the flames, immediately engulfed in a violent explosion of fire. The detector surges again, shooting up to 110, confirming the anomaly as an S-grade threat. The group panics, realizing someone has already rushed inside. They question what to do now as the danger rises beyond control. Within the blazing fire, a massive fiery beast begins to take shape, its presence overwhelming. Amid the flames, a lone figure walks forward calmly, facing the inferno head-on. He recalls how the young attribute once shielded him from the dangers of fire, and believes this heavenly flame will be no different. Before him, a massive fiery dragon emerges, its form blazing with overwhelming power. He knows he must get as close as possible to the origin of the flame. The dragon roars, its maw wide open as it lunges to consume him. Unfazed, he steps forward, golden energy radiating from his body as he prepares to counter the flame's might. He calls upon his power, releasing the golden sun armor as flames swirl around him. The fiery dragon lunges at him with overwhelming force, jaws wide open. He braces himself, his body engulfed in blazing energy as he's pushed back by the intense heat. Despite the unbearable pressure of the heavenly fire, he resolves firmly he must absorb it, no matter the cost. He successfully obtains the Heavenly Fire Attribute Technique 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Sealing Technique, a power that purges evil, suppresses demons, and seals wicked entities. Fiery dragons coil around him as the technique activates, already unlocked without the need for further training. The flames surge violently, manifesting into a terrifying formation of dragon heads towering before him. Calm and determined, he focuses his will, ready to wield the newfound power against the overwhelming blaze. He activates the 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Sealing Technique, his eyes glowing red with fierce determination. Dark energy surges through his body as the technique takes form, spreading violently around him. Chains of blazing fire erupt, binding the massive flame in a powerful seal. The onlookers watch in awe, realizing they are witnessing the aura of a true sealing technique. It's noted that his power differs from the original source, yet carries the same overwhelming force. He commands the fiery chains to shrink, pulling the raging flames under control. The burning energy compresses into a smaller form, swirling tightly within the chains. With a final surge, the sealing technique completes, locking the flames into a compact, controlled sphere. The blazing sphere, bound by chains, floats steadily in his hands, proof that the seal has been fully mastered. She explains that the heavenly fire has been temporarily sealed. No one is allowed near it, and the field won't be reopened. Thankfully, the school has other fields to use. She stays quiet, her expression heavy, clearly troubled by the events. The principal reassures her and notes the school's extravagance, with multiple sports fields. Meanwhile, the boy requests a private discussion with advisor Fang. The principal agrees with a smile, allowing the conversation to proceed, though he seems curious about the matter. She tells him he handled the heavenly fire well, though he downplays it, admitting the flames were difficult to control. Her expression sharpens as she points out that he has been hiding his true talent and cultivation. He responds calmly, saying it's normal for pioneers to keep secrets, especially ones as powerful as his. She stresses that in times of great upheaval, the nation needs top-tier talents like him, even comparing his potential influence to that of a modern nuclear deterrent once the spiritual Kai fully revives. It's explained that whether it's the military, restricted zones, or major associations, all of them would want to recruit someone like him. Even foreign powers might try with tempting offers. She advises him to consider it seriously so he won't be caught off guard when the time comes. Joining the military, she says, would be a great benefit to their nation. He pauses, then questions why neither she nor Wang Liang have ever tried recruiting him directly into their restricted zone. He wonders if they see him as unworthy. She admits the truth. Their legendary military district is unusually strong. That's why she thought he might be more interested in joining them instead. He reacts with interest upon hearing about a top-level group. She explains that it's the most elite military unit in the nation, so renowned that even other districts are aware of them. Though she hasn't seen them in action lately, word is they've been very busy. He notes that even such an elite force seems to be facing serious challenges. She suggests they end the discussion for now and head to the university cafeteria. A scene reveals the scale of the battles the group faces, fighting powerful monsters in situations that demand pioneers of the highest caliber, possibly even beyond sky rank. He reflects that the revival of spiritual Kai is approaching, yet he still feels unprepared. He examines the heavenly fire attribute collected from the field, recognizing its destructive nature that consumes everything it touches. Suddenly, inspiration strikes. He realizes the perfect way to utilize its power. He fuses it with his Crimson Flame Blade technique, enhancing it with deadly enchantments, confident that perfection can always be pushed further. The story opens on the back mountain, a quiet and expansive range covered in thick greenery. The man pauses for a moment, recognizing the area and sensing something unusual about it. He steps deeper into the forest, his white suit standing out against the misty trees. Holding his sword casually at his side, his expression sharpens as he grows more alert, trying to understand why this place has been marked off. Ahead, he finds a large wooden sign warning travelers not to climb any further. This surprises him, as the mountain shows no abnormal activity. He reasons that only someone with knowledge of his movements like the Spirit Kai Association could have arranged this so quickly. A faint smile spreads across his face as he connects the pieces. Instead of seeing the warning as a barrier, he interprets it as permission. If they want him to treat this mountain as his own ground for experiments, then he's more than willing to accept. His sharp eyes narrow as he suddenly senses something unusual in the forest. He halts, realizing even weak creatures have managed to sneak into the back mountain. The aura he feels now matches the one he encountered earlier at the factory, though slightly weaker. Remaining calm, he continues forward, keeping his focus on the surroundings. From above, a shadow stirs, moving quickly among the trees. A monstrous beast drops from the branches, its red eyes glowing fiercely as it prepares to attack. He observes the blade and realizes it now has the ability to gauge an enemy's strength before attacking. Gripping the weapon tightly, he prepares to test its power. A system prompt appears, offering him the chance to infuse the Tang blade with the heavenly fire attribute. Without hesitation, he accepts. The sword erupts in blazing flames, radiating righteous energy. Golden fire courses through his body as he merges with the weapon's newfound strength. With fiery determination, he combines the heavenly fire with his crimson fire blade technique, eager to see what devastating effect the fusion will unleash against his opponent. With flames blazing around him, he unleashes the empowered blade, aiming it directly at the beast. The creature's eyes widen in shock as it senses the overwhelming power descending upon it. The fiery strike engulfs the monster, twisting into a blazing whirlwind that scorches everything in its path. The beast howls in agony. As the flames settle, he calmly observes the destruction. The power is far stronger than his original Crimson Fire blade technique, and the energy itself leaves no effect on him personally. He inspects the blazing blade, running his hand across it calmly. Despite its fierce flames, he remarks that it feels cold to the touch. With a confident look, he decides to continue forward, determined to track down the intruder he sensed earlier. Meanwhile, a live stream begins elsewhere. A phone on a tripod records as a cheerful girl insists to her viewers that she isn't a scammer, claiming she has always been lucky since childhood. She smiles brightly at the camera, explaining that even though it's her first day streaming, exciting content seems to come her way naturally. Comments flood her feed, with some doubting her and others challenging her to prove herself. The girl continues her live stream confidently, unaware of the danger closing in around her. Suddenly, a beast lunges forward, striking her down and shattering her equipment in the process. Her phone falls violently to the ground, the screen cracking as the live broadcast continues. Pinned beneath the monster, she screams in pain while the audience watches in shock. Some viewers assume it's staged, dismissing the attack as fake, while others demand to know what just happened. The girl struggles beneath the beast's grip, her face streaked with fear and tears as she weakly pleads for it to stop. The monster roars ferociously, its jaws dripping as it prepares to finish her off. Suddenly, a blazing dragon-shaped flame bursts forth, tearing through the scene with overwhelming power. The fiery dragon crashes down, shocking both the beast and the girl. Viewers watching the stream are stunned, questioning if what they're seeing is real or just high-level special effects. The live stream viewer count skyrockets past 13,000 as the intense battle unfolds. The girl, still shaken but alive, looks up in shock and recognizes someone emerging from the chaos. Her trembling hand grabs the phone tightly, determined to capture what's happening. Through the blazing inferno, she records the moment, shouting that someone is standing within the flames. The audience erupts with excitement as the mysterious figure begins to reveal himself. The livestream captures him cutting through the flames, and viewers erupt with excitement, calling him an immortal deity saving people. Clips of his fiery strikes spread rapidly online, reaching millions of views and taking the #1 trending spot. At a computer lab, a girl excitedly shows her friend the viral video, insisting that deities must have descended and that the heavenly fire is real. Her friend dismisses it with skepticism, claiming it's just staged special effects, but her serious expression suggests she may not fully believe her own words. Excited students point at the video spreading online, insisting that the fiery display was real and proof of something extraordinary. One of the girls, however, refuses to believe, claiming it's all just special effects. Yet deep down, she struggles to dismiss the uncanny resemblance to someone she once knew. Elsewhere, two women discuss the footage, noting how much the mysterious figure looks like the pioneer who once saved them. They wonder if he could be the same person. In another location, two men watch the clip. They recognize the identical blade swing and realize they may have stumbled upon someone far stronger than they imagined. In the city, leaders acknowledge the crisis drawing near, worried about the shortage of pioneers to defend them. At a meeting, officials discuss the situation, mentioning recent military talks with Feng Yi. One officer expresses confidence that he will step in to help. Another officer points out his terrifying growth, reaching the spirit creation realm so quickly and possessing multiple high-level attributes. They argue that with such power, he must be recruited. However, it's revealed that the higher-ups remain hesitant to approach him directly, since all top pioneers before him were trained within the military itself. Officials decide to assess what Feng Yi still lacks, planning to provide him with new weapons and training resources. At the same time, they stress the need to control the live stream and circulating videos. They note that the entire Spirit Kai circle of Xia Nation is already focused on him. One commander smiles, admitting the boy has created anticipation for what he might do next. In a quiet hospital room, a heart monitor beeps steadily as someone lies unconscious on a bed. A student sits beside them, speaking softly. She tells her teacher that with someone this powerful appearing, Xia Nation now has new hope, and perhaps, so does their chance of waking up again. The next day, sunlight falls over the city as the chaos from yesterday still lingers in people's minds. The unexpected live stream from the back mountain created a massive stir. Sitting calmly at a table, he reflects on the event, noting how someone risked everything just for attention. As he eats, he considers the aftermath. The live stream and video have now completely vanished from the internet, wiped away without a trace. His sharp eyes narrow. He suspects the removal must be the work of either the military or the Spirit Kai Association. He notices Lin Yi hasn't returned all night and didn't even leave a message, which immediately raises concern. He tries calling her, but the line is unreachable. His expression hardens, realizing something is wrong, she wouldn't act so irresponsibly. Determined, he decides he must find her, sensing the situation is more serious than it seems. Elsewhere, in a misty forest, two girls wander anxiously. One asks how long they've been trapped, uncertain of their fate. The two girls remain trapped in the forest, exhausted. One admits they've been stuck for nearly 10 hours and apologizes for dragging her friend into the danger, mistaking the threat at first for an ordinary shadow wraith. Her injury becomes clear as she clutches her bleeding side, struggling to stay steady. The other girl takes charge, telling her not to waste energy on apologies. She insists they must stay alert and conserve their strength, though she admits she still isn't strong enough. As determination flickers in her eyes, she recalls the fiery expert who had displayed overwhelming power. She wishes she had that same strength to protect them now. In the depths of the forest, the two girls stand close together, fear heavy in their expressions. From behind, a massive shadow wraith emerges, its glowing red eyes piercing through the darkness. The creature's towering figure looms over them, its dark aura filling the air with dread. The injured girl clutches her side, while the other braces herself, both realizing the terrifying danger standing right behind them. Out of the shadows, a monstrous figure suddenly lunges toward the two women. Its claws slash forward with terrifying speed, leaving them frozen in shock for a moment. But before the creature can strike, the black-haired girl shouts a warning. She steps in front of her companion, gathering energy in her hand. A bright glow forms instantly, her quick reaction saving them from the sudden ambush. With a sharp movement, she releases the glowing strike. The beam of light shoots upward, colliding directly with the monster's body. The impact forces the creature back, its dark form thrown off balance by the powerful attack. Yet the danger is far from over. More distorted figures crawl out from the darkness, their twisted bodies moving unnaturally. As she stares at them, realization hits these are not ordinary monsters. They are the very people who were trapped here before, twisted into these horrifying forms after their deaths. The two women stand over fallen corpses, realizing something is wrong. Their attacks have no effect on the black fog, and even the spirit energy they release is useless. The enemy doesn't seem harmed at all. They look around cautiously. It feels as though the fog is waiting for them to exhaust every ounce of their strength. The oppressive force surrounds them like a cage, treating them as prey trapped with no escape. The red-haired woman's eyes narrow, her expression tense. A single bead of sweat runs down her face, showing the weight of the situation pressing in on them. Suddenly, a crimson eye appears in the swirling darkness above. Its gaze locks on them, radiating overwhelming malice. Both women freeze in shock, realizing the true threat has just revealed itself. The crimson eye pulses violently, its glow growing more intense. Dark energy swirls around it, making the air heavy with dread. Suddenly, multiple smaller red eyes begin to split off, multiplying within the vortex. Each one stares down at them, as if the abyss itself is alive and watching from every angle. Fury replaces fear. The black-haired girl lashes out, unleashing her power while shouting at the monstrous entity. Blazing energy erupts, slamming into the fiery eyes as she demands its destruction. She steadies herself, warning her companion not to falter. The creature is losing patience, and any weakness now could mean the end for them both. Her sharp gaze shows determination, refusing to let despair take over. The girl's eyes widen in silence, reflecting the eerie glow of the crimson light. She braces herself as the darkness presses closer. A piercing flash erupts from above, sending icy shards crashing down. She looks up in shock as the monstrous force reveals its power, freezing everything in its path. Surrounded by countless red eyes staring down at her, she feels completely overwhelmed. Her voice trembles as she wonders if this is truly the end. Meanwhile, her companion is consumed by writhing shadows, her body dragged into the void. Her thoughts echo with regret she shouldn't have acted alone, overestimating their strength. Believing they could finish this mission by themselves has now led to ruin. Her eyes close slowly, a calm acceptance settling in. She reflects that the path of cultivation has always been filled with danger, and perhaps her fate was to vanish one day in some forgotten place. As the abyss pulls her deeper, she wonders about the future. What kind of world will rise after this? What role will those who remain play in shaping it? She realizes she may never again witness the tide of Spirit Kai revival. Tears stream down her face as she braces for the inevitable, her body trembling between despair and unwillingness. But suddenly, a blinding surge of blue light erupts above. It cuts through the suffocating darkness, leaving her stunned as she reaches upward, unsure if it's salvation or another cruel trick. From the explosion of blue light, a figure bursts forth, descending with overwhelming power. His presence tears through the darkness, scattering the suffocating energy. The man steadies himself in midair, his glowing eyes sharp and confident. He mutters that it was a close call, his calm demeanor contrasting the chaos around them. Tears stream down the girl's face as she stares in disbelief. Shocked, she cries out this figure is her cousin. His strike crashes downward like divine judgment, splitting the abyss with crackling energy. The darkness shatters under his force, leaving only the brilliance of his attack behind. The girl looks on in relief, realizing it truly is her cousin who saved her. His overwhelming power radiates through the crackling blue energy. Shocked, the red-haired woman whispers that he's not an ordinary person. But danger lurks close. From the shadows, the anomaly's true body emerges a grotesque, many-eyed creature creeping up behind him. The girl quickly shouts a warning, telling him the main body is right at his rear. Flames surge into his hand as he prepares to counter. He doesn't flinch. Instead, a confident grin spreads across his face. Declaring his intent, he vows to test heavenly fire against the creature's dark attribute, unleashing a blaze that roars with destructive force. The man dives forward, unleashing a devastating blaze that engulfs the anomaly in a torrent of fire. The flames roar with overwhelming intensity. The monstrous entity shrieks as it is swallowed whole by the raging inferno, its body writhing in agony. The two women huddle together amidst the sea of flames, one weakly asking if they might already be dead. Fear grips them as the fire rages all around. The black-haired girl steadies herself, assuring her companion to look closer. Despite the inferno, they are still alive. Shocked, the red-haired woman realizes this fire is not consuming them, but only their enemy. The two women stare in disbelief, realizing they are still alive. Relief washes over them as the man casually assures them the enemy has been dealt with, even joking that he hasn't had breakfast yet. The red-haired woman's eyes widen as recognition strikes her. Excitedly, she recalls that he was the one who saved them back in Yanaming Town during the Death Ghost incident. The man scratches his head, admitting it wasn't that hard to recognize him after all. The black-haired girl reacts in shock, questioning if the powerful fire-wielding expert they saw earlier was really her cousin. The red-haired woman smirks, teasing her for once calling him mediocre. The man scratches his head with a sheepish smile, not bothering to deny their suspicions any longer. The red-haired woman clutches the black-haired girl's shoulders, excitedly recounting his past feats defeating ghost corpses, drawing attention from Sister Su Yan, and even standing out in the wasteland. They piece the truth together. He isn't just a high-level fire user, his thunder attribute was strong enough to obliterate the black fog. Their eyes widen as they wonder if he is the same prodigy who broke through to the spirit creation realm back in their residential zone. Finally, he admits it. Calmly, he confirms their suspicions, but then turns serious, questioning why only the two of them came to face a dark attribute anomaly. Such threats are no ordinary crisis, and yet they fought alone without their team. The red-haired woman explains that one teammate is gravely ill and unable to join missions anymore, while another has been assigned elsewhere. Their uncle also had a harder mission, so the group rarely fights together as a whole. The black-haired girl admits her miscalculation, saying she underestimated the anomaly, believing her current strength would be enough. The man listens quietly, recalling how his cousin used to complain about her teammates, but now defends them in front of outsiders. He recognizes her loyalty, noting she has always been clever, and he had sensed this side of her before. Turning serious, he tells them since they already know who he truly is, and because he trusts them both, he has a proposal to make. With a steady gaze, the man extends his hand and proposes that they form a team. But he warns them not to reveal this secret to anyone else. The red-haired woman lights up with excitement, eagerly agreeing and promising to keep quiet. She can't help but think how lucky she is to benefit from this arrangement. The black-haired girl looks at him softly, realizing he must have known from the beginning that she was a pioneer. Silently, he had been protecting her all along. For her, having such a reliable relative by her side on this dangerous path feels like an unexpected blessing. Yet, as relief mixes with gratitude, she bites her lip, a complicated emotion hidden behind her expression. Smiling brightly, the black-haired girl thanks her cousin and jokes that she'll fry him 2 extra eggs for dinner as gratitude. The group walks together, and she suddenly announces that Sister Jayalan has just posted a new mission. On her phone, the details of the mission appear. It warns about an extreme darkness zone, an especially dangerous area tied to dark attribute anomalies, requiring utmost caution before entry. The cousin's eyes narrow as he asks if they understand what the extreme darkness zone really is. She explains it's a restricted border area of Xia Nation, where the dark attribute is so concentrated and strong that most pioneers avoid it entirely. A message appears, someone signing up for the mission and asking Sister Jayalan for details about the gathering. The cousin suggests they should try it, asking if Jayalan would reveal more about the mission. But the girls explain that she's always been mysterious and rarely says more than a few words. He frowns, thinking it through. For Jayalan to arrange something this dangerous, she must hold an unusual status. Perhaps she's a rogue fighter with high-level skills, or someone tied to the military or the Spirit Kai Association. Again, the same message repeats Fong Heju, asking what exactly they are gathering, for though the answer remains hidden in mystery. A new message from Sister Jailan appears. The mission's target is revealed, to collect something called Withered Bloom. She warns that this task is far more dangerous than before, as the extreme darkness zone's energy is far stronger than anything they've faced. She urges everyone to team up before proceeding. The two girls stare at the message in surprise. They whisper that Jailan has never been this detailed before, leaving them unsettled. Elsewhere, Jailan walks through a corridor surrounded by armed escorts. Her expression remains calm as she remarks that the rest will depend on someone else. Meanwhile, the cousin studies the message carefully, raising an eyebrow. He smirks, saying the words, "strong and reliable pioneers" sound almost too direct. It's as if Jailan is calling them out personally, challenging them to accept the mission. The cousin smirks, his eyes sharp with confidence. He tells his companion that Jailan's message feels like a direct challenge, as if she's personally calling him out. Far away, dark mist coils above a desolate land, the air heavy with corruption. The ominous atmosphere radiates dread, marking it as no ordinary place. He stares into the distance, a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Instead of fear, excitement stirs within him. The so-called extreme darkness zone is exactly the kind of place he wants to explore, and he's eager to take the trip. The group walks through the corridor, their footsteps echoing. One of the assistants nervously mentions concerns about the team. The woman leading them holds a bouquet calmly and answers that if the man is truly a pioneer worthy of trust, he will definitely come. The assistant hesitates, voicing her worry that if he doesn't appear, the entire batch of pioneers will be affected. But the woman cuts her off firmly, saying that if he fails to show, it only proves his strength is still lacking. She then turns toward the window, her expression sharp, a faint smile forming. She asks if they really believe that collecting the elusive flower is easy. For weak pioneers, this dangerous task is nothing but a path leading straight to death. The assistants exchange uneasy glances, unsure how to respond. The woman continues, explaining that forcing someone into a life or death mission just to maintain appearances goes against the true purpose. Her words leave the others silent, realizing the weight behind her reasoning. A dark ground is littered with blood and debris, where pale flowers bloom. The narration explains that gathering these flowers is the only path to rebuilding national strength. Only by collecting them can more pioneers be nurtured. The scene shifts to ordinary people on a subway, representing the future pillars of the nation. The flowers are essential for ensuring the survival and growth of these new generations. The view changes to a hospital ward bathed in light. Whether it is the backbone of tomorrow or soldiers who return from battle scarred, the flowers provide the vital strength to endure life and death struggles. Beside a hospital bed, the woman grips a patient's hand tightly. Her voice is resolute no matter the cost. They must obtain more of the elusive flowers to secure survival. An elderly man lies on a hospital bed, covered in scars and connected to a respirator. He is introduced as the only pioneer of Xia who reached the diamond rank, surviving only because of the healing properties of the rare flower. A powerful explosion flashes across the scene, symbolizing the might of such warriors. The narration explains that diamond-level powerhouses are invaluable, both as a national defense and as the greatest bargaining chips in negotiations with other nations. One of the assistants speaks with concern, telling the woman that while the mission is important, her health is just as critical. The woman looks down, her expression cold and unreadable, repeating her assistant's words in doubt, "My health is important." The woman bursts out in anger, her eyes blazing. She declares that her life is indeed important because her team risked everything to bring her back alive. Her face shifts to shock as pain suddenly strikes, her body reacting with weakness. She steadies herself near the hospital bed. The assistants rush to her side in concern, apologizing for their words and asking if her illness is acting up again. Holding her head, she brushes it off with a faint smile, saying it's fine and not yet time for medicine. Memories of her old comrades flash in her mind, and she murmurs that it's all in the past now. On a battlefield littered with bodies, a soldier weakly calls for the execution squad to retreat immediately. Another wounded soldier urges the young woman to survive, saying their mission to collect the rare flower is now in her hands. For the sake of their teacher, their homeland, and everyone depending on them, they entrust the future to her. The young woman cries out in refusal, shouting that she will not leave and calling out to her captain. With tears and determination, she gathers the strength left behind by her fallen comrades. Lightning energy wraps around her as she vows to return alive, carrying their will with her. The woman explains coldly that the energy given to her is meaningless if the flower is tainted with blood or not harvested intact. Only a complete specimen holds true value. Time passes. Nearly 2 hours later, a new group makes its way across a barren landscape. One of them sighs, asking how many more kilometers they must walk. A red-haired woman points ahead, remarking that even pioneers are helpless until the spiritual energy fully integrates with the body. Without that, survival is impossible. From the shadows, a man with piercing red eyes watches silently, his gaze sharp and filled with intent. The group approaches a glowing blue barrier in the distance. One of them confirms that this is the edge of the restricted zone. The black-haired man narrows his eyes, noting that even with layers of defense, the corrupted aura seeps through, leaving an unsettling feeling. The red-haired woman trembles, saying the sinister energy here is far worse than the anomaly they encountered before, hundreds of times more terrifying. Her companion warns her to stay steady, as others are already arriving. Ahead, numerous pioneers gather, some standing armed while others wait near vehicles. Observing the scene, someone remarks with surprise that quite a number of pioneers have shown up. Two women discuss the threat of black attribute anomalies. They note that these creatures kill indiscriminately and show no mercy toward humans. A terrifying shadowy monster looms over a city rooftop, its red eyes glowing as lightning flashes in the sky. The narration explains that such black attribute anomalies have already appeared multiple times within the city. The black-haired man calmly agrees. The woman beside him recalls facing two of these terrifying anomalies head-on before. She describes one as a mutated rabbit, though calling it a rabbit is misleading. With its twisted form and razor fangs, it resembles more of a nightmarish rodent than anything else. A monstrous creature lunges forward, its twisted body tearing into its prey with savage force. The black-haired man explains that another anomaly emerged from abandoned factories, a massive snake. Unlike the rabbit, its intelligence surpassed expectations, able to cooperate in hunting down pioneers and wiping out entire squads. He adds that the situation has grown dire. The city's outer defenses, built to contain such threats, are now showing cracks as more anomalies appear. From above, shadowy beasts soar over a burning city. Flames engulf buildings while monstrous wings blot out the sky, marking the chaos that humanity can no longer easily control. The black-haired man leads his companions forward, stating firmly that they must head to the front lines. At the barrier's entrance, several figures gather, preparing for the mission. The atmosphere is tense as more pioneers arrive. Among them, a silver-haired girl with twin braids appears. Her calm gaze lingers as she notices the newcomers. Her eyes widen slightly in surprise. She recognizes the man approaching and mutters in disbelief, questioning why he is here and even more, why he has brought along two young girls. The silver-haired girl suddenly covers her mouth in shock as her companion calls out to her in confusion, asking what's wrong. Nervously sweating, she mutters to herself, praying that he won't notice her presence. But when the black-haired man glances her way, she forces a smile and awkwardly addresses him as Captain Sue. The group exchanges puzzled looks. One of them whispers in surprise, wondering if this eccentric girl could really be the assistant of the envoy. Flustered, the silver-haired girl waves her hands defensively, insisting that it's all just a huge misunderstanding. The black-haired man smiles faintly, introducing the silver-haired girl as his assistant. She quickly bows in agreement, though her nervous posture betrays her discomfort. From the side, a mocking voice laughs, calling them arrogant children who speak too boldly without realizing their place. At the barrier's entrance, a heavily armored commander steps forward with his men. He ridicules the pioneers, saying most are inexperienced and wouldn't last without the protection of stronger forces. The red-haired woman clenches her fists in anger, but is held back by her companion. She warns that their arrogance could lead to trouble, especially without knowing the true status of the people they're facing. The red-haired woman steps forward confidently, staring down the armored commander. Her tone is sharp, warning him not to underestimate them. The commander smirks, dismissing her words. He mocks her, saying that in the darkness of the restricted zone, it won't be long before people like her regret such arrogance. His expression shifts, eyes narrowing as he mutters under his breath, clearly annoyed by the confrontation. Suddenly, the roar of an engine cuts through the tension. A vehicle approaches the gathering, drawing everyone's attention as the situation grows heavier. The rumbling of an engine stops, and the vehicle door swings open. From inside, a tall woman in a white coat steps out, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Gasps ripple through the crowd as someone recognizes her identity. Shock spreads, this is none other than Sister Lan. She strides forward with confidence, her long coat flowing behind her. Witnesses confirm in awe that it truly is her, leaving the atmosphere heavy with respect. Whispers spread among the pioneers, marveling at her presence and wondering what her true identity might be. With such authority, she is clearly the one responsible for opening the path ahead. With a determined look, the woman stands before the massive glowing barrier, her eyes reflecting the surge of energy. She steps forward confidently, the blue light of the gate swirling like a storm, illuminating her figure. Raising her hand, she reveals a glowing key-shaped artifact, channeling her power into it. The artifact activates with a blinding flash. Energy cascades down like waterfalls of lightning, and the barrier begins to split open under her command. As the artifact's power reaches its peak, the barrier trembles violently, releasing a surge of blinding red and blue energy. The gate erupts with a thunderous roar, tearing open with overwhelming force. The sky itself seems to split under the pressure. The woman stands firm at the center of it all, her figure illuminated by the chaotic storm of light and energy. With the final burst, the great gate opens completely, marking the beginning of their dangerous mission beyond. The dark portal finally stabilizes, and the group is given permission to enter. The woman in charge stands before the ominous gate, reminding them of one crucial rule: the withered bloom they seek must be whole and free of any human blood. Her cold tone makes it clear there will be no excuses if they fail. The recruits gather nervously, some glancing at the swirling entrance with unease. One man mutters bitterly that they're being sent in to risk their lives without proper pay or protection. To him, it feels less like a mission and more like a death order, and the lack of compensation only fuels his frustration. Another man quickly silences him, warning that complaints are useless. If they die inside, the officials won't acknowledge it as their fault. Instead, they'll simply be reported as missing, leaving no trace of accountability. The grim reality hangs heavy in the air as the group slowly moves toward the gate. Nearby, two men exchange hushed words. One points out that if death truly awaited them, their families would mysteriously receive huge sums of money. To him, that payout is nothing more than an admission that the officials are sacrificing them on purpose. The armored man beside him stays silent, his stern expression confirming the bitter truth that everyone already suspects. As the group approaches the portal, the silver-haired girl quietly analyzes their surroundings. She points out a middle-aged man whose cultivation is equal to a spirit-forging realm, 1 star. Around him, several others remain silent, their strength difficult to gauge as they may be concealing their true aura. Beyond them, most participants are solid cultivators, ranging from 2-star to 3-star stages, making the teams fairly balanced in power. The black-haired man observes the gathering carefully. He realizes the mission's difficulty must be far greater than expected, given how many elite pioneer squads have been summoned. His attention lingers on one particular man whose aura feels strangely muted, leaving him unsure if the man's strength is truly as low as it appears. Meanwhile, the officials finish their head count. They confirm that the expedition into the extreme dark zone includes 2 2-star teams, 3 3-star teams, and 5 1-star teams. The anomalies inside are reported to vary from B class up to the dangerous S class. With preparations complete, the order is given to begin, and the monitoring teams are instructed to track everything closely. The scene shifts inside the portal, revealing a desolate wasteland. The land is barren, shrouded in heavy fog, with dead trees jutting from the cracked ground. The ominous silence sets the tone for the dangerous mission awaiting those who dared to enter. The team carefully steps deeper into the wasteland, surrounded by streams of ominous dark energy. The atmosphere is suffocating, and every sound seems amplified in the eerie silence. One member warns the others to stay close together, explaining that the dense darkness attribute in the area distorts vision. If they scatter, they'll quickly lose their sense of direction. Behind them, a girl suddenly collapses, gagging and clutching her stomach as the overwhelming stench makes her retch uncontrollably. The silver-haired girl kneels beside her, speaking in a calm voice. She explains that the nauseating odor comes from rotting corpses mixed with brain fluid, and reassures her that feeling sick is completely normal. Many others are experiencing the same reaction. She gestures toward the distance, where even cultivators at higher levels are visibly struggling, some doubling over and vomiting from the unbearable stench. The grim sight makes it clear that no one is immune to the horrors of the extreme dark zone. The silver-haired girl explains that the darkness attribute naturally restrains pioneers, acting like a form of pollution. Inside the extreme dark zone, the anomalies are especially active, making the environment even more dangerous. The black-haired man recalls the classifications of anomalies. B-class anomalies are roughly equal to X realm pioneers, and while dangerous, their damage is considered controllable. But higher threats exist. A-class anomalies require multiple pioneers of the same level to subdue, often appearing as monstrous beasts. S-class anomalies are on another level entirely, rivaling stars themselves and bringing destruction on a near-cataclysmic scale. He notes that within the extreme dark zone, the darkness attribute provides these creatures with an additional boost, meaning an anomaly judged B-class elsewhere could easily be a class here. Hearing this, one of the girls admits it's her first time learning about such details. Another expresses understanding and checks if their captain is all right. But then, she nervously asks if the silver-haired girl has already been polluted by the darkness. The silver-haired girl reassures the others not to worry, saying her squad is used to handling cases with such foul stench. She reveals that Captain Su has already broken through to Axe Realm 3-star and has recently mutated his water attribute into an ice attribute, pushing himself even harder. One of the teammates notes that such rapid progression comes with risks, warning them to stay cautious around him. Still, they agree to prioritize the mission, urging the group to move quickly and stay close together to avoid distractions. The black-haired man halts the group, telling them they've reached the right spot. He orders everyone to conserve their strength and remain alert, warning them not to let the darkness exploit any weakness. Despite the oppressive environment, he reflects that his own body hasn't felt too affected since entering. His sun and lightning attributes seem to repel the darkness effectively. He considers another possibility that his recent advancement to Spirit Forging Realm may have strengthened his aura, allowing him to resist the corruption far better than before. A faint smile crosses his face as he quietly acknowledges the advantage. Elsewhere in the extreme dark zone, fierce battles erupt as teams clash with monstrous anomalies. A man slashes through a beast with ease, mocking that the so-called dangers of this place are nothing more than this. Rallying his comrades, another fighter shouts that they must seize the withered bloom and show the younger pioneers what true strength looks like. Together, they charge forward with confidence, blades gleaming in the darkness. Back with the main group, tension rises when one of the girls, Yi, coughs violently from the overwhelming atmosphere. Her companion immediately calls out her name in concern, steadying her as she struggles to breathe. The black-haired man glances back at them with a faint smile. Observing her fragile state, he quietly remarks that she's still just a child, hinting at her lack of readiness for the dangers ahead. The girl looks up in surprise as a gentle warmth spreads across her body. Her cousin places a hand near her, and the dark nausea that had been plaguing her fades almost instantly. A look of relief washes over her face as she realizes the corrosion and sickness have vanished, replaced by a comforting warmth like sunlight in winter. The others marvel at the effect, calling it the true power of the spirit-forging realm. She studies the energy carefully, noting how rare and advanced the attribute feels. Since breaking into Axe Realm 3-star, her senses for attributes have deepened, allowing her to recognize its uniqueness. She compares it with her own wood and grass attribute, which excels at absorbing aura, and even mentions how Captain Su's water mutating into ice was also a rare occurrence. The black-haired man corrects her softly, explaining that it isn't fire, but rather the sun attribute. With calm honesty, he admits it was his fault for not clarifying earlier. He is the very one who had displayed this power before during the fire incident at Kinhang University's Northern Gate and Stadium. The black-haired man explains that the anomalies they faced were unique, as sun and heavenly fire attributes differ slightly. His calm admission surprises the others, who realize he now possesses multiple rare high-tier attributes. He adds that he also has a desolation attribute, but prefers to keep some of his cards hidden. For now, it's best not to reveal everything, leaving the group stunned at how many rare powers he actually controls. One of the girls, still shivering from the cold, admits she hasn't reached Axe Realm 3-star yet and is slowly progressing along the metal path. Half joking but also sincere, she asks if he could use his sun attribute to warm her up as well, calling him her almighty cousin. Amused, he agrees casually, saying he'll warm her for a day. The girl yelps in shock as the sudden burst of warmth surges through her body, overwhelming her senses, while he remains composed and unfazed. Nearby, other members notice the warmth being shared and tease the pair for patting each other like that. Their playful remarks lighten the tense atmosphere, if only briefly. Encouraged, they suggest that Captain Su's squad should try it as well. With little hesitation, the group agrees, asking him directly for help. Amused, he casually raises his hand, releasing a steady wave of warmth that spreads through the cold air. One by one, the squad members feel the comforting energy wash over them. Their eyes widen in surprise, followed by joyful exclamations as the unbearable chill and nausea are driven away. But just as the mood lifts, the ground trembles. A massive claw slams down nearby, signaling the arrival of a powerful creature lurking in the darkness. The atmosphere instantly shifts back to dread. The black-haired man suddenly senses danger. His sharp eyes narrow as he warns the group that an anomaly is rapidly approaching. The ground splits open, and a violent surge of energy bursts forth. The squad braces themselves as one of the girls leaps forward with her weapon, trying to cut through the distortion. From the smoke, a massive beast with glowing red eyes emerges, charging straight toward them. Someone shouts in alarm, telling the others to watch out as the monstrous figure barrels forward. The creature reveals its terrifying form, cloaked in purple flames and radiating overwhelming power. A warning is shouted, it's an A-class anomaly. The beast roars ferociously, shaking the battlefield as the squad prepares for a deadly clash. The silver-haired girl steps forward, her eyes sharp with determination. Blue energy surges from her hands as she declares she'll handle the threat herself. With a powerful strike, she unleashes a burst of energy that pierces through the massive anomaly, its roar drowned by the crackling force of her attack. Catching her breath, she frowns in frustration, noting that the difficulty of this battle is far greater than expected. As she steadies herself, one of her teammates notices something unsettling. The creature seems to have vanished into thin air. But before they can process it, the black-haired man turns, his crimson eyes narrowing. Behind him, a horde of eerie figures with glowing red eyes emerges from the fog, advancing silently yet menacingly toward the group. The group finds themselves surrounded as countless red-eyed creatures close in from every direction. Their glowing eyes pierce the darkness, and the squad braces for an overwhelming assault. The black-haired man steps forward calmly, his voice firm as he tells the others to move aside. Golden light begins to flicker around him, pushing back the encroaching shadows. His eyes ignite with blazing energy, streaks of fiery power radiating outward as his aura surges to a new peak. The sheer intensity of his presence makes the ground tremble. In the next instant, a massive eruption of flames bursts forth, engulfing the horde of monsters in a devastating inferno. The enemies are consumed in a torrent of fire, leaving no doubt about the overwhelming might of his sun attribute. The battlefield is engulfed in blazing flames as the black-haired man unleashes his full power. The horde of anomalies screams in agony, their bodies burning away under the overwhelming force of his sun attribute. As the flames die down, he calmly announces that this wave of anomalies has already dissipated. He warns his companions not to be deceived by the countless glowing eyes they saw earlier. There were only two true enemies. The silver-haired girl looks at him in surprise, remarking that she hadn't expected anomalies here to evolve to the point of mimicking human speech. He replies with quiet certainty that perhaps, after consuming so many people, they had learned it. The narration notes the sheer scale of his strength within a single strike. Two A-class phantom beasts had been completely annihilated. The purple flames in his hand flicker ominously against the backdrop of the burning wasteland, a clear reminder of the unmatched power he now commands. A masked woman watches the battlefield, acknowledging the strength of the anomalies. Even for her, she admits it would take several rounds of combat to bring them down. Meanwhile, the group regathers. The silver-haired girl warns that anomalies might disguise themselves and infiltrate their ranks, urging everyone to stay alert. The others nod cautiously, realizing the danger of lowering their guard in this place. Nearby, one of the girls struggles to recover from the overwhelming aura. She clutches her chest, thinking to herself that the suffocating pressure from these anomalies is far more terrifying than zombies. Even breathing near them feels like it could burn her alive. As she tries to steady herself, the black-haired man orders her to get up. Before she can respond, a sudden sound echoes through the cavern, drawing his sharp gaze toward the source of the disturbance. As the group pauses, the black-haired man's expression sharpens. One of the girls suddenly remarks that it sounds like ocean waves can be heard ahead, a sound that feels out of place in the desolate wasteland. The uneasy calm breaks in an instant. A strange noise erupts, catching everyone off guard. The squad tenses as they realize something is rapidly approaching from the shadows. Footsteps echo across the ground, heavy and deliberate, sending chills through the group as the sound grows louder with each step. Elsewhere, another squad is locked in battle. Panic overtakes them as one of the fighters yells for the others to stop fighting and run. Whatever they're facing, he shouts, is far too sinister to handle head-on. The black-haired man's sharp senses catch something unusual. One of the girls suddenly stiffens and points out that the sound of waves can be heard ahead. But in this barren wasteland, such a thing is impossible. Before they can react, a chilling scream echoes from another squad. Panic spreads as fighters shout in terror, realizing what they are facing. darkness erupts violently, and countless shadowy figures surge forward, their presence overwhelming like a tidal wave. The ground shakes as the soldiers struggle to hold their ground. The terrified survivors cry out in despair, identifying the threat. It's the Dark Tide, a calamity so fearsome that even legendary armies once suffered devastating losses against it. A terrifying red tide surges across the battlefield, swallowing everything in its path. Soldiers are dragged helplessly into the darkness, their cries for help echoing as fear spreads. One man trembles, realizing that if the regular army was crushed by this force, then his chances of surviving are slim as well. Amid the chaos, a warrior steps forward with determination. Holding a glowing green sword, he summons his strength and surrounds himself with a radiant barrier of light. With arrogance, he shouts that everything here belongs to him, unwilling to yield to the dark tide. The clash between the two forces shakes the air. His green aura holds strong for a moment, but the overwhelming red tide towers above, pressing against him like an unstoppable wave. The battlefield trembles, showing the vast difference in power. The warrior's confidence begins to falter. His expression shifts as he senses something abnormal. Gritting his teeth, he admits to himself that the anomalies here are far stronger and stranger than he imagined, and his power alone might not be enough to withstand them. A man struggles within the Crimson Tide, his body being consumed as despair fills his eyes. He realizes these creatures aren't just a rank, or even S rank, they are far beyond that. Fear grips him as he repeats to himself that he cannot be caught, but the darkness continues to pull him in. Nearby, more soldiers are dragged into the abyss, their screams echoing as they desperately reach for help. The overwhelming force shows no mercy, devouring anyone who gets close. From a distance, survivors watch in horror. The suffocating darkness spreads endlessly, raising the question of whether there's any hope of escape. Someone asks their leader, Captain Su, about the true nature of this phenomenon. Captain Su explains that the Dark Tide is the pinnacle of dark attribute power, a corrosive force that devours everything, leaving nothing behind. His companions panic, realizing their plan should have kept them safe, yet the forces ahead were wiped out without a trace. As the group witnesses the overwhelming Dark Tide, one of them recalls reading about its destructive power, said to be strong enough to erase an entire city-state. Another worries if retreat is still an option, questioning if survival is even possible at this point. A golden barrier of spirit energy forms around them, offering temporary protection. Their leader instructs them to remain calm, explaining that this shield restrains dark energy. If necessary, they must combine their strength to reinforce it and buy enough time to withstand the surge. Despite the barrier, doubt spreads among them. A blonde woman warns that the Dark Tide is condensed dark attribute itself, a force far beyond what they can resist. She recalls how even a powerful elder at the spirit-shaping realm was swallowed whole without resistance. Amid the fear, the black-haired young man steps forward. Flames and lightning swirl around him as he readies his power. He declares boldly that even if the Dark Tide is condensed, he will destroy it with his own strength. The group watches in shock as the black-haired young man unleashes his power, flames and lightning bursting forward like a blazing spear. Someone exclaims in disbelief, wondering if he truly intends to destroy the Dark Tide itself. The fiery strike pierces through the suffocating darkness, cutting a path into the overwhelming tide. The impact shakes the battlefield, its force echoing across the red abyss. Surrounded by a radiant aura, the young man charges headfirst into the swirling core of the tide. His determination burns brighter than the storm around him, refusing to yield against the overwhelming force. In the shadows, another figure watches closely, a smirk forming as he mutters to himself. Everything seems to be unfolding exactly as he predicted. The young man finds himself surrounded by grotesque, red-eyed monsters born from the Dark Tide. He observes that these aren't simple rank creatures, but abominations fused and evolved under dark energy's control, forming powerful composites. their presence grows even more overwhelming, spanning from B rank to S rank and beyond. The overall strength of these anomalies is far greater than expected, each one radiating dangerous intent as they close in. Without hesitation, he unleashes a surge of blue energy. The force bursts outward like a shockwave, tearing through the incoming monstrosities. His sword cuts through the swarm, striking directly at the towering creatures. The light from his attack pierces their dark forms, momentarily holding back the tide of horrors pressing down on him. A monstrous anomaly with glowing red eyes lunges toward the black-haired young man, its presence radiating killing intent. Without hesitation, he counters with a blazing strike of fire, slicing through the creature in an instant. Normally, such a powerful attack would only injure an A-rank anomaly, but within the Dark Tide, even these terrifying beasts can be destroyed outright. He steadies himself, eyes sharp, observing the battlefield as if waiting for something more. His gaze locks onto a figure cloaked in flames of corruption. Recognition flashes across his face. It's someone from earlier, now twisted by the Dark Tide. He coldly asks if that person is still alive inside, testing whether any humanity remains. The corrupted man writhes in agony, his body nearly overtaken by the dark energy. Yet traces of spirit energy still flicker within him, showing that he hasn't been fully consumed. The young fighter notes that while this man's foundation in the spirit-shaping realm isn't as firm, he is still a genuine cultivator, meaning there's a sliver of hope left. With determination, the young man raises his hand, summoning overwhelming power. Lightning surges around him as he prepares to unleash a decisive technique. He roars his attack Divine Thunder, 100 refinements, as a colossal bolt of energy tears downward, shaking the entire battlefield with its force. The attack lands with devastating impact, blasting through the corruption. The once twisted man crashes to the ground, heavily injured but no longer fully consumed by darkness. Standing over the fallen man, the black-haired fighter notes that he can still be saved, though only barely. Flames flicker along his blade, casting light on the wounded cultivator. Darkness stirs again, surging from the corrupted surroundings as he remains vigilant, his fiery sword held ready. A massive figure of corruption rises before him, regenerating without end. He clicks his tongue in irritation, realizing this must be the unique trait of anomalies beyond his rank. Instead of despairing, a confident smile spreads across his face. He decides to test another method, channeling spirit-based power to counter the infinite regeneration. The black-haired fighter releases a surge of energy, golden light clashing against the looming wave of dark anomalies. The battlefield shakes as the two forces collide. Blue lightning crackles in his hand as he examines the situation. Even at the spirit-shaping realm, he realizes he cannot extract dark energy directly. He mutters that, as expected, the dark attribute is far more unusual than any other. A faint smile forms on his face, showing neither panic nor hesitation. Instead, he appears intrigued by the challenge. Surrounded by the howling tide of monstrous abominations, he steadies himself. If he can't erase the darkness completely or absorb it outright, he resolves to find another way forward. Surrounded by monstrous anomalies, the young fighter regrets not having his companion, the little white flower. With its desolation power, he could have fought the darkness on equal footing. Instead, he wonders what else he can rely on. His fiery aura burns brighter as realization dawns. He remembers that the answer has been right in front of him all along. Elsewhere, his allies watch anxiously from within their protective barrier. One of them asks Captain Su if he has ever seen anything like this before. Su admits his knowledge is limited and that he has never witnessed such a phenomenon. Their attention shifts as they notice something shocking. The overwhelming dark tide, which had been raging uncontrollably, suddenly freezes still in place. Inside the protective barrier, the girls watch anxiously. One of them feels uneasy, admitting that not even when facing ghost vines had she felt such dread. She worries about her cousin, who has been inside the tide for too long, fearing something might happen to him. Another girl reassures her, noting that his barrier is still intact, only flickering slightly. She suggests reinforcing it with their spirit power, adding that if someone like him were to fall, the rest of them would be dragged down regardless. With confidence, the blonde girl explains that he is a spirit-shaping realm cultivator wielding multiple insane attributes. His strength could rival a 3-star spirit-shaping expert, making him far beyond what they in the Ghost Axe realm could ever step in to save. Her remark lightens the tension as laughter breaks out. One girl jokes about Captain Sue's humor, while another adds that her teammates often say the same, asking if she's feeling better now. A blazing torrent of fire erupts across the battlefield, illuminating the darkness as the ground trembles under its power. The black-haired fighter unleashes one of his ultimate techniques, 9-Dragon Heavenly Flame Seal. The flames twist and roar like living dragons, filling the sky with overwhelming might. Engulfed in golden fire and blue lightning, he rises above the chaos, commanding the dragons with a single word, "Rise." His aura surges, defying the dark tide's crushing force. From within the protective barrier, his allies stare in awe. One shouts in excitement that it's her cousin, while another recognizes the devastating move, whispering in disbelief about the technique he just used. The battlefield erupts as blazing dragons soar through the sky, their flames coiling with unstoppable force. The sheer might of the 9-Dragon Heavenly Flame Seal leaves everyone stunned, with one ally whispering in awe that it's far too powerful. From a distance, a woman observes closely, recognizing the true nature of the technique. She mutters in disbelief, realizing it's a heavenly flame capable of sealing power itself. Her eyes widen as the flames compress into a glowing sphere. Shocked, she questions if he truly managed to seal the dark tide, something thought to be impossible. Meanwhile, the black-haired fighter lands with determination, his body crackling with lightning. He channels even more energy, preparing for what comes next as the battle is far from over. The young fighter raises his arms as flames and lightning merge together, forming a massive sphere of fiery energy. Its sheer size radiates destructive power, shaking the ground beneath him. With a thunderous roar, he declares the technique 9-Dragon Edict, channeling every ounce of strength into the blazing sphere. The energy surges skyward, coiling into a fiery dragon before crashing down with overwhelming force. The explosion rips through the battlefield, leaving shockwaves in its wake. Steadying himself, he directs the massive torrent of fire forward, unleashing the full might of his technique. The storm of flames and lightning engulfs everything in its path, pressing toward the dark tide with unstoppable momentum. The massive sphere of fire and lightning spins violently, its energy spiraling outward as if ready to consume everything in its path. The 9-Dragon Edict grows denser, radiating unstoppable force. With a thunderous impact, the blazing sphere compresses into a brilliant core of destruction. The ground shakes under its immense pressure, signaling the devastating strike that is about to unfold. The group finally manages to catch a break after the fierce battle. Amidst the chaos, they discover a badly injured soldier who is still breathing. Concern rises as they wonder what should be done with him. Relieved, a girl rushes forward, overjoyed to see her cousin unharmed. She quickly takes charge of the wounded soldier, asking the leader to leave him to her squad's care. The black-haired man remains calm and observes quietly. One of the companions reminds him that sealing a high-level dark attribute is no small feat and questions why he doesn't seem pleased. Instead of celebrating, he stays silent. They recall his earlier words about wiping out the dark tide, realizing now that he truly did it, and the sight leaves them speechless. Breaking the silence, the black-haired man explains that the seal is only temporary, and the overwhelming dark energy won't last contained for long. Urging the group to move quickly, he stresses the need to find the lost tempering flower before the seal fades. Meanwhile, his allies agree to transport the injured man back to the Spirit Association for treatment. As the group moves forward, they realize the grim reality aside from the single survivor. No one else made it out alive. The dark attribute had consumed everything, leaving behind neither bodies nor traces, regardless of cultivation level. One of them laments how the people who were alive just moments ago are now completely gone, admitting relief that they didn't witness their deaths directly. The black-haired man quickly takes charge, instructing Yi and the others to move ahead with Captain Su while he stays behind to guard the rear. The group complies and continues onward, carrying the injured survivor. Now standing alone at the edge of the black pool, he faces the lingering danger. The system registers a surge of dark attribute energy once again, signaling the threat isn't over. He raises his hand, releasing his power as dark energy bursts into the air. The detection process completes, confirming the overwhelming fluctuation of the dark attribute. The system activates once more, initiating an ultimate computational process. Streams of dark energy surge upward as the black-haired man floats in the center, absorbing its power. With his eyes closed, he remains calm as the swirling darkness engulfs him. The process continues to intensify, binding itself to his very core. Moments later, the system confirms the result compilation successful. His eyes snap open, glowing with a fierce violet light, radiating immense power. A new notification appears, revealing that he has acquired a dark attribute technique called Boundless Dark Realm. This ability creates a sealed misty space where spiritual energy is eroded, drastically weakening opponents. He examines the power in his hand, realizing it is a unique and devastating domain. The black-haired man reflects on his new ability, realizing that if he uses the Boundless Dark Realm in battle, its corrosive effect can drain opponents' spiritual power and cut off their energy. Combined with his other techniques, the effect would become even more devastating, allowing him to crush even anomalies stronger than the Dark Tide. Meanwhile, his ally senses something unusual and warns him that the black mist seems to be reforming around them. Her eyes widen in shock as she notices the sudden shift in spiritual energy. The man's power surges violently once again, triggering another breakthrough. His companion is stunned, unable to understand how such a fluctuation could happen without any major trigger. The silver-haired girl is stunned, realizing that he actually absorbed the Dark Tide's power and energy officially rated level with no upper limit. To her, it seems completely absurd. She recalls how, during the early warning period of mystical resurgence, the dark attribute was considered the most terrifying threat of all. It could wipe out entire regions, which is why absorbing it was strictly forbidden by the authorities. Officials had once tried to purify and refine the dark attribute, but the results were disastrous. The consequences were so severe that dark attribute anomalies had to be classified separately from all others. These anomalies ranged from D to S level, yet even a lower class 1 could easily torment someone just entering the ghost catching stage. The Dark Tide itself was in a league of its own, considered a highest class anomaly, far beyond what ordinary exorcists could handle. Back when dark attributes hadn't yet been banned, some pioneers attempted to absorb them. But even at the ghost catching stage, one man was driven insane after trying to take in a mere D-class dark anomaly. He lost everything: his mind, his family, and remains in an asylum to this day. Now, the black-haired man exhales slowly, his hands still carrying traces of the power he just absorbed. He suddenly calls out to the shadows, telling the hidden figure to reveal themselves since they've been watching for quite some time. A mysterious woman steps forward, recognizing him. She addresses him directly, identifying him as Fang Yi, the one who sealed the Dark Tide. The mysterious woman steps forward, revealing herself as Galan. She confronts Fang Yi, questioning him directly about absorbing dark attributes. Without hesitation, Fang Yi calmly admits it, leaving his allies shocked that he acknowledged it so openly. In response, Galan swiftly draws her weapon, her movements sharp and precise. She points a gun at Fang Yi, her stance filled with hostility, making it clear that she views him as a dangerous threat. The others are shocked as Galan points her weapon at Fang Yi. They demand to know why she's acting this way. Galen is reminded that Fang Ye is the top target her military wants to recruit. The Spirit Association had also tried to bring him in first, but she cut them off, raising suspicion about her true motives. Fang Yi calmly remarks that their mission was supposed to be about finding the lost tempering flower, not turning on each other. He points out how strange it is that Galen seems more upset about their survival than the mission's success. Galen falls silent, her cold gaze fixed on Fang Yi as the tension between them escalates, the gun still aimed at him. The group questions Galen, frustrated that she stayed hidden during the battle only to confront Fang Yi afterward. They remind her that without him, they would have all been wiped out. Galen smirks, commenting on how much his teammates trust him, before suddenly congratulating him and saying he has passed. Confused, the others demand to know what she means by passed. Fang Yi narrows his eyes, realizing her intentions. He calmly asks if she came here just to test him. Galen admits she wanted to see Fang Yi's true character for herself, not just rely on reports of his power and talent. She then answers why she didn't step in earlier. Pioneers are bound by the rules of the spiritual resurgence world, meaning she couldn't interfere directly. She explains that pioneers all share the same fate. Life or death can shift in an instant. Still, they are fortunate because someone trustworthy and strong stood up to protect them. Finally, she points out something they hadn't realized: none of the enemies had attacked them since the battle ended. It was because Fang Yi's act of sealing the dark tide left them too intimidated to make a move. Fang Yi reflects that the dark tide itself is like a predator bullying the weak but cowering before the strong. Galen steps forward, offering to guide them to the lost tempering flower, claiming she knows the terrain better than they do. Watching her, Fang Yi's ally quietly remarks that Galen seems somewhat unstable. Fang Yi recalls that her squad once encountered the dark tide before, and she was the only survivor. Because of her strict adherence to rules and the trauma of her past losses, Galen has developed a destructive mindset. Yet, something still drives her forward, and witnessing Fang Yi seal the dark tide seems to have pushed her to the very edge. Fang Yi tells his companions to let it go and give Galen some slack. The group realizes she's injured. They note that although her cultivation is at the soul creation stage with 2 stars, her spiritual barrier has weakened and dropped by at least 2 levels. The blue glow surrounding her body reveals just how badly hurt she truly is. Despite her condition, she continues moving forward, her steps unsteady but determined. Galen quietly thanks them but insists her injury doesn't matter. The narration shifts to describe the ominous surroundings, an extreme dark zone known as the Abyss Graveyard. The group continues onward together, carrying the wounded while pressing deeper into the dangerous area. Fang Yi suddenly reacts, his sharp eyes catching something unusual ahead, his expression turning tense. Fang Yi halts at the grim sight of bones scattered across the ground, realizing the danger of the place they've entered. Galen confirms they've arrived at the mass graveyard, the heart of the dark zone. Amidst the eerie landscape, they spot their objective, the radiant lost tempering flower glowing in the distance. The group remains silent, tension hanging in the air as they prepare for what comes next. The group approaches the lost tempering flower, but shadowy figures rise from the ground, surrounding it ominously. Galen stares at the flower, muttering that she has finally found it again, her expression filled with obsession. Fang Yi immediately senses something is wrong. A burst of fiery energy erupts as one of his companions shouts at Galen to snap out of it, trying to pull her back to her senses. A blazing fireball descends rapidly, aimed directly at Galen. She raises her hand in shock, realizing the sudden threat closing in on her. A massive explosion erupts, shocking the woman. She realizes the man's power carries the extremely rare Yang attribute. Without hesitation, she leaps forward and strikes with full force, the impact shattering the ground. The man stands unfazed, calmly raising his hand while she glares at him in silence. Frustrated, she questions herself, wondering if all her preparations were still not enough. The others rush to Galrin, worried about her condition. They warn her that the dark attribute has already taken hold of her. The man calmly states that when it comes to the lost bloom, he alone is enough. He turns and walks forward, carrying his sword with steady steps. Stopping ahead, he comes face to face with the glowing lost bloom. The man stands calmly with his sword drawn as the ground begins to crack. A monstrous creature with glowing red eyes bursts forward, charging straight at him. The beast roars with its mouth wide open, filled with crimson energy. Unfazed, the man raises his hand, summoning blue energy as he declares his technique Divine Lightning. The man strikes the beast with divine lightning, electricity surging through its massive body. The monster roars in pain but still refuses to fall. He realizes just how many anomalies these dungeons continue to produce. Knowing time is short, he decides to end it quickly. With a cold gaze, he prepares another technique. Unleashing a surge of purple energy, he activates his move Limitless Dark Domain, engulfing the monster in darkness. The limitless dark domain engulfs the monster, trapping it in a sphere of swirling purple energy. The beast writhes violently inside, its body overwhelmed by the crushing darkness. It lets out a distorted cry, struggling as the power tears through it. The narration reveals that the S-rank half-corrupted fox demon has been reduced to B rank. The man notes that it dropped 2 whole ranks, proving its so-called cultivation wasn't that strong after all. The man grips his blazing sword, flames igniting with fierce power. He swings down with a fiery slash, declaring that it's over as the explosion lights up the battlefield. Watching from a distance, the others notice a black energy forming. They wonder if it's the dark attribute but feel that it carries a different aura. They realize the truth, it's Fang Yi's domain. He had mastered the dark attribute and created a domain entirely on his own, without a teacher. One of the women explains that creating a domain with spiritual power is an incredible feat, something only their master could once accomplish. She recalls how their master once unfolded his domain to suppress a calamity threatening the capital, but the result was devastating. As Fang Yi's domain shifts, the others watch in awe, shocked at how quickly it is moving. With a calm smile, Fang Yi waves his hand and remarks that this should be the last of the trouble within the mass grave. The man approaches the glowing flower, its soft light standing out in the desolate land. He carefully reaches down and lifts the flower with both hands. Looking at it closely, he confirms that this must be the one he was searching for. From a distance, the woman watches in silence, her expression tense as she takes in the sight. The group confirms the mission is complete after obtaining the lost bloom, though they note how small it is. They warn that the dark tide could erupt at any moment, so they must withdraw immediately. Meanwhile, others point out they also have an unexpected tag along with them. Holding the flower, the leader thanks Fang Yi, saying the mission would have been impossible without him. She also expresses gratitude to everyone as they prepare to leave. As the group walks away, Galrin quietly tells Fang Yi that she is truly grateful. Galrin explains that Elder Wu from the King Kong realm is in critical condition, and the lost bloom is the only medicine that can save him. She tells Fang Yi that he has saved his life. Fang Yi stays silent, his sharp eyes reflecting the weight of her words. The group finally reaches daylight, relieved to have made it out alive. Outside, others cheer when they hear the lost bloom was successfully retrieved, praising the team for accomplishing the impossible. The group emerges from the dungeon to find a massive crowd waiting. People murmur in excitement, asking who actually found the lost bloom. A girl reacts in surprise as she spots something unusual. They notice a vehicle from the Star God War Zone, the elite fighting force of the Xia Nation, arriving on the scene. The narration explains that the Star God War Zone is ranked number 1 among the 10 great war zones. With abundant resources and powerful cultivation grounds, they became the nation's most celebrated elite force. the lost bloom is carefully placed into a secure container for transport. A military officer accepts it with a calm expression. Soldiers stand in formation, saluting Fang Yi with respect. The officer assures Gaoren that the lost bloom will be delivered to the hospital immediately. She nods, saying she will head over shortly. A large vehicle from the Star God War Zone departs as Fang Yi questions Gaoren about her affiliation. She admits that his strength and performance have likely already spread through their war zone. Fang Yi is told that his power alone could easily overwhelm even their most elite squad. Gaoren offers him cultivation resources and doubled bounty rewards if he joins, but Fang Yi politely declines, saying he has his own way of cultivating. Gaoren warns Fang Yi about the rising danger of dark attribute anomalies, explaining that their numbers are rapidly increasing and becoming harder to control. She adds that their influence spreads like a tumor and could cause catastrophe at any moment, which is why the association strictly guards forbidden zones. She clarifies she isn't trying to pressure him, but believes someone as capable as him has the right to understand the situation. Fang Yi responds with a calm smile, assuring her that if he encounters another anomaly, he won't stand by idly, even if strangers are involved. Gaoren looks at Fang Yi with a gentle smile, expressing her gratitude. She tells him it has been a pleasure meeting him and offers him a token. With the token in hand, she explains that it grants him access to freely enter any forbidden zone for cultivation. She adds one more invitation, asking Fang Yi if he would like to go and meet Elder Wu. The woman smiles and says the person she mentioned is her honored teacher. She suggests they meet someday, though she's unsure if he'd agree. Then, she admits she personally wants to be his friend. He quietly slides his hand into his pocket, thinking for a moment before making up his mind. With a faint grin, he agrees that having more friends could be useful and decides to join her. He raises his glowing hand and tells her to accept a small gift as a friend. Blue energy bursts from his hand as he reaches toward her. Shocked, she asks what he's doing, and he calmly explains that he can remove the dark toxins from her body. The light surrounds them as she stands frozen in surprise. Electric currents surge around her as she realizes that lightning energy can actually heal. She feels a gentle tingling through her body. The cold pain she once had is replaced by warmth. Her body begins to glow as the corrupted wounds start to mend. She feels her damaged organs and energy channels restoring to their original state, while the lightning cleanses her meridians and blood vessels. Her expression softens as she senses all toxins leaving her system. The rare lightning attribute purifies her completely, making her feel renewed almost as if she's been reborn. As the light fades, he calmly asks how she feels. She takes a deep breath, saying the dark energy inside her is gone. No, it's not just gone, it feels as though it's been shattered completely. Medical staff treat a badly injured man as a girl watches from the side, surprised that even a first-level spirit creation realm could be hurt so severely. She wonders if he can still be saved. Nearby, the woman approaches the group and asks why they haven't left yet. The silver-haired girl notices her and jokingly points out that she looks much healthier than before. The woman smiles faintly and explains that the rare lightning attribute has completely removed the dark energy from her body, leaving her fully recovered. Hearing that, the silver-haired girl realizes this is the power of the tyrant's lightning strong enough to destroy enemies and heal others. She turns to the man with a smirk, asking why he's staring at her. The silver-haired girl waves toward the medics, calling them over urgently to assist. She then turns to the black-haired man with a bright smile and asks if they can work together. Curious, he asks what she means, and she explains that by combining his spiritual power with medical tools, they could help more people affected by dark energy. Excited, she suddenly bows forward, begging him to demonstrate his lightning power once more. He pauses, unsure how to respond to her enthusiasm. With a faint sigh, he finally lifts his hand as blue lightning gathers around him. The crackling energy fills the air as he says this should be enough. Everyone watches in awe at the display of his power. The doctor watches in awe as lightning energy crackles nearby. He realizes it's possible a lightning attribute this pure and powerful can truly counter the dark attribute. The woman explains that Fang Yi directly transferred his lightning energy to her, completely removing the darkness from her body. The silver-haired girl then suggests having him help other injured pioneers as well, mentioning a comatose spirit creation realm fighter. The doctor shakes his head, explaining that not everyone can withstand such intense spiritual power. He adds that to heal someone that's severely wounded, the lightning energy required would be 10 times greater. The scene shifts to a man lying unconscious in a medical pod. The doctor says it would be a miracle if he even survives. Full recovery is nearly impossible. The medics lead Fang Yi to their equipment as he asks how to transfer his spiritual power, comparing it to a blood transfusion. They tell him to follow them and demonstrate the process. He places his hand into the device and channels his spiritual power into it, calmly agreeing to their instructions. Nearby, others watch as one girl remarks that she didn't expect Galrin to be such a high-ranking officer in the Star God War Zone. She's impressed that the organization would personally extend an offer to him. Another observer quietly notes how even the normally distant Galrin showed interest in him. She took the initiative to befriend him, and even gave him her personal token. Fang Yi remains silent, his expression calm and unreadable. Fang Yi notices two familiar figures approaching and turns with a faint smile as he greets them. The two women, Yi Yi and Bai, respond warmly, saying they've already adapted to their surroundings. Ye Yi explains that they plan to train further and take on new missions, saying they can't always rely on him if they want to improve. Determined, she thinks to herself that she must catch up to his level as soon as possible. Fang Yi nods slightly and tells them to be careful before turning back to continue transferring his spiritual power under the supervision of the medics. Fang Yi smiles softly, thinking to himself that the younger ones have really grown up. The silver-haired girl waves as she says her team will take their leave for now, hoping they'll meet again on their next mission. Fang Yi and Galrin nod, deciding to go visit Elder Wu next. Their vehicle drives off through the rocky terrain while someone inside complains about how distant the others are for not joining them at the scene. Inside the van, the silver-haired girl fumes in frustration, saying all her efforts to recruit Fang Yi were wasted now that he's been taken by the Star God War Zone. Her teammates laugh, trying to calm her down as she grumbles behind the wheel. In a shadowy meeting, figures discuss the disarray within the spiritual association. They note that its structure is too chaotic, with officials at the headquarters acting more arrogant than even military leaders. They continue, criticizing how elite squads operate independently without unity or discipline, and how few are willing to lower their pride to work with Fang Yi. At the Star God War Zone medical base, the narrator reflects that it's fortunate some of these powerhouses at least avoid causing trouble. Fang Yi and Galrin arrive at the facility. Inside a quiet room, they stand beside an unconscious elderly man. Fang Yi asks if this is Elder Wu, and Galrin confirms he's a former powerhouse of the King Kong realm, now reduced to a frail, weakened state. Elder Wu lies motionless in his hospital bed, his body covered in dark veins as machines keep him alive. Galrin explains that he hasn't woken up since using a powerful technique called the Lost Bloom. Before that, he was nearly like a walking corpse. Fang Yi looks at the frail old man and quietly asks what exactly he went through to end up like this. Galrin recalls the event a catastrophic dark attribute disaster struck the capital. To stop the spreading darkness, her teacher, Elder Wu, sacrificed himself to seal the rift in the sky. Before he did, everyone had combined their strength, transferring their spiritual power to him. Channeling all that energy, Elder Wu unleashed everything he had in one final, desperate act to protect the city. A monstrous red storm devours the land as Galrin explains that the dark attribute disaster was beyond S rank in scale, far more destructive than anything they'd faced before. She says that if such a disaster descended again, it could wipe out the entire capital and even destroy nearby cities. Losing the capital would throw the whole nation into chaos. Elder Wu used his own domain to seal the massive anomaly, but its power was beyond imagination. It took the combined strength of every top expert just to hold it back. Despite his strength, Elder Wu was overwhelmed by the dark attribute, screaming in agony as it consumed him. If he hadn't been a King Kong realm powerhouse, he would have perished instantly or worse, become fuel for the darkness itself. Fang Yi looks at the unconscious Elder Wu and says that anyone capable of preventing the city's destruction is truly a remarkable pioneer. He recalls the countless pioneers who once stood before him, sacrificing themselves so he could be the last survivor. A faint thought crosses his mind, perhaps in another life. This man had already made that same sacrifice. Without hesitation, Fang Yi steps forward and extends his hand toward the old man's chest. Startled, Galrin shouts, asking what he's doing to her teacher. Fang Yi calmly explains that even though the lost bloom has already taken effect, he wants to try removing the lingering dark energy within the elder's body so he can recover faster. Blue lightning flares around his hand as he begins the process. Galrin looks alarmed, reminding Fang Yi that the dark attribute within her teacher's body is at a disaster level far beyond his rank. Fang Yi stays silent for a moment, his eyes calm and determined, as Galrin hesitates while recalling the immense risks. After a pause, she finally gives in, telling him to go ahead and try. Blue lightning gathers around Fang Yi's hand as he channels his spiritual power into Elder Wu's body. The old man's body glows with radiant energy as Galrin watches in awe. She warns that the darkness he's fighting is far stronger than anything from the Dark Tide, but as she sees faint signs of recovery, she murmurs that perhaps Fang Yi himself is the miracle. Fang Yi's body glows with blue lightning as he calmly says he understands the risk. He can feel the overwhelming power of darkness within Elder Wu's body. Dark mist fills the room, pressing down with immense force. Even weakened by the lost bloom's purification, the oppressive energy still radiates a terrifying presence. Galrin watches tensely, but hides her worry behind a composed expression, knowing the danger Fang Yi is facing. The darkness begins to surge outward, and the ground trembles. Galrin yells for Fang Yi to concentrate, warning that the dark attribute is starting to affect him too. Golden lightning bursts from Fang Yi's body as he steadies himself, his expression calm and focused while resisting the dark energy's pull. His eyes glow with a golden hue, a surge of unfamiliar power awakening within him. He mutters in confusion, realizing something is different. Suddenly, his vision shifts, memories and sensations flood his mind. He finds himself standing in a ruined city under a crimson sky. A massive, ominous eye looms above as he realizes in shock that his consciousness has been dragged back into the past. In the middle of a ruined city, a massive red eye appears in the storming sky. The man standing below stares at it in disbelief, questioning what kind of presence could wield such power. He wonders if the dark energy he sensed earlier is causing hallucinations, or if this entity is truly real. With determination in his eyes, the man steps forward, saying he doesn't care who or what it is, his only goal is to erase it. Blue flames rise from his hand as he prepares to strike, realizing that this so-called anomaly isn't as all-powerful as it seems. The red eye reacts violently, distorting the air as sharp crimson energy bursts toward him. Buildings shake under the pressure while the man braces himself, refusing to back down. He tightens his stance, ready for whatever comes next. A golden light flashes across his eyes as his power awakens. His calm gaze turns fierce and focused, signaling the beginning of a battle that could decide everything. Golden energy bursts around the man as he charges forward, his body wrapped in a mix of radiant light and blue flames. The air trembles with destructive force as he meets the dark entity head-on. He observes the strange lightning surrounding him, realizing it carries the same divine power he once absorbed atop Jade Emperor Peak. Its intensity confirms the danger he's facing. Above him, the red eye swirls violently, releasing countless shadowy, insect-like anomalies. The sky darkens further as they spiral downward toward the city. He acknowledges the overwhelming numbers, noting that even if these creatures are illusions, each one possesses the strength of real monsters from the dark tide. Thousands now descend, surrounding him completely. The man's hand ignites in flames, forming a blazing sword that radiates intense heat. His aura burns brighter, fueled by determination and anger. Facing the monstrous red figure in the sky, he declares that there's no other option left. It's time to wipe out every last one of these pests. He leaps into the air, gripping his fiery blade tightly. With eyes glowing crimson, he channels all his power into a single, decisive strike. Shouting fiercely, he brings his sword down, releasing a massive arc of blazing energy that cuts through the darkness, shaking the battlefield with raw, destructive force. The man's blazing sword slashes through the monstrous red eye, causing violent ripples of energy to burst outward. He studies it calmly, realizing this entity is an S-class amalgamation of anomalies, though the illusion might be weakening it. He suspects the lost tempering flower might have reduced its power, giving him a slight advantage. The explosion of light and darkness shakes the ruins around them. Still, the creature's strength feels close to a class, reminding him of the ancient battle Elder Yun once fought when an entire city was wiped out by anomalies like these. He clenches his hand, gathering a swirling mass of black energy. Admitting the threat could have been far worse, he activates his next move, the Boundless Dark Realm. Raising his hand, the man releases the Boundless Dark Realm, a swirling black void that distorts the very air around him. The red eye in the sky trembles in confusion, unable to comprehend the power before it. The monstrous voice breaks the silence, questioning what kind of being he truly is. Its tone shifts from arrogance to fear as the dark vortex expands. A smirk forms on the man's face. He doesn't bother to answer, only clicking his tongue in amusement, confident in his control over the situation. As the black sphere pulls everything into its center, the creature panics. Its once menacing gaze turns desperate, realizing too late that it's being consumed by the darkness itself. As the swirling darkness fades, the red eye lingers for a moment, whispering ominously that it will return soon before vanishing completely into the void. The man stands within the collapsing black sphere, realizing what he faced was likely the remnant consciousness of a dark attribute anomaly. Its presence still leaves an unsettling trace in the air. He recalls the creature's final words, "We'll be back." The plural chills him, suggesting it wasn't alone. If true, other catastrophic entities might also be preparing to return. With the battlefield in ruins and the ground still burning, he decides it's time to leave before more danger arrives. Blue energy gathers around him as he prepares to exit the scene. The man's eyes narrow sharply as his senses pick up a sudden disturbance. Blue energy flickers around his arm, warning him that something nearby isn't stable. Without hesitation, he raises his glowing hand, channeling intense spiritual power. A woman behind him watches in shock as the energy crackles violently, distorting the air. Dark lightning and blue flames intertwine, forming a chaotic vortex of unstable energy. The pressure builds rapidly, threatening to spiral out of control. With a firm gesture, he thrusts his hand forward and commands, "Seal." The ground trembles as he unleashes the 9 Dragons' heavenly fire seal, locking the raging power within a blazing red and blue explosion. The man observes the dark energy swirling in his palm, realizing it's the lingering power that had been trapped inside Elder Wu's body. The woman beside him listens as he identifies it as remnants of a Calamity-class anomaly. Though the energy still carries immense dark power, It has weakened after being drained by the lost temper blossom and Elder Wu's sealing efforts. Its influence has now greatly diminished. Elder Wu lies unconscious, his body marked by faint red lines from the years he spent containing the darkness. The man remarks that anyone else would have perished long ago, but Elder Wu's resilience kept him alive. The woman thanks him, acknowledging that his ability ultimately saved Elder Wu's life. He modestly replies that it was only possible because the lost temper blossom had already weakened the corruption beforehand. Blue light bursts from his hand as he completes the purification process. With a calm expression, he confirms that the dark energy has been fully neutralized. However, he adds that there's still something important left to discuss. Traces of black mist fade from his palm, hinting that the darkness might not be gone for good. Standing beside Elder Wu's bed, he explains that during the psychic illusion, the remnant calamity seemed to stir as if it was waiting to awaken again. They must stay alert, for the next attack could come any time. The woman acknowledges his warning, saying she's heard the same rumor before. Her tone shifts calm but uneasy, realizing that the threat might truly return. The man explains that both the military and the spiritual association constantly monitor psychic readings, collecting data on aura anomalies. All such records are heavily classified to prevent leaks. He mentions a disturbing rumor that according to official projections, with the nation's current energy reserves, humanity might not survive even the first year of full aura resurgence. It's a possibility no one wants to believe. The woman listens quietly before asking if he thinks the rumor could be true. He notes that the data seems too coordinated to dismiss, hinting that the authorities might know more than they admit. As he reflects, his thoughts drift back to his past life. He recalls surviving 3 years after the aura resurgence began, but by then, the blue star had already been reduced to ruins. With a grim look, he wonders if his rebirth might have changed the future itself. The woman reassures him not to overthink things, saying Elder Wu will wake up soon. Her calm tone hides the weight of everything they've just faced. He looks determined, vowing that if the calamity ever returns, he'll stand and fight beside her no matter what. His eyes burn with quiet resolve. As the sun sets, the man reflects on the coming storm. The battle against the calamity is inevitable whether it arrives sooner or later. It's a fate they can't avoid. But this time, he swears to change how it ends. Night falls over the city, calm and silent for now. Yet beneath the peaceful moonlight, a sense of looming destiny still lingers. Sitting cross-legged in meditation, he focuses his energy, feeling the surge of power within. After battling 2S class anomalies, he senses he's on the verge of breaking through to the Spirit Force realm, 2-star level. However, he knows it's not enough. Despite awakening the dark attribute, the upcoming aura resurgence will demand far greater strength. The memory of the illusion still lingers, its suppressed power had nearly overwhelmed him. Later, he sits quietly in his living room when something catches his attention, a small potted plant glowing faintly. He recognizes it immediately and sighs with a faint smile. Leaning closer, he mutters that not bringing it along last time was his mistake. Gently touching its petals, he jokes that it's not exactly something he can carry around casually, hinting at the plant's mysterious power. Smiling softly, he lifts the glowing plant in his hands and jokes about regretting not giving it a chance to grow stronger before. Deciding to make up for it, he suggests they head outside for some fresh air. Under the moonlit sky, he walks through Black Mountain toward the Spirit Association's Botanical Research Center. The place has flourished, burned trees regrown, new life sprouting everywhere, a sign of nature's quiet recovery. He kneels among the plants, carefully placing the pot into the soft soil. Grateful, he makes a note to thank Sue and the others for helping restore this place. Gently patting the leaves, he tells the plant to drink sparingly, teasing that with its appetite, it could strip every forest on Blue Star bare if left unchecked. The glowing plant begins to release streams of green energy, absorbing the spiritual essence from the surrounding forest. Its petals shimmer as its power steadily increases. The man stands nearby, arms crossed, watching as a vortex of energy spirals around them. The ground trembles slightly from the overwhelming flow of life force. When the forest starts to wither, he stops the plant, saying that's enough for now. His expression remains calm but focused, aware of the delicate balance of nature. Smiling, he carefully uproots the plant and suggests they move somewhere else to continue. The flower glows warmly in his hands, responding as if it understands. The man crosses his arms and watches the glowing plant absorb spiritual energy, remarking that it's had enough for now. The forest around him grows still, stripped of its vitality. He smiles softly and lifts the plant from the soil, suggesting they move to a new spot to continue absorbing energy. The flower glows brighter in response. The man freezes as a distant howl echoes through the silent forest. His expression sharpens while the glowing plant in his hands flickers faintly in response. He narrows his eyes, realizing the sound is from a wolf, or rather, something far more dangerous hiding in the dark. The air grows heavy with killing intent. Under the blood-red moon, shadows shift atop the mountain ridge. Dozens of crimson eyes glimmer menacingly in the night. His gaze hardens as the truth hits him. The entire wolf pack is evolving, their bodies twisting under the moon's cursed light. Under the blood-red moon, a massive figure stood atop the hill, the Wolf King, surrounded by his pack. The boy below watched cautiously, realizing the creature was nearing the end of its evolution. The Wolf King howled loudly as dark energy surged through its body, completing its transformation. The sinister green aura glowed brighter than ever. Holding a glowing plant, the boy tightened his grip. The radiant energy pulsed, reacting to the Wolf King's presence, making the air feel heavy and charged. As the evolved wolves surrounded him, the boy observed carefully. The Wolf King had changed its core, adopting a corrosive poison attribute after absorbing dark energy during evolution. The Wolf King's dark aura flared violently, its power growing unstable as the dark attribute surged within it. The air trembled from its presence. The man observed calmly, analyzing its strength. Despite the terrifying aura, he concluded it was only as strong as a class anomaly. He tightened his grip on the glowing plant, sensing its energy synchronize with his intent as faint lights pulsed through its petals. Placing the plant into the ground, he prepared for battle. Although the Wolf King's power wasn't extreme, the countless wolves nearby and the city below made the threat far greater. With calm determination, the man activated the glowing plant, its energy spreading as the Wolf King roared and charged toward him. The battle had begun. A massive beam of green energy shot into the night sky, piercing the moonlight as the surrounding mountains trembled from the surge. Watching from a distance, a group of scouts observed the chaos. One of them reported that the Wolf King's evolution was complete, and its aura had reached a contamination level of 90. Shocked, the leader muttered that its power was still rising, its base strength now comparable to those in the late ghost carving realm. The soldiers panicked as they realized the Wolf King's strength might have reached the spirit forcing realm. The rest of the pack was already at ghost carving levels, making the situation dire. Suddenly, a dark green light burst across the mountain once again. The dark attribute had reappeared, intensifying the corruption. One of the leaders shouted in realization. The Wolf King had evolved dual attributes, a nearly impossible mutation among anomalies. Knowing the danger, he urgently called for backup. If these beasts completed their evolution, the entire district below would be wiped out. The ground suddenly began to shake, startling the team. They wondered if the Wolf King's evolution had caused an earthquake. But before they could react, a massive surge of green energy erupted from the mountain, an overwhelming force recognized as the power of desolation. Panic spread as they realized it wasn't just the Wolf King. Another anomaly had appeared, releasing destructive energy without warning. The leader shouted for everyone to retreat and ordered an immediate evacuation of all nearby residents before the devastation could spread. One of the soldiers noticed something strange. The power of desolation wasn't spreading outward, but seemed to be shifting direction. As they watched in confusion, the glowing energy began sinking deep into the mountain instead of expanding. The intense pressure suddenly faded, leaving behind only silence. The men hesitated, unsure if the danger had truly passed. Beneath the surface, green vines spread through the rock, blooming with faintly glowing white flowers quietly concealing what had just occurred. The glowing energy from the mountain burst outward once again, scattering petals across the air as strange flowers began to bloom everywhere. The man stood amidst a field of glowing blossoms, their beauty masking the sinister energy pulsing beneath the surface. The Wolf King roared, its claws slicing through the air as the flowers multiplied around it, covering the battlefield in petals. Calmly, the man explained that these spirit blossoms would keep regenerating, endlessly draining everything around them until nothing remained. Surrounded by the snarling wolves, the man stood calmly as massive vines emerged from the ground, twisting around the beasts. He noted that the wolves still had some spiritual energy protecting them, but it wouldn't last long against what was coming next. The spirit blossoms latched onto the wolves, draining their strength as their bodies weakened and their howls turned to desperate cries. As the last of the wolves collapsed, the vines around the man turned crimson, pulsing with power while he stood motionless, completely in control of the carnage. The Wolf King unleashed a massive beam of green energy, roaring furiously as it tried to obliterate the vines surrounding it. The blast struck the ground, but the crimson vines absorbed the attack completely, leaving the creature stunned. Wrapped in swirling red petals, the man calmly said it was useless. The desolation attribute of the spirit flowers had already spread deep beneath the forest. As the Wolf King looked on in despair, a single crimson flower bloomed atop the mountain, marking the forest's complete consumption by desolation. The man smirked at the enraged Wolf King, mocking its newfound intelligence, saying even wildfire couldn't stop spring from blooming again. The beast howled, charging forward with green flames swirling around its body, locking its gaze on the glowing red flower. The man calmly acknowledged its effort, impressed that it had identified the source of the spirit blossom's power. As the Wolf King lunged to destroy it, the crimson flower expanded violently, its petals wrapping around the beast in a burst of red energy. The Wolf King leapt at the crimson flower with all its strength, its jaws wide open and green energy bursting from its fangs. The monstrous flower countered, wrapping its massive petals around the beast in a violent clash of red and green light. The Wolf King roared and thrashed, but the petals tightened, draining its strength as the glow in its eyes began to fade. Standing before the chaos, the man silently watched as the creature was engulfed completely, the flower's power overwhelming even the evolved Wolf King. The man gazed at the dying Wolf King, asking if it truly intended to let the dark attribute consume it entirely. His voice was calm, yet cold. The beast roared in agony as the crimson petals constricted tighter, merging with the green energy swirling within its body. Its desperate howls echoed through the red field, but the flower absorbed every last trace of its power, leaving nothing behind. Watching the scene unfold, the man reflected that he never expected the spirit blossoms to develop their own cultivation ability, an overwhelming force born purely from the desolation he infused into them. The crimson flower stood tall amid a sea of red blossoms, radiating a quiet yet terrifying power. The man calmly declared that once trapped here, no anomaly could ever escape. The Wolf King's body, now reduced to a lifeless husk, lay before him, its remains turning to bone beneath the glowing petals. He explained that even if the flowers were destroyed repeatedly, they would regenerate endlessly, feeding on everything until nothing was left but desolation. As the moon shone above the endless field of crimson, the spirit flower completed its evolution, inscribing a new power, endless spirit sea. The crimson flower's core began to glow intensely, radiating warmth and power as golden sparks danced between its petals. Petals drifted through the air like embers, swirling around the man, their glow reflecting in his calm, determined eyes. He stood silently beneath the towering bloom, the air thick with energy and anticipation as the night turned scarlet. In the control center, alarms blared as a major contamination alert appeared on the screens. Analysts quickly detected a class anomaly, noting that two entirely different spiritual energies had emerged within the polluted zone. One was identified as the Wolf King's dark evolution, while another desolation-type energy had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. A man with a stern expression demanded the anomaly's location. His subordinates, surrounded by red warning lights, traced the readings to the low mountain forest, the same area once supervised by Captain Su. Concerned, the operator reminded them that the Demolisher squad had already been deployed to handle the wolf pack, hinting that something had gone terribly wrong at the site. The commander received an urgent report. The Demolisher squad confirmed an immense surge of desolation energy at the mutation site, its power rising uncontrollably beyond measurable limits. At the contaminated zone, the Demolisher squad stood in shock as the readings stabilized. The commander on site reported that the surge of desolation energy had completely wiped out the A-class Wolf King anomaly. Yet instead of spreading outward, the energy burrowed deep into the mountain itself. Moments later, strange crimson blossoms began blooming across the slopes, an unnatural and mesmerizing sight that filled the air with an eerie stillness. The squad tried approaching the site, but the ground pulsed with unstable energy. None of their instruments could predict what the after effects might be. They decided to hold position, realizing that even the slightest disturbance could trigger another catastrophic surge. Back at headquarters, tension grew. One officer warned that if the unknown anomaly inside the mountain erupted, the destruction could surpass the previous airborne Ghost Vines incident. Another suggested calling for reinforcements, fearing that even with all the pioneers combined, they might not survive what was forming there. The commander, maintaining his composure, ordered 2 elite units to be dispatched immediately. Elsewhere, a girl with silver hair stood beside a silent man as the command echoed through the comms. Her expression hardened as she gazed toward the direction of the mountain. Something about the disturbance felt familiar. After a brief pause, she murmured to herself, realizing the truth, it was him again. Back at headquarters, the realization struck them like lightning. The silver-haired girl turned to the commander, piecing everything together. She deduced that the source of the desolation energy wasn't random, it was Fang Yi. His home was located exactly within the affected area, confirming their worst suspicion. Meanwhile, far away in the city, Fang Yi stood atop a building engulfed in flames of radiant energy. The fire around him didn't burn. It pulsed with life, resonating with the same mysterious force that had shaken the mountain. Calm and determined, he vowed to protect everyone within the city no matter the cost. High above, in the back mountain where the surge first began, the crimson blossoms continued to spread. The sky shimmered with energy as the earth trembled under the growing anomaly. The air grew thick with power, hinting that something extraordinary was about to awaken. Amidst the glow of red petals, a towering flower emerged from the mountain's core, immense and alive. Beneath it stood Fang Yi, gazing up at the monstrous bloom that radiated with spiritual energy. As the petals unfolded, he understood what was happening. By devouring the Wolf King, he was evolving once again, gaining a second attribute far beyond anyone's comprehension. The crimson flower pulsed brighter, its petals unfolding in waves of energy that lit the entire mountain. The desolation aura mixed with intense heat, transforming the surroundings into a fiery storm. The energy condensed into a blazing core, revealing the nature of Fang Yi's new power. A faint smile appeared on Fang Yi's face as he observed the phenomenon. He realized what he had gained, a fire attribute. It wasn't something he had expected, yet it perfectly resonated with the chaos burning inside him. Reaching out, he absorbed the energy flowing from the colossal flower. Flames swirled around him as the power fused into his body. He quietly remarked that evolution through devouring was an absurdly simple way to grow stronger, yet, for him, it felt natural. As the light dimmed, the massive flower shrank into his palm, transformed into a radiant spirit flower. It had completely devoured the mutated Wolf King and its pack. Now evolved into the desolate flame spirit flower, it held both desolation and fire attributes. Its hunger for spiritual energy had awakened, marking Fang Yi's step into a new realm of overwhelming power. Fang Yi studied the glowing panel before him, his crimson eyes narrowing as the words echoed in his mind, the boundless dark realm. The phrase carried both mystery and power, hinting at a dimension where darkness itself thrived. Realization struck him. If the spirit flower thrived on energy, then the boundless dark realm was the perfect place to nurture it. The soil and air of that realm were steeped in shadow, a haven for desolation and dark attributes. He couldn't believe he hadn't thought of it earlier. Channeling his power, Fang Yi summoned the realm's energy. Black tendrils of darkness swirled around him as the spirit flower floated gently in front of his palm. With one focused motion, he sealed it inside the void, letting the darkness engulf it completely. The sphere pulsed violently, lightning tearing through the clouds above as the sky dimmed into chaos. Fang Yi's gaze lifted toward the forming storm, his expression steady yet alert. Something had begun to awaken within that darkness, something powerful enough to shake even him. The sky above Fang Yi blazed with golden light as his eyes glowed fiercely, burning like twin suns. His aura surged uncontrollably, shaking the ground beneath him. It was clear he was breaking through once again, reaching the spirit-forging realm, and already advancing to 2 stars. A pillar of divine fire descended from the heavens, enveloping him in radiant energy. The storm clouds parted as lightning danced through the air, recognizing his power. Fang Yi sat calmly within the inferno, unshaken by the overwhelming energy that surrounded him. He could feel the change coursing through his veins. Channeling his power now felt effortless, as if the boundaries between him and the world had vanished. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth flowed into his body seamlessly, no longer resisting him but merging as one. From a distance, a man cloaked in shadows finally spotted the fiery beam that pierced the clouds. His eyes narrowed as he smirked, muttering under his breath. So, Fang Yi had been here all along. The hunter had found his target. Not far away, another figure watched the golden pillar piercing through the clouds. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he realized what he was seeing, the legendary heavenly fire strike. He recognized it instantly as a sign of someone breaking through to the spirit-forging realm. 2 stars. A wild grin spread across his face. Flames burst around his body as his aura ignited. The fire roared, wrapping him in a blazing storm of energy. He declared that if Fang Yi was a fire attribute pioneer, then he would crush that pride himself and prove who truly reigned supreme. Back in the glowing forest, Fang Yi's eyes narrowed as he sensed a presence nearby. The energy was unfamiliar yet powerful. His voice cut through the silence as he demanded to know who was there. Stepping into view, the intruder's aura flared with fire as well. Fang Yi's expression hardened when he realized it, another fire attribute pioneer. Sparks crackled in the air between them, setting the stage for a clash of flames that would shake the entire region. Fang Yi's hand glowed with a deep violet hue as he summoned the energy of the boundless dark realm. The orb in his palm pulsed with swirling darkness mixed with fire, forming a perfect balance of destruction and control. He launched forward, flames and shadow spiraling together into a blazing sphere that tore through the air. His tone remained calm, but cold. It seemed he had been expecting this confrontation all along. "Finally showed yourself," he muttered, eyes fixed on the figure ahead. The opponent stepped out from hiding, his aura wild and unrestrained. Fang Yi observed him with quiet disdain, noting that he hadn't even bothered to suppress his spiritual energy. His presence was loud, arrogant, just like his flames. Fang Yi's gaze sharpened. The man before him was clearly a newly advanced cultivator in the spirit-forging realm. Yet despite his confidence, he stood no chance against someone who wielded both fire and desolation. The clash between them was inevitable. The flames roared higher as the stranger revealed himself completely. His aura burned with intensity, his presence wild and unrestrained. Unlike most pioneers, he had no affiliation or organization, just a lone warrior obsessed with combat. Fang Yi observed him silently. The man's energy radiated a fierce spiritual pressure, enough to make even the air tremble. Yet Fang Yi's expression remained calm, his crimson eyes unwavering as he assessed his opponent. A crooked grin formed on the stranger's face as he stepped closer, his voice filled with arrogance. He admitted he'd forgotten to introduce himself earlier, clearly enjoying the tension building between them. With a burst of fiery energy, he charged forward, shouting his name. "Zhang Lu," he declared. "You'll remember that soon enough." Flames exploded from beneath his feet as he launched himself toward Fang Yi, the battle between two fire-wielding pioneers about to ignite. Zhang Lu lunged forward, his entire body engulfed in roaring flames. His fiery aura blazed brighter with every step, his grin widening as he closed in. But Fang Yi stood motionless, calm amidst the chaos, his finger slowly rising toward the sky. The atmosphere shifted instantly. A surge of divine energy began to form above them. Fang Yi's voice was calm yet filled with authority as he invoked his next move, Divine Thunder. Lightning cracked across the sky, splitting the darkness as a torrent of blue energy descended like judgment itself. Zhang Lu's charge faltered, his flames meeting the descending storm. His confident smirk turned into shock as he felt the overwhelming power pressing down on him. The ground trembled as the lightning struck, engulfing Zhang Lu completely. His body convulsed under the blinding blue light, his mind racing in disbelief. "Wow, what is this?" he gasped, unable to comprehend the sheer force of Fang Yi's divine attack. A massive surge of lightning struck the ground, engulfing everything in a blinding blue flash. The impact shook the air, sending waves of energy rippling through the forest. Within moments, Zhang Lu's body was hurled backward, consumed by the devastating force of Fang Yi's divine thunder. When the light faded, smoke rose from the shattered ground. Zhang Lu coughed violently, his body trembling as he struggled to stay upright. The searing pain from the lightning coursed through his veins, leaving his flames flickering weakly. Sparks still danced around Fang Yi as he stood calmly amidst the storm's aftermath, arcs of electricity wrapping around him like armor. His eyes glowed faintly, radiating an untouchable calm that made the difference between them clear. Zhang Lu clenched his fists, confusion clouding his face. "What just happened?" he muttered under his breath. "Isn't he also a fire attribute pioneer?" The realization struck him too late. Fang Yi's power had already surpassed the limits of elemental control. He wasn't just fire anymore. The storm of lightning slowly faded, revealing Fang Yi standing tall, his crimson eyes glowing menacingly in the dim light. Zhang Lu struggled to move, his body scorched and trembling as the immense pressure around him made even breathing difficult. Fang Yi walked forward without a word, his steps echoing through the silent battlefield. He grabbed Zhang Lu by the head and forced him to the ground effortlessly, his grip like iron. The difference in power was absolute. Bolts of blue lightning surged once more, striking down like divine punishment. Zhang Lu screamed in agony as the energy coursed through him, his flames dying out completely. The proud pioneer who once boasted of being the strongest now lay defeated in the dirt. Fang Yi looked down coldly, his expression unreadable. "Didn't catch that," he said calmly, lightning crackling around his arm. "What did you say your name was again?" His voice was quiet, but the humiliation it carried was louder than thunder. Zhang Lu's face twisted in disbelief as lightning still crackled across his body. His mind struggled to process what had just happened, his pride shattered under the crushing weight of Fang Yi's power. He roared in defiance, his voice trembling. "Impossible! How can this be? I'm a spirit-forging realm cultivator 1 star, the fastest among all pioneers." His words faltered as Fang Yi's hand pressed harder against his face, driving him further into the ground. Memories of his arrogance flashed before his eyes, the admiration of his peers, the power of his fire attribute, and the pride he carried as one of the rare few who wielded flame itself. He had believed no one could stand above him. Yet now, he could barely breathe beneath the shadow of Fang Yi. Fang Yi glanced down with quiet disdain. "TCH," he muttered, unimpressed by the man's desperation. Zhonglu's strength and pride meant nothing against someone who had already surpassed the limits of ordinary cultivation. The fight was over his dominance absolute. Zhonglu screamed in agony as Fang Yi's lightning tore through his body, the pain searing into every nerve. The energy was relentless, crushing his flames and burning away the last remnants of his pride. His thoughts spiraled in disbelief. He's fire attribute, so why does he have lightning? The realization hit him hard. Fang Yi's power had evolved far beyond any normal elemental boundary. His flames had been snuffed out completely, leaving him powerless beneath the storm. Fang Yi looked down with cold indifference, blue lightning dancing across his hands. "So this is your true strength?" he said, almost mockingly. "That's it? Kids these days, so overconfident." His tone was calm, yet every word carried a weight that broke Zhonglu's will. Terror filled Zhonglu's eyes. "No, he hasn't even reached the spirit-forging realm, 2 stars, so why does his power feel like it surpasses me by 3 realms?" His mind screamed the truth he didn't want to accept. "I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die." The lightning storm raged around them, its blinding light reflecting off Fang Yi's cold, confident smile. The air crackled with raw power as Zhonglu lay beneath him, paralyzed by fear and pain. The purple-haired man lies on the ground, his body shaking as he begs for mercy. Fear fills his eyes while a hand presses down on his head, holding him in place. Standing above him is a black-haired man with glowing red eyes. He stays silent, his calm yet cold stare making the air heavy with tension. After a pause, the black-haired man speaks, warning that a pioneer's power should never be used against people. His hand slowly lifts, easing the pressure on the man's head. He turns away, advising him to stop picking fights and deal with the rampaging anomalies instead. The purple-haired man looks up weakly, realizing the overwhelming strength of the person before him. The black-haired man lets out a quiet click of annoyance before turning away, his red eyes still glowing faintly in the dark. The purple-haired man watches him leave under the moonlight, confused and shaken, wondering what kind of person he just faced. He questions whether the man's power is truly that overwhelming, or if he himself has simply become too weak to stand against it. The scene shifts to a distant city under a star-filled sky, marking the end of their encounter and the calm before whatever comes next. Inside a quiet office, 2 men sit across a table, deep in discussion. The door suddenly opens, catching their attention as a battered man steps inside, his presence immediately drawing silence. It's the same purple-haired fighter from before, now visibly injured and drained. His face shows both exhaustion and frustration after the encounter. One of the men greets him casually, commenting on his appearance and reminding him that picking unnecessary fights never leads anywhere good. He continues, saying that with the spiritual resurgence not even at its peak, making new enemies is reckless. The words hang heavy, hinting at larger dangers still to come. Inside the room, tension lingers as one of the men scolds the injured fighter for his reckless attitude. He warns that picking fights with everyone, friend or foe, will only lead to disaster one day. Surprisingly, the purple-haired man stays silent instead of snapping back, which leaves his companions confused. They notice something different about him this time. One man jokes, asking if he's been possessed or lost his fighting spirit. The fighter doesn't respond, his head hanging low in shame and exhaustion. When asked about his duel with the Heavenly Fire Strike user, he finally mutters the truth: he was defeated in a single blow. The room falls silent as the weight of his words sinks in. The man beside him looks shocked and demands an explanation, asking what he means by being defeated in a single blow. The purple-haired fighter lowers his head, admitting again that he was one-shotted, his voice breaking as tears fill his eyes. Frustrated, he blames himself for not noticing the danger sooner, realizing that his arrogance led to humiliation. His friends can hardly believe it after all. He's a high-ranked fire attribute user who reached the spirit-forging realm faster than most. He recalls the moment vividly. His strongest technique, Flowing Blaze Flare, was destroyed instantly by his opponent's Thunder Strike. The memory of that overwhelming power still haunts him. The calm man reminds him how powerful his fire attribute is, saying that at his current level, few could even challenge him unless they came from a higher combat zone. The red-haired man recalls how, back when he first awakened, he easily defeated 2 wild pioneers with the same fire attribute. He suggests that maybe the heavenly fire strike user he faced wasn't a normal pioneer after all. Frustrated, the purple-haired fighter grabs him, shouting that they wouldn't understand because they didn't witness it themselves. He insists that the attack he faced was real and terrifying. His expression shifts to fear as he remembers that moment, the overwhelming thunder energy, the pressure so intense it felt like the heavens were roaring beside his ears. He trembles, calling his opponent a monster. The red-haired man listens carefully as the fighter insists his gut feeling is certain it was that same man who defeated him. He describes the attacker as a dual-attribute pioneer who controlled both lightning and thunder, completely overpowering his flames with ease. The others are shocked, realizing that if his opponent truly hid such power, he must be at least at the 3-star spirit-forging realm. They admit that kind of strength would make him every pioneer's worst nightmare. The room falls quiet as the fighter lowers his head, repeating that he was crushed in a single move. Even his companions can't hide their unease, realizing how terrifying such power truly is. The purple-haired man clenches his fist, frustrated yet curious, wondering if he should go and learn from the one who defeated him so effortlessly. Meanwhile, the black-haired man sits in deep meditation, surrounded by swirling golden energy. He notices something strange. His breakthrough to the next realm suddenly feels blocked. Opening his eyes, he realizes the issue isn't with his body, but something else interfering with his energy flow. His eyes blaze with fiery light as he calmly concludes that the cause must be external, not internal. The room trembles slightly under the intensity of his aura. The black-haired man walks through his quiet apartment, realizing that the surrounding spirit energy has stopped resonating. He can no longer condense it for his advancement, which feels unusual. He recalls the government's recent efforts to control spirit-related incidents, including secret data extractions from major zones. Rumors suggest something massive is being covered up. Looking out over the city, lightning flashes across the sky. He wonders if the long-awaited spiritual resurgence has already begun right here in his city. Concerned, he decides to contact Jilan to confirm the military situation, but the call doesn't go through. The line remains dead, heightening his unease. Unable to reach anyone, the black-haired man wonders if the military has already moved to the front lines. But if that were true, he believes he would have been informed, unless communication itself has been deliberately blocked. Just then, his phone rings. It's an incoming call from Su Qingying. He quickly answers, sensing something urgent. Through a broken signal, she warns him that the situation has changed and asks him to request backup immediately before the line starts to distort. Static fills the call as her voice cuts in and out, saying things have gotten worse within the city. Before he can respond, the signal drops, leaving him in tense silence as the sound of wings echoes outside. As the call cuts out, the black-haired man tries to reconnect, but a loud crash interrupts him. A bat-like creature slams into the window, shattering the glass. He narrows his eyes, realizing something unnatural has entered the city. The creature's crimson aura pulses with chaotic energy. With a sharp cry, The dark beast bursts through the window, flying straight toward him at incredible speed. Unfazed, the man simply leans back in his chair, watching it approach. He mutters calmly about its recklessness, showing no sign of fear. The black-haired man channels blue energy into his hand, his movements calm and precise. Lightning gathers around his arm, crackling with power. In an instant, he strikes. The attack cuts through the air and obliterates the dark bat-like creature before it can reach him. As the dust settles, a girl rushes into the room, breathless, calling out that a bat-type anomaly just appeared. He turns to her silently, his red eyes steady. She pauses, noticing the shattered window and faint lightning still flickering around him, then softly asks if something happened. Standing near the shattered window, the black-haired man observes the aftermath calmly. He notes that anomalies usually appear randomly, but seeing multiple ones inside homes is highly unusual. He steps closer to the broken glass, gazing at the storm outside. The sky crackles with lightning as he thinks about the worst-case scenario, a massive upsurge like the cataclysms once reported on the news. He explains that anomalies of this level normally hide in shadows, not in crowded areas, let alone attack a pioneer's home. Turning to the girl beside him, he instructs her to call every pioneer available. They might be facing something far greater than expected. She nods firmly, ready to act. The black-haired man steps forward, instructing the girl to guard the house while he checks the situation outside. He entrusts her with protecting the home and ensuring no anomalies get through the window. Lightning flashes across the stormy sky as he looks out, the city beneath them trembling under the energy surging in the clouds. Elsewhere, a group of figures monitors the situation. Their communication signal is unstable, and they realize Feng Yi might not be able to hear their exact location. They discuss the possibility of a disaster-level event breaking out. If that happens, they'll have to handle it on their own. None of them can imagine what an unclassified-level anomaly truly means. Under a stormy sky, a silver-haired woman and her team monitor the swirling clouds overhead. She hopes the readings are wrong and that this is only a false alarm. Speaking through her communicator, she orders all patrol units to report their status. The contamination levels are rising fast, and she warns everyone to stay alert for pollution fluctuations. Moments later, her team freezes as the scanners begin to spike uncontrollably. A dark shadow forms in the sky, followed by a chilling roar. They look up in horror as multiple bat-like anomalies descend from the vortex above. The system blares and alert multiple anomalies detected across the entire area. Dark clouds swirl above the city as bolts of lightning tear through the sky. News reports warn that this will be the heaviest rainfall the city has faced in 50 years. Red alerts have already been issued, and the authorities urge everyone to remain indoors for their safety. Streets that were once full of people now stand nearly empty, as the storm approaches with full force. As thunder echoes between the tall buildings, people rush to find shelter. Some hold umbrellas, others hurry into nearby shops. One woman nervously looks at the dark sky, saying it feels like the world itself is changing. Another passerby wonders aloud what's really happening to the world lately, his voice filled with unease. The fear in the air is clear. Everyone can sense that something isn't right. Elsewhere, two men ride through the storm on green motorcycles, their engines roaring against the sound of heavy rain. One of them mutters that this weather feels completely off, questioning if they're just having bad luck today. The other, named Zhonglu, stays quiet, his eyes fixed on the dark clouds above as lightning flashes across the skyline. The rain only grows heavier, soaking the roads and reflecting the city lights in streaks of purple and blue. The first rider glances at his companion and asks if they should keep going or wait for the storm to pass. Zhonglu doesn't answer. He simply looks ahead, knowing deep down that this storm isn't ordinary. Something big is coming. As the storm intensifies, a strange sound cuts through the rain. Out of the shadows, a dark shape darts across the sky, wings wide, eyes glowing red. The creature swoops down, its presence heavy with killing intent. Zhang-Lu reacts instantly, flames bursting from his hand as he glares at the monster. With a sharp motion, he swings his arm and sends a blazing arc of fire forward. His voice is firm and cold, challenging the creature that dares to attack him. The fire burns bright, slicing through the darkness and striking the air with explosive force. His companion watches in disbelief, muttering that something's not right. Normally, no beast would dare approach someone with Zhang-Lu's fire aura, but this one doesn't back down. When the flames clear, the creature is still standing, its wings crackling with black fire instead of burning away. Its red eyes flare brighter, and a low growl rumbles through the storm. Zhang-Lu narrows his eyes. Whatever this thing is, it's not something ordinary. Zhang-Lu's attack scorches through the night sky, but his victory lasts only a moment. The burning creatures twist and scream, yet instead of turning to ash, their charred bodies regenerate, rising again with glowing red eyes. He watches in disbelief, realizing the flames didn't destroy them, they came back to life stronger than before. Gritting his teeth, he mutters that this place is insane. It's not just the people who possess monstrous power, even the anomalies roaming the city are beyond reason. The realization hits him hard, the storm isn't natural, and whatever's controlling these creatures is something far greater. The scene shifts to a few hours earlier, inside a high-security conference room. Several top officials appear on holographic screens, their faces tense as they discuss the sudden disturbances across the region. One officer suggests bringing in the Spirit Association's highest-ranking members and coordinating a joint response with Fang Yi's division. The briefing grows darker when an emergency alert flashes on the monitors. A robotic voice announces a special anomaly warning, and a class threat is expected to descend upon the city within the next 24 hours. At the same time, reports confirm that a massive swarm of anomalous bats has already been spotted gathering near the outskirts. The storm outside was only the beginning of something far more dangerous. The room falls silent as the report confirms a class anomaly heading straight for the city. Shock spreads among the officials, but the woman with silver hair steps forward without hesitation, ordering the teams to deploy immediately. She declares that she'll be joining the mission herself. Moments later, the live footage from the outskirts flickers again, and the atmosphere turns grim. The analyst monitoring the data suddenly shouts that the prediction has changed. What was once classified as an A-class threat has now been upgraded to S-class. The creature's energy levels are off the charts, and its power shows no upper limit. On the screen, a massive shadow spreads its wings under the blood-red sky. Rows of glowing eyes emerge from the darkness, signaling the arrival of countless monsters. The specialists can only watch as the readings continue to rise beyond what their systems can measure. Far beneath the surface, inside a secured research facility, alarms blare. The metallic corridors echo with the sound of approaching footsteps and mechanical hums. Whatever lies within those walls is about to be awakened as the city above braces for the storm to turn into chaos. The storm reaches its peak as a swarm of red-eyed bats fills the sky, their screeches echoing through the city. The night turns crimson, blanketed by their countless wings. From the command center, a massive surge of energy is detected, and moments later, a blinding beam of light pierces through the clouds, striking down with incredible force. On the battlefield, the silver-haired woman lands gracefully amidst the chaos. Her cloak flutters as she channels a powerful aura that radiates with violet energy. The soldiers behind her open fire, but their bullets barely slow the swarm. She raises her hand, forming a glowing circle that pulses with power before releasing a wave of energy that cuts through the dark creatures. Her eyes sharpen with focus, calm even under the storm's fury. She draws a deep breath, and the ground beneath her cracks from the pressure. Within seconds, a massive barrier forms a web of purple light trapping the bats midair. Their screams fade as the barrier tightens, erasing everything caught within its reach. The rain continues to fall, but for a moment, silence fills the air. The woman stands firm, her expression cold and determined. The threat isn't over yet. This was only the beginning of the city's longest night. As the battlefield quiets, a new figure steps forward through the rain. Galan, known for his rare spiritual mutation ability. His power allows him to reshape spiritual energy into any form and amplify its strength beyond normal limits. Lightning crackles around him as he surveys the area with calm precision. He glances at the dark sky filled with faint traces of the creatures he just wiped out. Yet even after such destruction, the swarm keeps regenerating. He notes how the dark attribute bats refuse to die completely, almost as if they're protecting something hidden deep within the storm. A young officer with golden hair and lightning aura approaches him, commenting that Galan's strength has increased since recovering from his injuries. Despite his confidence, his tone grows uneasy. He reports that their situation is worsening. Most forces have been wiped out, and only the two of them remain holding this district. Galan listens silently as the officer continues. The communication lines are down, jammed by the anomaly's interference field. Other divisions can't be reached, and the same chaos is likely spreading across every part of the city. The air is thick with tension. Both men know that the true battle hasn't even begun yet. The storm rages on as the sky fills with swarms of red bats, their numbers multiplying by the second. The soldiers on the ground raise their weapons, struggling to hold their formation as lightning splits the clouds. The woman in command clenches her fists, quickly assessing the situation. She shouts orders through the chaos. Teams 1 and 2 are to stay behind and defend the perimeter, ensuring the creatures don't breach the restricted zone. The rest are to follow her lead and push through the enemy line to connect with reinforcements from other districts. Her voice cuts through the thunder, steady and commanding despite the danger closing in. Without hesitation, she leaps into the air, energy surging around her as her team follows close behind. Purple light bursts from her palms, illuminating the rain-soaked battlefield. The group charges upward, slicing through the waves of monsters as they fight to regroup. But as the battle intensifies, a chilling realization hits them. The bats aren't focused on the restricted zone at all. Their true target is much larger. Above the storm clouds, the swarm begins to spread over the entire skyline, their movement forming a massive shadow that blankets the city below. The anomaly isn't just invading a district, it's coming for everything. As chaos unfolds across the city, life still moves quietly in other corners. Under the heavy rain, a few people wait at a bus stop, unaware of the danger spreading above them. A taxi passes by, its lights cutting through the downpour while thunder echoes in the distance. Two vloggers take shelter, talking excitedly about the weather. They laugh about how crazy the rain has gotten and mention that the storm is trending everywhere online. One of them insists they should film it chasing that viral shot just like last time. Her tone is playful, but her enthusiasm blinds her to the growing unease in the air. As she lifts her camera toward the storm, lightning flashes overhead. Her partner hesitates, glancing nervously at the dark clouds, but she keeps smiling, ready to record. Then suddenly, her laughter fades. A chilling look takes over her face. Her pupils shift to a glowing red, and her cheerful expression turns blank. The camera trembles in her hand as the rain continues to fall. The storm outside has finally reached them. The peaceful street turns into chaos in an instant. The girl's scream pierces through the rain as her partner is struck down, his chest torn open by something dark and fast. Blood splashes across the pavement as his body collapses lifelessly beside her. She looks up in terror, her eyes wide as dozens of red shapes descend from the sky. The swarm of bats circles the streetlights, their eyes glowing like burning coals. She stumbles backward, shouting for help, but her voice is drowned by the sound of thunder and flapping wings. One of the monstrous bats swoops down, its massive claws reaching for her. The girl falls to the ground, trembling, as the creature looms over her with its jagged teeth and twisted grin. Just as it lunges in to strike, a flash of blue light cuts through the air, a blade of energy slicing the creature apart before it can touch her. The girl shields her face, shaking uncontrollably as fragments of burning ash fall around her. Her heart pounds in her chest, unsure if she's been saved or if something even worse is coming. The girl lies trembling on the wet pavement, gasping for breath. A surge of blue energy flashes from above, and a mysterious figure lands gracefully beside her. The impact sends a shockwave across the street, scattering the remaining bats. The newcomer, a young woman with silver hair and sharp eyes, steps forward with calm authority. She extends her hand to help the girl up, assuring her that she's safe now. Behind her, several teammates appear, each carrying weapons charged with spiritual energy. Her voice is steady as she instructs them to escort the survivor back home immediately. Two of her subordinates move to guide the frightened girl away. Meanwhile, one of them reports that the number of mutant bats is rising rapidly and worse. They're showing signs of further evolution. The woman's expression hardens as she listens, her gaze fixed on the storm above. She reminds them that these creatures evolve by feeding on human flesh and blood. Her command is clear and urgent: evacuate the civilians and secure the area before the situation spirals out of control. The rain continues to fall, but her resolve doesn't waver. The real fight is just beginning. The silver-haired commander takes charge of the battlefield. Her eyes glow faintly under the rain as she gives a sharp order the breakout unit will engage next, their mission focused on neutralizing the anomaly's contamination. Her voice carries authority, calm but commanding amidst the chaos. Her soldiers respond immediately, their synchronized voices echoing through the storm. Moments later, several operatives leap into the sky, their bodies cutting through the rainfall like streaks of lightning. Each one wields a weapon infused with elemental energy, leaving glowing trails in the air. High above the rooftops, the sound of flapping wings grows louder. Massive shadowy figures emerge from the dark clouds, larger, faster, and far more aggressive than before. One soldier clashes midair with a towering bat creature, his blade igniting with fiery energy as he dodges its claws. But even as he fights, he notices something terrifying: these monsters are far stronger than their last encounter. Their energy levels are nearing ghost-grade classification, something no one thought possible. The realization hits hard. The creatures aren't just multiplying, they're evolving in real time. High above the city, a lone figure descends through the storm with flames swirling around his blade. His movements are sharp and controlled, each swing cutting through the rain like molten fire. The glow from his weapon reflects in his crimson eyes, showing no hint of fear. He lands atop a rooftop, observing the chaos below. His expression tightens as he mutters that this anomaly feels different, unlike anything he's faced before. Around him, the mutated bats continue multiplying, their forms twisting into even darker shapes. Every time they're struck down, they reform, stronger and more resilient than before. He studies their movement closely, realizing something deeper. Each cluster of bats seems to generate its own contamination field, spreading faster across the city with every passing minute. The situation is spiraling out of control, and wiping them out completely might be impossible. His eyes narrow as a green light flickers around him. The energy readings confirm his suspicion: every major district is now surrounded by dense concentrations of dark energy. If left unchecked, the entire city could collapse into chaos. With no time to waste, he makes a cold decision. If he can't stop them all at once, he'll eliminate them one by one. The young man raises his glowing blade high, his voice echoing through the storm. Dark green energy swirls around him, forming a vortex that twists the air itself. With a cold expression, he activates his ability Boundless Dark Realm, commanding the spreading darkness to devour everything around him. "Become nourishment for my spirit blossoms," he mutters, as the energy consumes the infected ground. Meanwhile, across the city, he reflects on his allies. Most of the pioneers he once fought beside are already home now, safe and rebuilding their lives. But as he glances at the communication screen, the images of their faces crack apart like shattered glass. If this battle continues, even that fragile peace might vanish for good. survival is becoming harder with each passing minute. 10 minutes later, the city's skyline burns red under the swarm of bats. The silver-haired commander slashes through wave after wave, but her breathing grows heavier. She mutters in frustration. No matter how many she kills, the creatures just keep coming back. Her spiritual energy recovers too slowly, and at this rate, she'll collapse before the fight ends. Rain drenches her uniform as she glances at the empty streets below. Her two teammates were supposed to regroup by now, but there's still no sign of them. Gritting her teeth, she realizes the truth: they might have fallen victim to the swarm too. Screams echo through the storm as the swarm descends on the streets below. The silver-haired commander turns sharply, her eyes locking onto the red cloud of bats tearing through another block. Civilians cry for help, their voices fading into the thunder. She clenches her jaw and launches herself forward, blue flames spiraling around her boots as she soars into the air. The rain whips past her as she shouts orders to her team, warning that the anomalies are evolving faster than expected. If this continues, their energy could reach the spirit creation level, something humanity can't handle. She lands on the side of a skyscraper and propels herself upward again, slicing through a wave of creatures midair. Her energy bursts with blinding light, tearing through their ranks, but for every one that falls, two more take its place. Inside the nearby buildings, people are already under attack. Gritting her teeth, she remembers the reports from the capital. This is exactly how it started back then. As another massive shadow closes in, her blue aura flickers, exhaustion setting in. If this keeps up, she realizes grimly, even she won't last much longer. The silver-haired commander gasps, her eyes widening as a shadow looms above her. The air grows heavy, and her senses sharpen instantly. Something far stronger than the previous anomalies is descending. The clouds twist violently, forming a massive vortex of black and crimson energy. From within it, countless bats spiral downward, merging into a single monstrous form. The creature's roar shakes the surrounding skyscrapers, its wings spreading wide enough to darken the entire block. The city is drowning in chaos as dark anomalies spread through the skyline. Red bats swarm the skies, devouring everything in sight. The storm rages endlessly, and it feels like no one can stop what's coming. Citizens hide under the rain, trembling as the infestation grows. The ground forces are losing control, and the whole city stands on the brink of destruction. In Sector 13, the Pioneer Squad struggles to contain the outbreak. Explosions erupt as they use heavy firepower against the bat swarm, but the creatures multiply faster than they can be destroyed. Inside the control center, officials report severe casualties. Even with emergency plans activated, reinforcements won't arrive in time. The bats' overwhelming numbers push the defense to its breaking point. Inside the command center, panic grows as reports flood in. The city is now completely surrounded by a massive black mist, cutting it off from the outside world. Military support and rescue teams can no longer enter the perimeter. Realizing the truth, one of the officers trembles. Their city has officially become isolated. From a high vantage point, the entire metropolis lies beneath a crimson haze. The swarm of bats covers the skyline like a living storm, sealing every escape route. The operators confirm that the city has reached its maximum danger level, a state of total lockdown. Everyone inside must now face whatever is coming, alone. Despite the hopelessness, the commanding officer refuses to surrender. He rallies his subordinates, declaring that as pioneers, they'll stand and fight until the very end. Even if the city falls, they will not abandon it. His voice echoes across the room, igniting a final spark of courage among the exhausted defenders. Determined, he orders the transmission of their final status report to headquarters. Their spiritual reserves are nearly depleted, and their defenses are collapsing. Yet, before turning away from the screen, he makes a vow: if the anomalies want to destroy this city, they'll have to trample over their corpses first. Amid the chaos, a powerful energy sphere emerges at the heart of the anomaly. The air crackles with dark pressure as a lone figure descends into the glowing vortex. The swarm of bats circles wildly, shrieking as the energy begins to distort the space around them. At the center of the storm stands a white-haired mage, her eyes glowing with fierce determination. She gathers her energy, realizing that if they can't stop the catastrophe, they must at least seal the corrupted zone to prevent the dark attribute from spreading further. Her hands glow as the spell takes shape, her final hope to contain the outbreak. She raises her hand high, channeling every ounce of her power. A blinding blue beam erupts from her palm, shooting upward like a divine pillar. The beam pierces through the darkness, tearing apart the cloud of bats as it climbs toward the sky. The impact shakes the entire area. Light clashes with shadow, exploding into a radiant surge that engulfs everything around her. For a moment, the endless cries of the bats fade into silence, as if the entire city holds its breath, waiting to see if her sacrifice was enough to stop the darkness. Just as the beam of light pierces through the dark storm, a monstrous figure bursts from the shadows. With glowing red eyes and razor-sharp claws, the creature charges straight toward the white-haired mage, roaring through the chaos. Sensing danger, she channels her remaining strength to reinforce her barrier. The impact shakes the entire area as the monster's claws crash against the glowing shield. Sparks of blue energy explode outward, forcing her to hold her ground with sheer willpower. She grits her teeth, realizing her spirit energy is almost depleted. Despite the exhaustion, she refuses to back down, pouring everything she has into maintaining the barrier. Sweat runs down her face as her voice trembles. She knows one mistake could mean the end. But before she can react, the creature's massive arm breaks through the defense, striking her directly. The explosion of blue light engulfs them both as she's lifted into the air, blood scattering with the collapsing energy. Her spell shatters, and silence follows the battle's outcome, uncertain beneath the storm's roar. The monstrous creature hovers above, its wings spreading through the storm as it prepares to strike again. The mage, battered and bleeding, lies surrounded by shattered fragments of her barrier. Her body trembles under the pressure, yet her eyes remain fixed on the enemy closing in from above. Blood drips from her lips as she struggles to rise. She mutters that there's no other choice left. Escape is impossible, and reinforcements will never arrive in time. With her strength fading, she gathers what little energy remains within her. Summoning every ounce of her willpower, she ignites one final surge of power. Her body glows with a blinding blue aura as her spirit energy erupts upward once more. Even if it costs her life, she swears to stop the creature before it destroys everything. Her light cuts through the storm like a spear, clashing head-on with the incoming wave of darkness. The entire sky splits between blue and red, her final act of defiance shining brighter than ever. As the explosion unfolds, a new figure appears in the distance, rushing forward with blazing energy, signaling that the battle isn't over yet. The blue light collapses into a massive explosion, shaking the entire battlefield. The blast clears the air for a moment, but through the smoke, a burning silhouette emerges. Flames surge forward, illuminating the figure holding a blazing sword. From the fire steps a man cloaked in darkness, his weapon radiating intense heat. The injured mage looks up in disbelief, whispering weakly, her voice trembling as she recognizes the figure before her. Her savior has arrived. The man's eyes burn with twin lights, one red, one blue, their energy crackling with pure destruction. His calm expression hides a storm of power building inside him. He doesn't waste a word. His presence alone silences the chaos around. He raises his blade high, merging lightning and flame into a single strike. The aura around him twists the air as he prepares his next move, divine thunder. The ground splits beneath him as he launches forward, ready to end the battle in one decisive blow. The monstrous being roars furiously, its body engulfed in flames as it charges forward. The ground splits beneath its steps, and its burning red eyes lock onto the man standing against it. The creature's power surges, shaking the entire battlefield. The black-haired warrior doesn't flinch. Lightning and fire intertwine around his blade, forming a radiant strike filled with destructive energy. As the monster lunges, he swings his weapon down with full force, his blade colliding with the beast's fiery core. The clash creates a blinding explosion that lights up the dark sky. Energy waves ripple outward, and a series of fiery blasts follow, each one echoing through the ruined city. The words "core burst" appear as the explosion consumes everything in its path. When the dust finally settles, the warrior lands beside the fallen mage. His sword still crackles with faint blue sparks as he looks down and says calmly that finding her took longer than expected. Despite the destruction around them, his arrival marks the turning point of the battle. The storm still rages as the two stand amid the ruined streets. The man grips his blazing sword tightly while the wounded mage warns him about the path ahead. There are too many identical anomaly zones scattered along the route, each one a trap waiting to awaken. She can barely stand, but still cautions him to be careful, her voice trembling. Above them, the clouds swirl into a vortex filled with red shadows, the swarm beginning to reform. She struggles to explain that the anomalies can revive themselves, even after being destroyed. The man doesn't flinch. His eyes narrow with quiet determination as he replies that she doesn't need to worry when he says he'll handle it. He means it. Dark energy begins to pulse from his hand, spreading like ripples through the air. A sphere of pure darkness expands before him as the ground trembles under its power. The atmosphere distorts, pulling everything into its gravity. With a calm yet commanding voice, he activates his ultimate ability, Boundless Dark Realm, Domain Unfold. The shadows swallow the sky, and he declares firmly, "I do it." The mage watches him in awe as the swirling darkness expands across the ground. She finally realizes the truth: this city still has hope because of him, a man who wields unimaginable power. The calm determination in his eyes reminds her that the fight isn't over yet. He steadies his stance and focuses his energy. The purple sphere pulses violently, creating a gravitational pull that bends the very air around it. The entire city trembles as his power begins to consume the remnants of the anomaly. With a sharp motion, he unleashes the dark sphere, sending waves of energy across the ruined streets. The black void expands, swallowing every trace of corruption. When the chaos finally settles, the suffocating red mist starts to fade away. The mage rushes to his side, asking if he's all right. He gives a faint smile, saying he's fine and thanks her for holding on. Though the battle left him scarred and drained, he still carries fragments of heroic energy, proof that his fight is far from finished. The man's red eyes glow faintly as he turns toward the injured mage. His expression softens for the first time since the battle began, a calm sense of relief washing over him as he checks on her condition. Despite his exhaustion, his focus remains sharp. He gently touches her shoulder, releasing faint sparks of lightning that flow through her body. The mage flinches at first, but quickly realizes the energy is healing her wounds. He explains that he cleared the remaining traces of dark intrusion from her system and advises her to rest and bandage herself properly later. Blue lightning surrounds her like a protective veil. She stares in disbelief, realizing the level of energy he used, a high-grade lightning attribute, far beyond what normal healers could perform. Even the Spirit Association's medics couldn't match such precision and strength. Meanwhile, back at the command center, operators notice a sudden shift in their readings. The anomaly field begins to thin, and one of them shouts in surprise. The containment walls are finally weakening, and for the first time in hours, the city may be breaking free from the anomaly's grasp. At the headquarters, tension fills the room as reports keep pouring in. All rescue squads stationed around the city have been wiped out, and communication is lost. The analysts confirm that the anomaly's spread outside the city hasn't slowed down. The situation is still critical. Inside the city, however, something strange begins to happen. The number of anomalies starts to drop rapidly, yet not a single combat unit has reconnected. The officials realize the reduction isn't a victory, it's a warning. The swarm is converging toward a single point. One of the senior commanders, standing silently before the screens, murmurs that he wants to see his parents again, but knows he'll probably never get that chance. His voice echoes softly through the empty command room, a moment of quiet acceptance before the next disaster hits. Outside, the sky splits open with a massive green vortex, its energy tearing through the clouds. The man and the mage stand beneath it as he explains the terrifying truth: this isn't over. The swarm is gathering because a new entity is descending, an S-class anomaly capable of destroying an entire city on its own, the Anomaly King. The mage explains that what they're witnessing isn't just another anomaly, it's something far worse. People call it a cataclysm, a phenomenon that marks the beginning of total destruction. The glowing cocoon in the sky serves as its warning, a signal that chaos is about to awaken. She continues, comparing it to humans sensing disaster before it arrives, feeling the terror yet powerless to stop it. Inside that vortex lies something monstrous. Once it fully hatches, the entire city will fall, and no defense will be strong enough to contain it. But now, science has given them an explanation. Research shows that anomalies, even of the same type, will fight and devour each other in their instinctive drive to evolve faster. The strongest among them becomes the core of all others, the ruler that commands absolute obedience. A massive dark serpent appears in her vision, its green eyes glowing like emerald fire. She explains that when a dark-type anomaly reaches perfection, it exerts a powerful bond over its kin, turning every other creature into its servant. This terrifying being is known as the Anomaly King, a living symbol of perfect evolution. The mage looks at him with concern, her voice trembling as she admits she knows how powerful he is, far beyond what she can comprehend. Yet, she reminds him that even the strongest pioneers before him fell while trying to seal a cataclysm. The thought of losing another hero weighs heavily on her. She pleads for him to reconsider, explaining that he hasn't yet reached the Diamond Realm. Others far stronger had sacrificed everything for far less. If possible, she suggests he should break through the blockade and escape while there's still time to regroup with the military and save himself. But instead of replying, the man gently flicks her forehead with a faint smile. Lightning flashes behind him as he asks if decades of research should really be thrown away because of fear. His calm confidence cuts through the tension, silencing her worries. With his crimson eyes gleaming under the rain, he declares firmly that this is his home and no matter the cost, he won't abandon it. Even if he has to pay the ultimate price, he'll fight until the end without regret. His resolve burns brighter than any storm around him. The mage lowers her head slightly, hiding a faint smile beneath the rain. Though she tries to stay composed, her eyes reveal both pride and worry. She knows there's nothing more she can say. His resolve is unshakable. The man turns away, his footsteps echoing softly through the wet streets. Each step feels heavy but certain, as if he's walking toward fate itself. The storm above mirrors the weight of what's about to unfold. He stops in the middle of the road, raising his gaze to the massive green vortex swirling above the skyline. Thousands of bats circle the glowing cocoon, feeding the anomaly's power. The city trembles beneath the birth of something catastrophic. His crimson eyes flare with light as he lifts his blazing sword. Realizing that the entire city is being used as a sacrifice for the creature's awakening, he channels every ounce of strength left within him. Golden energy bursts forth, golden radiance, unleash. The storm parts as his power ignites the night sky. With golden energy radiating around him, the man turns toward the mage and asks if her wrist device can still detect anomalies and contact the Spirit Association. His tone is calm but urgent, as if every second now carries the weight of the world. The mage hesitates for a moment before realizing his intent. She quickly removes the device and hands it over, trusting him completely. He nods, knowing this connection might be their only link to the outside world and possibly their last chance to warn them. The flames on his sword flare higher, wrapping around him like wings of light. He steps forward through the falling rain, determination etched across his face. His voice cuts through the storm as he declares his next move. He'll go up there himself and stop the catastrophe before it begins. Above, the vortex churns violently, the swarm spiraling into a glowing green storm. The entire city shakes as he prepares to launch upward, his golden aura tearing through the darkness. The final battle against the coming disaster is about to begin. In the command center, an alert suddenly goes off. A missing pioneer's signal reappears on the radar. It's Captain Su. The operators quickly notice that the target is ascending at high speed. As they analyze the data, one officer reports that Su is moving at an incredible speed, heading straight toward the area with the highest contamination levels. Panic spreads across the room. The supervisor grabs his radio, ordering Su Kingshui to respond. He demands that she stop her actions immediately and wait for backup, warning that charging in alone is suicidal. But before they can reach her, Su's communicator flickers to life. A faint signal begins to transmit from her wrist device. The black-haired man finally activates his device and establishes a connection. He calls out, checking if anyone can hear him. The officer at headquarters demands to know who he is and where Specialist Su went. The man ignores the question and instructs them to synchronize with him, declaring that he's going after the king at the core of the anomaly. He warns that if they don't cooperate, the entire city will fall. As he rockets upward through the storm, he orders them to send all intel and equipment to help him destroy the Great Cocoon. The officer is left speechless, unable to comprehend who this person is or how he's connected to Specialist Su. The commander rallies the control room, ordering everyone to drop what they're doing and assist the unknown fighter. He assigns Ko-2 as the primary contact to guide him directly to the coordinates. Operators quickly access the satellite systems, tracking the Great Cocoon. They report massive swarms of anomalies around it, with the northern path being the least dense, their best route. Another operator recommends taking the southeast side roads to avoid the main routes, which are already overrun by anomalies. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure accelerates upward, his body glowing like a blazing comet as he shoots toward the storm. The operators detect new movement on the radar. Anomalies have spotted the target. 2 of them are classified as a class, matching the power of spirit possessors. The command room immediately shouts for him to evade. The officer hesitates, realizing there's no time to retreat. The situation is spiraling out of control. The control room erupts in alarm as red warnings flash across every screen, tension rising by the second. Meanwhile, the black-haired man bursts through the clouds at blinding speed, twisting through the air as an enormous dark force closes in behind him. The black-haired man's eyes ignite with blazing flames as his power surges. His presence radiates overwhelming energy. In the control room, the officers are stunned. The source of the anomaly suddenly vanishes. One of them realizes he's destroying S-class dark-type anomalies with ease and shouts that it could be the tyrant. Relief spreads across the room as they cheer, realizing they might be saved. None of them expected someone this powerful to be within the city. Meanwhile, the man's red eyes narrow in focus, revealing that the real battle is far from over. The man enchants his blade, striking down wave after wave of dark-type anomalies. Each slash slows their regeneration but doesn't fully stop it. He realizes that if his power had been stronger, a single strike might have been enough to completely destroy them. Determined, he increases his speed, unleashing a series of relentless high-frequency attacks that light up the sky with flashes of red and violet. But despite his efforts, more swarms emerge from the core, endless and infuriating, as the green heart of the anomaly begins to pulse violently once again. A swarm of bat-like anomalies bursts from the green vortex, their eyes glowing red as they dive through the city. But suddenly, the creatures halt midair, their formation freezing as if controlled by something unseen. On the ground, two figures watch in confusion as the bats retreat toward the swirling core. One of them realizes the attacks have completely stopped. An older man explains grimly that this can only mean one thing: the Anomaly King has recalled its army and is accelerating its descent toward the city. The sky darkens as countless bat-like creatures swarm above the city. A worried voice questions if there's even a chance to survive now that the flocks are being recalled to the core. A lone fighter stands atop a rooftop, unleashing a powerful energy beam that cuts through the storm, striking down several anomalies at once. Elsewhere, a blond man asks how much longer until they reach the city center. His companion, calm but tense, estimates at least another half hour. She warns that by then, the Anomaly King will have descended and the city will be lost. The swarm size has already exceeded all estimates 10 times more than expected. Explosions erupt across the city as massive firepower strikes the swarm, yet even large-scale bombardments fail to eliminate them completely. The purple-haired woman grits her teeth, realizing that if this continues, nearby cities will soon be consumed by dark energy. She questions if they still lack the manpower to break through. Frustrated, she notes that some pioneers are simply standing by, watching the chaos as if it won't reach them. Suddenly, her eyes widen. She senses something unexpected approaching from above. The two watch in shock as countless bats spiral into the sky, forming a massive red vortex above the city. It's clear this is where the Anomaly King will emerge. Suddenly, a brilliant column of fire cuts through the storm, piercing the heart of the swarm. The woman's eyes widen as she recognizes the familiar energy. She mutters the name Fang Yi, realizing who it might be. When her partner asks what's wrong, she smiles faintly and says, "Never mind," her gaze fixed on the burning sky. Commanders shout orders as they charge forward. All units are told to increase firepower and push into the city, refusing to abandon even a single sector. A blazing pillar of fire erupts from the ground, cutting through the storm and scattering the dark swarm above. Two women watch in awe, their eyes widening at the sight of the sea of flames. One of them recognizes the technique instantly. It's her cousin's blade style, a swordsmanship she could never forget. A massive wave of dark bats charges through the storm, their red eyes glowing as they swarm toward the city. The black-haired man bursts upward through a vortex of flames, his power blazing like a meteor as he faces the oncoming horde. He grips his weapon tightly, a faint smirk on his face. This is exactly what he wanted, a battle against impossible odds. With one devastating slash, he sends a fiery arc across the sky, colliding with the swarm in a massive explosion that lights up the night. The fiery slash cuts through the endless swarm, splitting the sky apart as the bats disintegrate in its blazing path. Flames swirl around the black-haired man's eyes, burning brighter with each passing second. He mutters that feeling has returned the same power that once pushed him beyond his limits. Engulfed in golden fire, he surges upward, feeling the rush of breakthrough as his energy pierces the clouds. With a confident smile, the black-haired man's eyes blaze with fiery light as he shouts for more speed, pushing his power to the limit. He raises his hand, summoning a swirling void of purple energy that expands rapidly in front of him. A massive vortex opens above the city, the boundless dark realm, its energy warping the skies as light and darkness collide. With a smirk, he commands his next move, calling forth, Spirit Blossom, appear, as his aura burns brighter than ever. A surge of red energy bursts outward, splitting the air with violent shockwaves as the battle reaches its peak. High above the city, the dark cocoon begins to crack open, releasing blinding lightning and chaotic power. The black-haired man focuses his strength, channeling his energy toward the spiraling core. He shouts with determination, commanding his power to drain the remaining anomalies and push him toward a new breakthrough. A dark sphere blooms open like a blood-red flower, releasing a violent surge of energy. Crimson spirals wrap around it, shaking the entire sky as the power bursts outward. The flower expands further, petals stretching like tendrils of pure chaos. Bright sparks flicker around it, as if the energy is fighting to break free and devour everything nearby. Dark, vine-like limbs shoot out at high speed, tearing through the scene. Their movements are fast and aggressive, as if they're searching for something or someone to crush. The monstrous flower pulses again, glowing hot at the core. The twisting limbs spread wider, crawling forward with unstoppable force, making the ground tremble under their emergence. The man steps onto the heart of the massive crimson flower, surrounded by swirling embers. The air vibrates with power as he calmly rises from its center. Looking toward the churning red and green vortex above, he mutters to himself something has awakened again. His red eyes gleam sharply, observing the storm forming in the sky. A faint smirk crosses his face. Though he cannot see the enemy directly, he senses its presence through the chaos, the heartbeat of a mighty being resonating within the storm. He listens closely, the sound echoing like distant war drums from an ancient battlefield. His expression hardens. This isn't just noise, it's the rhythm of an approaching war. Dark silhouettes rise around him, their spears aimed high. The air grows heavy, filled with a strange rhythm that strikes deep into the soul, an echo that awakens ancient instincts and primal desire. His crimson eyes narrow sharply. He senses the truth, the power he feels is immense, yet incomplete. It's as if the transformation ahead hasn't fully taken shape. Turning toward the swirling storm, he raises his hand slightly. His tone stays calm but commanding as he asks if the target's exact location has been found. A red light flashes on his wrist device, confirming the signal. He mutters with resolve the king's position has been detected, and now it's time to move. He raises his hand toward the swirling storm, a red beam shooting from his wrist device into the clouds. His sharp gaze locks onto the signal, the target is right there. Golden energy surges around him, crackling like divine lightning. His eyes blaze as he channels the ancient technique, the golden sun absorption art, summoning raw, overwhelming power. The light erupts all at once, engulfing everything in a blinding golden explosion. The air vibrates as his power fully awakens, tearing through the storm above. From within the golden blaze, a demonic figure emerges, rushing forward with blazing red eyes. The clash between divine light and darkness is about to begin. A blinding golden vortex expands above the city, its radiant energy pouring down like sunlight. People below stare in shock, trying to comprehend what kind of power could produce such an overwhelming force. Inside a monitoring facility, the staff scramble as readings plummet on their screens. They report that the anomaly's energy level is dropping rapidly, the field is shrinking at an impossible rate. Across the front lines, armored convoys and mechas begin to move. Commands echo through the comms, confirming that all combat units are mobilizing toward the anomaly zone. From a rooftop overlooking the city, a woman watches the burning sky. The golden sun-like sphere glows above the skyline, and with a calm but determined voice, she announces the start of the assault on the King of Anomalies. The golden-haired man recognizes the source of the immense power it's him, the same man who once split the heavens with a single strike. He admits that the strength radiating now carries pure solar energy, capable of absolute destruction. But facing the King of Anomalies alone is still too dangerous. The woman quickly issues an order to mobilize toward the city. Before they can move, the man beside her points out something alarming, something unexpected is happening. A woman's eyes widen in shock as she notices a strange glow forming in the distance. High above, a massive green core begins to pulse violently. The King of Anomalies has started his true transformation, releasing a wave of power that distorts the entire sky. On the city streets, people panic as the glowing green sphere looms above the true form of the King of Anomalies. The sight alone fills them with terror as they shout about avenging those it has killed. Elsewhere, a small team watches from a rooftop. realizing the creature's emergence was inevitable. They discuss preparing weapons capable of piercing its defenses before it fully awakens. In the pouring rain, two mages struggle to stabilize a spell. Blue energy flickers between their hands as cracks form around them, showing just how much strain the situation is putting on everyone. The woman clenches her fists, eyes filled with fury. She reminds them how many comrades have fallen to these monsters and vows not to let any more lives be lost. Her eyes widen as realization strikes she's found a way. The determination in her gaze hardens as she looks toward the raging anomaly above. The monstrous core pulses violently, its red and blue energies colliding in chaos. It begins absorbing surrounding power, mimicking an ancient ability once seen in a previous battle, the energy of primordial desolation itself. She grits her teeth, realizing that the creature has inherited that same destructive trait. Its strength is growing faster than they expected. Without hesitation, she commands her team to combine their strength. They channel their energy into a single stream of light, launching it upward to counter the monster's absorption, forcing it to take in their power on their terms. The team unleashes their combined energy toward the sky, streams of blue light shooting upward in unison. Their attacks converge on the monstrous red and blue core hovering above. An older commander watches closely, analyzing the situation. He questions whether the Vanguard is truly capable of channeling such immense power without losing control. As the beams strike, the core trembles violently. Another observer notes that their energy hasn't reached the level required to directly damage the anomaly. It's too resilient. But then realization hits: the vortexes forming in the sky aren't attacks. The team is channeling their combined energy to amplify Fang's power, summoning an external force strong enough to pierce the anomaly's defense. The commander clenches his fists, channeling his remaining strength as blue energy surges around him. He shouts his resolve he'll lend his power to the attack as well. Others join in, roaring with determination. One after another, warriors pour their energy upward, uniting their strength into a single radiant force. Dozens of beams merge into one colossal wave, streaking through the stormy sky. The united energy surges toward the core, shaking the heavens as the ground trembles beneath them. Meanwhile, the silver-haired girl senses something changing mid-battle. Her eyes widen in shock as she detects a sudden surge. Something powerful has just awakened. The silver-haired girl stands beneath the glowing sky, watching as countless beams of light rise from the city, the collective power of every warrior joining the fight. She gathers her strength, forming a massive sphere of blue energy in her hands. Her voice is steady as she declares that this power represents humanity's final resistance against the King of Anomalies. The blue energy collides with the fiery lotus in the clouds, unleashing a brilliant explosion that lights up the night. The clash sends shockwaves tearing across the skyline. From within the explosion, a monstrous figure emerges, red eyes burning with rage, its demonic roar echoing across the city. The true form of the Anomaly King has finally awakened. The man launches forward like a golden streak, his power slicing through the air with explosive force. The battlefield shakes as he closes in on his target. His red eyes narrow as black marks crawl across his skin. Warnings echo through his comms. Countless anomaly fragments are converging toward him at incredible speed. He looks up, surrounded by a swarm of crimson shadows filling the sky. Even the high-ranked class creatures are gathering in the thousands, drawn to his overwhelming energy. But he stands unfazed. Facing the massive green core above, he mutters coldly that it doesn't matter how many enemies come, he'll erase them all until nothing remains. With a cold smirk, he taunts the creature above, asking if the King of Anomalies still hasn't completed its evolution, or if it's hesitating out of fear of him. The green mass above twists violently, forming claws and limbs as it lets out a deep, guttural roar. Its energy spikes, shaking the entire battlefield. The man grips his blazing golden sword tightly, his aura flaring. His expression stays calm as he mutters one word, "Come." The king of anomalies descends, its emerald eyes glowing with pure malice. The clash between divine flame and corrupted darkness is about to begin. The king of anomalies lets out a furious roar, its single green eye burning with hatred. The air vibrates as a surge of destructive energy gathers within its claws. The monster spreads its wings, launching a concentrated green beam that spirals downward. The shockwave tears through the sky like a collapsing storm. On the ground, the impact splits the earth open. Fighters brace themselves as the tremor spreads. They recognize the signature of the king's power and realize how close they are to annihilation. Watching from afar, the woman and the blonde man stare in shock. Her expression hardens as she whispers his name Fang. Her voice carries a mix of fear and faith, hoping he can withstand what's coming. The silver-haired girl looks tense but hopeful. Her eyes fix on the battlefield as she whispers that the plan must succeed. It's their only chance. Beside her, the dark-haired woman clenches her fists, determination burning in her eyes. She refuses to let their sacrifices be in vain. Standing amid the blazing light, Fang's calm voice echoes. He declares that the king of anomalies is the root of this chaos, the one responsible for humanity's suffering. Engulfed in golden flames, Fang steps forward into the heart of a massive, burning lotus. His aura flares brighter than ever, merging with the inferno as he prepares for the final strike. The monstrous king of anomalies lets out an ear-splitting roar, its single green eye burning with murderous rage as waves of energy explode from its body. Fang's red eyes lock onto the beast, his expression calm yet filled with lethal intent. His entire body glows with divine fire, ready to unleash everything he has. Without hesitation, he swings his burning blade forward, channeling all his power into one final strike. The light collides with the creature's core, tearing through the darkness as he shouts for it to die. A blinding explosion engulfs the area, sending shockwaves outward. The sheer force lights up the battlefield, marking the beginning of an intense clash. As the smoke clears, a massive green eye opens, releasing a dark, oppressive aura. The man steps forward cautiously, facing the monstrous gaze without fear. The creature roars with anger, its voice echoing through the space as green energy gathers in its mouth. It prepares a deadly strike, mocking the man for daring to stand against it. Realizing the incoming danger, the man swiftly dodges the blast. His red eyes gleam sharply as his body moves with precision, ready to counter the beast's next move. The monstrous creature roars again, its fangs dripping with green flames as it releases another devastating wave of energy. The impact tears through the air, shaking the ground beneath them. The man steadies himself mid-air, his expression calm but focused. He notes how resilient the monster is despite taking heavy hits. It hasn't been completely destroyed. This creature is clearly far beyond a normal beast. Landing inside a dark, pulsating space filled with twisted organic tendrils, he realizes he's been pulled into the monster's body. The corrosive atmosphere burns with toxic energy, but he still stands firm, analyzing his surroundings. Standing amid the dripping purple walls, he mutters that an ordinary explorer would have already been dissolved by now. Judging by the complexity of this environment, he deduces that the creature's evolution must have reached an intelligent stage. The man stands still, his red eyes glowing sharply as he examines the pulsating interior around him. A thought crosses his mind: if this creature is so confident in trapping him, then it must believe its body is impenetrable. He clenches his fist, flames igniting in his hand. The fire burns brighter with his determination as he plans to strike from within, targeting what he believes to be the monster's weakest point. With explosive force, he unleashes his fiery power, the impact shaking the entire area. The burning energy surges through the walls, echoing like a raging storm inside the beast's body. As the flames continue to blaze, he calmly steps forward through the liquid floor, his arms still surrounded by fire. The burning glow reflects off the dripping walls, signaling that his counterattack has just begun. The man's expression remains calm as electricity crackles around him. He assesses the situation, realizing that although his power has been weakened by the creature's corrosive environment, his attacks are still effective enough to cause real damage. Determined, he extends his hand as fiery petals begin to bloom from his palm. He summons the Spirit Flower, a powerful entity that glows with a mix of red and green energy. Confidently, he mutters that as long as this works, everything can still be resolved. His eyes glow with sharp focus as he senses the Spirit Flower drawing in energy. It has absorbed plenty of dark-type essence from the monster, along with the spirit power gifted to him by the city's explorers. Holding the crimson flower, he observes how it reacts to the corrupted aura surrounding him. A faint smile crosses his face as he questions the creature, wondering aloud if it dislikes its own dark attribute being turned against it. The spirit flower fully blooms, radiating intense red light that fills the dark interior. The man realizes with surprise that the flower's fiery attribute completely counters the monster's dark energy, something he hadn't anticipated. He grips the flower tightly, channeling all his power through it. Flames erupt outward as he launches a powerful strike, determined to destroy the creature from within and end the fight in one decisive blow. Outside the monster's body, a violent explosion bursts open the skies. A massive dark figure rises above the city, surrounded by swirling green energy and countless shadow bats, its presence terrifying everyone below. Two women watch from the ground, their faces pale with shock. One asks what's happening, while the other anxiously looks around for the man, unable to see him amidst the chaos. A cloaked woman orders civilians to evacuate calmly, warning them not to panic as chaos spreads through the city. She assures everyone that they'll do everything they can to ensure their safety while leading them toward shelter. A girl with silver hair looks up with concern, realizing that Fang is still inside the monster's body, fighting the king of aberrations alone. Her expression tightens with fear, unsure if he can make it out alive. Military convoys rush through the streets as alarms echo across the city. Authorities move swiftly to contain the situation, preparing for the possibility of the creature breaking loose and attacking urban zones. A commander gives urgent orders to minimize casualties, and his soldiers respond in unison. Above them, a woman with long hair hovers mid-air, overseeing the battlefield with determination as the operation to defend the city begins. A woman on the battlefield looks up at the sky, her face tense with fear as the monstrous creature spreads its wings over the city. She shouts for everyone to hurry, realizing the situation is spiraling beyond control. The creature unleashes a deafening roar, summoning a massive storm of dark energy and countless shadow bats that swirl violently around its body, blanketing the skyline in darkness. Inside the creature's body, the beast thrashes in agony. It screams as fiery energy burns through its core, showing that Fang's attack is taking effect from within. Fang's red eyes snap open, glowing with fierce determination. His expression hardens. He's still alive and ready to end this battle once and for all. Fang charges forward through the monster's pulsing green flesh, his body wrapped in blazing golden flames. The corrosive walls close in on him, but he pushes forward with sheer willpower. His body burns with intense heat as he roars, his power erupting wildly. Despite the immense pressure crushing him from all sides, his eyes remain sharp and unwavering. A surge of pain hits him as he coughs up blood, but he refuses to stop. The light around him grows brighter, burning away the darkness that surrounds him from within the creature. Close up on his determined face, his red eyes glow fiercely as sweat drips down. He grits his teeth, enduring the agony as he prepares for one final strike to end the battle. Fang opens his eyes, his pupils glowing crimson as the world around him shakes. His breathing steadies. The monster's core has vanished, and the energy storm begins to fade. He looks around and finds himself standing amid the ruins of the city. Smoke and dust fill the air as shattered skyscrapers tower over the desolate landscape. through the mist. The massive shadow of the fallen beast looms behind him, its red eyes dimming into nothingness. Fang stands tall, silent and composed, his gaze locked on the wreckage before him. A faint figure approaches from behind, frozen in disbelief at his survival. Fang doesn't turn, his expression remains cold, the tension of battle still lingering in the air. Fang dashes forward across the crumbling street, his focus sharp as he senses a new threat approaching. The air grows heavier, signaling the return of something monstrous. He clenches his jaw, realizing something's wrong, his spiritual power is fading. The exhaustion from the last battle still lingers, leaving his strength only partially recovered. A massive shadow looms above him. A colossal black fist crashes down from the sky, the shockwaves splintering the ground beneath his feet. From the dust emerges a ferocious beast with glowing red eyes, roaring with fury. Fang braces himself, facing the monstrous figure that has risen once again, ready for another deadly clash. Fang steadies himself atop a slab of shattered concrete, analyzing his condition. Despite the chaos, his body still feels as refined as it did after his previous training, his senses sharper than ever. He looks up at the monstrous figure towering over him. The creature's glowing red eyes and massive frame confirm it. This is the King of Aberration's manifested power. For a brief moment, Fang feels as though he's been transported back to his past life. The beast lets out a deafening roar and raises its enormous clawed hand, bringing it down with crushing force, shaking the ground apart with each impact. Fang reacts instantly, dodging the devastating strike with agile precision. He counters with a fierce punch aimed directly at the creature's chest, the clash sending shockwaves through the ruins. Fang steadies his breathing, his hand glowing faintly with energy. He analyzes the situation calmly, realizing that the King of Aberrations isn't overwhelmingly stronger, its power doesn't surpass his own. Closing his eyes briefly, he focuses inward. His abilities haven't vanished, they're just suppressed within this illusionary space. If he can find the weak point holding this illusion together, he can turn the fight in his favor. Before he can act, the beast lunges forward, its massive claw wrapping tightly around him. The grip is suffocating, its strength shaking the air with each movement. The creature smirks menacingly, its red eyes glowing brighter. It mocks Fang, declaring that once he's entered this domain, there's no escape. Fang glares back coldly, silently preparing for his counterattack. Fang's eyes glimmer with realization, a faint smile forming on his face. Amidst the chaos, he finally understands the flaw within the illusion. He's found the weakness he was searching for. The monster's face distorts into a terrifying grin, its red eyes blazing with rage. It snarls that everything is over, that this place will be Fang's eternal grave. With a roar, the creature opens its massive jaws wide, lifting Fang toward its mouth, intending to swallow him whole and end the battle in one bite. Meanwhile, outside the battlefield, fallen hunters lie among the ruins. The beast's mocking voice echoes across the area, declaring that humanity's so-called evolution is nothing compared to the true power of aberrations. Fang lowers his head silently, his expression unreadable as a faint smirk begins to form on his face. The monster's words echo, but his calm demeanor hints that he's already planned his next move. He chuckles softly, tilting his head slightly as if amused by the creature's arrogance. His tone turns confident, mocking the beast's claim of victory. Golden flames erupt around his body, illuminating the dark space. His energy surges, burning brighter and stronger than before. With a steady gaze, he tells the creature it has underestimated him. The fight isn't over yet. Reaching upward, his golden aura expands like sunlight breaking through darkness. He declares that his power isn't for revenge or pride, but to protect his home and everyone he cares about. Golden silhouettes of allies and spirits appear around Fang, their hands extending toward him. Their combined energy flows into his body, forming a radiant stream of light that surges with immense power. The beast's eyes widen in shock as the golden brilliance engulfs it. Fang's aura burns so intensely that the monster's dark energy begins to dissolve under its overwhelming purity. A massive explosion of golden light erupts, piercing through the sky. The energy wave spreads across the battlefield, wiping away the corruption and shadows that once consumed the city. As the storm of flames settles, the golden glow fades into the horizon, leaving behind trails of warmth and renewal, a symbol of Fang's rebirth and victory over the darkness. Fang's eyes blaze with divine intensity, the golden light within them burning like molten fire. His aura surges to its peak, radiating an overwhelming sense of power and purpose. Bathed in golden flames and arcs of blue lightning, he raises his hand and commands with authority, summoning the system itself to awaken and synchronize with his energy. A colossal golden figure materializes behind him, its wings spreading wide like those of a divine being. The fusion of Fang's will and the system's energy ignites the sky, shattering the lingering darkness. The scene erupts with radiant light as Fang ascends, his power now transcendent, the embodiment of rebirth and absolute dominance over the battlefield. A blazing figure descends with overwhelming golden energy. His entire body is wrapped in flames as he charges forward with a spear of light. He declares himself as the ruler standing above all abnormal beings, unleashing a power that shakes the battlefield. The scene shifts to his enemy, whose eyes glow bright red. His expression twists with rage, and he admits that the attack has finally forced him to take things seriously. His aura surges as he prepares to retaliate. Both powers collide in a single explosive strike. The flaming figure pushes through the dark energy, slicing straight down with intense force. Sparks burst across the frame as the two sides clash head-on. The flame-haired warrior emerges calmly from the blaze. His eyes sharpen as he explains that he is not a hero, but a victim seeking revenge. The fire around him intensifies, showing that the real fight is only just beginning. A massive vortex forms around the flame-haired warrior as he walks forward with his burning blade. The enemy mocks him loudly, calling him insignificant and weak. The swirling cyclone grows stronger, but he keeps moving without hesitation. He raises his head, unfazed by the taunt. Flames surge around him as he stands firm, showing no reaction to the provocation. His expression stays calm, as if the enemy's words hold no meaning. Suddenly, a dark shadow lunges forward and strikes him with explosive force. The impact sends flames scattering across the scene, but he withstands the attack without falling back. A towering dark figure appears above him, its red eyes glowing as it declares that he won't leave this place alive. It threatens to tear him apart, laughing as its power spreads across the sky. The flame warrior simply stands below, ready for whatever comes next. The shadow creature suddenly freezes, shocked by something it senses inside the flame warrior. Its red eyes widen as it realizes the danger approaching from him. The flame warrior steps forward with a calm smile. The monster panics, recognizing a strange power in his body, something rare and extremely threatening. A burst of golden flames explodes outward as the warrior strikes. The attack tears through the creature's defenses, forcing it to recoil in fear. The warrior raises his hand, energy gathering around his fingers. He speaks a single command, sealing the creature's fate as the flames blaze brighter than before. The flame warrior unleashes a massive burst of power, engulfing the shadow creature in blazing light. The monster panics, shouting that this strength is far beyond what a lower-ranked being should possess. A gigantic explosion rises into the sky, bright enough to illuminate the entire city. People below stare at the blast in shock as the flames erase everything in their path. Inside the explosion, the shadow creature's red eyes tremble violently. Its form is overwhelmed by the expanding light, unable to withstand the attack. The scene shifts to the city rooftops. A dark wave shoots across the sky, sweeping past the buildings as the aftermath of the battle spreads outward. A massive purple vortex opens in the sky, twisting violently as its pull grows stronger. Dark energy gathers at the center, forming a black core that drags everything toward it. The flame warrior steps forward, his body surrounded by blazing fire. The vortex wraps around him, but he stands unfazed, letting the dark sphere form right in front of him. His flames flicker brighter as his eyes glow red. He looks straight ahead with a calm expression, showing that the swirling chaos around him doesn't shake him at all. The vortex expands once more. He lifts his flaming weapon and walks into the swirling darkness, ready to confront whatever lies inside as the energy pulls him deeper into the core. The dark vortex finally begins to fade, and people on the ground look up in disbelief. Someone murmurs that the chaos might finally be over as the swirling clouds slowly clear. Crowds cheer loudly as soldiers confirm that the city has survived. They shout that the second defensive line held and that the worst has passed. Relief spreads across the entire street. A woman steps forward, calm and composed. She looks at her team and asks if they plan to go after him now that the situation is under control. Her tone suggests she already knows the answer. She turns away with a faint smile and says they still have their own mission to handle. The sky brightens behind her, signaling the end of the battle. The sun rises over the city as people celebrate the end of the disaster. Soldiers cheer, and the woman in the white coat stands above the crowd, saying they must help restore normal life and rebuild the city. Inside the control room, the team erupts in excitement. They shout that they succeeded and finally contributed to stopping the threat. The moment feels unreal to them, almost like a dream. They watch the screen where the flame warrior stands inside the fading vortex. One of them admits they were lucky he appeared in time and actually defeated the king-level threat. They vow to protect the city from now on, even if it costs their lives. Outside, emergency teams load injured survivors into vehicles. A girl steps forward and quietly asks if those people are still alive, hoping for good news amid the aftermath. The girl listens quietly as the older man assures her that their medical center hasn't detected any abnormal infections yet. She stays silent, absorbing the situation as the sun sets behind them. She explains that she understands the risks. Without proper treatment, injured people might not survive. She mentions that she often wondered how someone with such limited abilities could unleash such overwhelming power, doing things no one else could even imagine. They walk together as the man admits the recent sky phenomenon proves that the Flame Warrior's power has fully awakened. He believes someone had secretly guided him long before any of them realized it. From a distant hill, they see the Flame Warrior standing alone with his glowing blade. The girl watches him and says that no matter how reckless he may seem, he is still the one who built this city's greatest miracle. The older man explains that before the flames pierced the clouds, the fire dragon sealing technique had already appeared. He says this was the result everyone witnessed. Now that the battle has drawn attention from higher authorities, investigations will begin soon. He insists they must also prepare to act. The girl reacts with surprise. The man continues analyzing the situation, and she quietly thinks over his words, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, the Flame Warrior stands surrounded by swirling fire. He looks toward the sky as if considering a new name for himself, something that reflects his power and the role he played in sealing the threat. Elsewhere, two girls run across the cracked street. One of them calls out for her friend to slow down and wait as they hurry toward the scene. The girl runs forward in a panic, asking where her cousin went. Someone behind her tells her not to rush and suggests they should go home and wait instead, but she ignores the advice. She stops suddenly, sensing something ahead. Her eyes sharpen as she realizes she might have found him. Another girl appears, calling out happily as she spots her cousin in the distance. Relief fills her face as she raises her voice toward him. The Flame Warrior stands quietly among the ruined buildings. He turns slightly at the sound of his name, holding his smoking weapon as the wind blows through the shattered street. He meets the two girls in the ruined street. They rush to him, asking why he came out alone and if his body is still holding up. He wonders why they were so desperate to find him. The girl tells him she knew he would need them sooner or later. She looks relieved but still worried about his condition. He doesn't answer immediately, keeping his expression calm. He puts an arm around her shoulder and says he's fine. He reassures them that nothing serious happened, even though he hasn't faced a king-level threat in a long time. His eyes sharpen as he recalls the final clash. He explains that his last hit, combined with the sealing technique, almost drained all the power he had left. He admits it even made both girls worry more than he expected. The girl suddenly hears her device buzzing. She picks it up in confusion, sensing that something urgent has happened again. The two girls approach him quickly, confronting him with worried faces. They ask if he has already healed and what exactly happened during the fight. The red-haired girl shouts in shock after hearing that his power surged again. Meanwhile, across the city, multiple screens display the recorded battle. Analysts piece together his moves, trying to understand how one man managed to overpower a king-level abnormality. They highlight each moment where he destroyed the enemy's defenses and sealed it with overwhelming force. In a dim room, investigators stare at the footage in disbelief. One of them mutters that it's impossible. How could a single person completely obliterate a disaster-class king on his own? The entire room falls silent as they process what they're seeing. A muscular man laughs loudly, impressed by the Flame Warrior's power. He says meeting someone this strong is a rare blessing, clearly excited rather than afraid. He suddenly leaps out of the office window, shouting that he wants to challenge the warrior himself. The people inside call after him, confused by his sudden decision. Another man watches calmly and admits he expected this to happen. He says many others will soon start searching for the Flame Warrior as well. The scene shifts to the large, quiet city below dark clouds. A sense of tension settles over the skyline, hinting that the next wave of challengers is already on the way. A group of shadowy figures gather around a glowing table. One of them asks how they should handle the situation now that everything has changed. A man leans back casually, smoking as he speaks. He says he originally wanted to see how the military and the Spirit Association would deal with the chaos, but it seems they failed to meet expectations. Another man wonders aloud why they should fear someone just because he wields a powerful weapon. His expression shows he still underestimates the threat. A woman in dark attire calmly rejects their idea. She asks how a mere weapon could handle someone capable of killing a disaster-class king, implying that their plan won't work. Her tone makes it clear they must rethink their entire approach. A woman places her sharp claws over the image of the Flame Warrior. She quietly repeats his new title, acknowledging him with a cold, calculating tone. She suddenly grabs the paper and slices it with effortless precision. The man on the image remains unfazed, his expression calm as if he doesn't care about her threat. Dark purple energy bursts out around her. She declares that no matter who stands in their way, everything and everyone will be erased. The aura grows stronger, filling the room with pressure. Her true form appears in the darkness, floating eyes glowing violently through swirling purple flames. The presence spreads like a monster awakening, hinting at a far greater danger preparing to move. A sudden knock interrupts the quiet room, and both of them look toward the door. When it opens, two visitors step inside, an older man in formal attire and a girl carrying several gift boxes. They greet them politely and ask if Fong Yi is home. The atmosphere shifts as the older man explains why they came. He mentions that during the recent S-Class anomaly invasion, their organization made a serious mistake, and only Fang Yi's actions prevented a major disaster. To show their appreciation, he formally expresses the Spirit Association's gratitude and presents the gifts they brought. Fang Yi listens calmly and then steps aside, inviting them in. He tells them to come inside so they can talk properly. They take their seats as water is served around the table. While glancing at Fang Yi's simple home, the girl quietly wonders why someone of his level still lives in such modest conditions. She thinks the Spirit Association should help him secure a better place. Once settled, the older man explains the second reason for their visit. The association wants Fang Yi's approval to promote him under the title Entamer. Fang Yi listens and asks him to continue. The man then describes the current situation across Xia Nation. Several powerful pioneers have appeared in different cities, each gaining recognition quickly. Their influence is spreading fast, and they are becoming widely known within pioneer circles. They continue explaining that the recent S-Class anomaly was the most terrifying disaster so far. Because of what happened, the association wants to promote Fang Yi under the title Entamer, aiming to stabilize Tai City as a major strategic zone after the spiritual resurgence. Fang Yi listens quietly as they outline the city's current situation. After the S-Class crisis, they realize the city needs a strong pioneer leader, someone recognized and capable of acting as captain. The girl adds that celestial phenomena will occur more often, and anomaly invasions will continue to rise. Without a powerful protector, their city risks being pushed into a state where it feels completely abandoned. Fang Yi questions her choice of words, and she clarifies that if he hadn't stepped in, the entire city would already be gone. She explains that the danger is always the same, it's only the manner of death that changes. Fang Yi listens to them carefully before giving a calm response. He admits he understands their concerns and realizes that his focus on cultivation made him overlook how much the world has changed since the spiritual resurgence. He tries to ease Yi's worries, telling her there's no need to think so negatively. As he reflects, he explains that Tai City, although once an important provincial center, was never among the top cities in terms of development or strategic depth before the resurgence. Across Xia Nation, the strongest three cities remain the capital, Shen City, and Gang City. Beyond them, there are other major cities like Hai City, Yuan City, and Chuan City. With so many powerful regions already established, the current crisis becomes an unexpected opportunity for Tai City to rise in importance. The older man explains that every city is now gathering reports on their pioneers to build their own combat power. Stronger pioneers raise a city's rating, bringing in more resources. Because of this shift, even unaffiliated pioneers in different cities are now willing to join the spirit associations. He adds that both pioneers and ordinary citizens need someone to look up to, someone who represents stability and hope as the world evolves. But at the same time, he promises that the association will protect Fang Yi's identity, keeping a degree of mystery so the public continues to speculate rather than fully understand him. Fang Yi agrees that maintaining some mystery is safer than complete exposure. The girl beside him praises the idea, saying human imagination can sometimes be more intimidating than actual strength. In the end, Fang Yi has no objections. He accepts the arrangement, acknowledging that it benefits both him and the people around him. The older man responds with a smile, hoping for a pleasant cooperation moving forward. A man reaches out for a handshake while standing in front of an older man and a white-haired girl. Both of them look surprised as he extends his hand. The two men firmly shake hands, marking the beginning of their agreement. They exchange calm expressions. The older man comments on having a pleasant cooperation, while the black-haired man responds with confidence. The scene shifts to the city. With the support of the Spirit Association and the military, repairs begin quickly, and workers organize the reconstruction in an orderly manner. North City, Spirit Research Organization HQ. Officials confirm that the one who resolved the S-Class anomaly in Tai City was the Entamer. Inside the lab, researchers review his data. He stands out among new pioneers, possessing a high-grade solar attribute opposite of the dark. They acknowledge his rare potential. Another researcher reveals that, based on Tai City's upload, he possesses multiple high-grade attributes like fire and thunder. His abilities even match the military's high-tier powers. Shocked by the discovery, One man reacts loudly. Another hints there's something even more astonishing left to reveal. A blue-haired woman enters the office and asks if they're discussing the entamer. She requests the files while holding a clipboard. The researchers immediately respond and bring up the data on the screen. She notes that many pioneers are rising in fame, and some still doubt abilities they haven't witnessed directly. They show a display of the entamer in action, his power recorded during a previous event. The woman adjusts her glasses and says she wants to see his strength firsthand. She hints that their meeting with the entamer might be coming soon. At Long City's central library, people browse the shelves and study in a quiet, open space. A red-haired woman works on her laptop while others search for books nearby. A man approaches her with a smile and tries to start a conversation, but she calmly shuts him down, reminding him that it's a library and he's bothering others. The man walks away frustrated, calling the people around him boring, while the woman continues her work without reacting. The red-haired woman closes her laptop, annoyed at how ordinary people remain unaware of how much the world has changed. She reflects on her time in Kang City, how the exams ended and she unexpectedly gained spirit energy, becoming a one-star ghost carving realm pioneer. She notes that pioneers are extremely rare, and she's fortunate to be among them. She thinks this newfound strength is likely why she survived the Thai City disaster. Comparing herself to ordinary people, she wonders what they could possibly use to fight anomalies. A sharp smile forms as she adds that certain despicable people can't do anything at all, emphasizing her rising confidence. She watches from a distance and realizes the two standing together are merely classmates. She thinks back to someone else and concludes that, judging by his usual behavior, he was probably taken out by the bats long ago. She criticizes herself for even comparing the two. She looks at her laptop, where an image of the entamer is displayed. She notes that he is far more exceptional than the man she was thinking of. A confident smile forms as she decides that only someone as powerful and handsome as the entamer is worthy of her. He holds a house hunting brochure, indicating they're checking out new places. The two walk together confidently. He says they're taking a break today, and their goal is to look for a new house. She hesitates, wondering if skipping training is okay. He explains that taking a day off is rare and that improving their living conditions is also important. Another girl joins them, mentioning Captain Sue's suggestion. She agrees they need better living conditions and offers to go house hunting with them. She gets excited, saying she never expected Captain Sue to arrange such luxurious housing. She's surprised they'll be given 2 units and wonders if one of them is hers. They walk together while he explains that in the new era of spiritual resurgence, powerful pioneers hold immense value. No house can compare to that. She admits the offer still feels overwhelming. A strange green mist drifts past her face, catching her off guard as she suddenly smells something unusual. They both react to the odor. She asks if he smells it too, and he describes it as something like a sewer stench. He notes that something feels wrong, since he's never encountered this smell in Thai City before. He narrows his eyes, realizing the smell isn't from a damaged sewage pipe. He concludes that someone is following them. They stop and look around cautiously, confirming something is off. A group of armed men appears. The leader steps forward, calling him the entamer and mocking him for noticing only after entering the range of his potion. The man insults Thai City, calling him an overrated captain with no real strength, while the attackers move in aggressively. The attackers rush forward, shouting that they're going to teach him a lesson and demanding all the benefits Thai City gave him. She reacts instantly, meeting one of the charging enemies with a powerful, glowing strike. One of the attackers raises his weapon, preparing to swing as blue energy flashes across the scene. She blocks the attack with a burst of energy, forcing the enemy back while bracing herself from the impact. She warns him that the attackers are all in the spirit forging realm. He steps forward and grabs one enemy's weapon with ease. The attacker freezes in shock as the weapon cracks under the force of his grip, unable to process what just happened. Flames swirl around his arm as he gathers power, the fire wrapping tightly around his fist. He prepares to strike, calling the attackers trash for trying to rob him in broad daylight. A masked man attacks, but the black-haired boy blocks him instantly as flames burst from his arm. The strike overwhelms the attacker before he can react. Another thug panics as his partner collapses. He can't believe the boy is still moving even after being hit by his special paralyzing potion. The masked man watches in shock. He expected the boy to be fully numb by now, yet nothing seems to be affecting him. The boy steps forward calmly, flames rising around him as he adjusts his glasses. His unchanged expression makes the attackers realize the situation is already out of their control. One of the thugs activates a glowing green device filled with a pungent penetrating potion. The text explains it's a refined paralysis mixture created to weaken an opponent's spirit energy shield, though it has a terrible stench. Both attackers rush forward again, claiming they only lowered their guard earlier and insisting they're not afraid since they're in the spirit forging realm. They charge at him together. The boy observes them calmly, noting their variant earth and wood attributes. He comments that such underhanded tactics match their usual style. Fire ignites around him as he walks forward, unaffected by the potion. He states that a normal spirit shield might fail against their method, but unfortunately for them, it has no effect on him. A thug leaps high into the air with a weapon raised, aiming to strike the woman standing below him. She reacts quickly, dodging the attack and flipping him over with a powerful counter, slamming him into the ground. The boy watches them calmly, thinking about how he didn't want to cause a scene, but their constant interruptions are becoming annoying. He removes his glasses slightly, his red eye glowing as he mutters that the whole situation is simply troublesome. The boy, surrounded by blazing flames, tells Yi to step aside. The attackers hesitate as the heat intensifies around him. A massive burst of golden energy spreads outward, trapping the enemies inside a radiant sphere that begins to collapse in on them. The sphere detonates with overwhelming force, launching the thugs into the air as they scream in panic. Engulfed in scorching flames, the enemies cry out, terrified by the power. One of them recognizes the attack and questions if this is the Entamer. The girl rushes over in a panic, asking if the enemies are still alive and telling him to leave at least one. He looks back at her calmly. She relaxes when she sees the thugs unconscious, explaining that they were priority targets under Spirit Association surveillance. He asks if she plans to take them in. She confirms it, saying the Spirit Association has begun registering pioneers, especially problematic ones like this group. Standing over the defeated men, she warns them they're lucky to still be alive. He adds that he doesn't like being disturbed, and next time won't end as easily. One of the thugs lets out a weak HMPH. As the injured attackers are carried away, the girl says that if this had happened 2 days earlier, the Spirit Association wouldn't have intervened and they all would have been killed. She adds that the Entamer spared them only out of respect for the association. She watches the unconscious men being loaded into the ambulance, calling them idiots for provoking the number one person endorsed by the Spirit Association. Another woman asks what punishment they'll receive. The girl explains that these men already have a criminal record, and even as spirit-forging pioneers, they'll face life sentences with no freedom only used for their remaining value. The boy listens quietly, noting the method used and thinking that making use of everything isn't a bad approach. The girl explains that the boy is the Spirit Association's golden talent and the future of the Xia Nation. Even with all their promotions, idiots still dare to challenge him. She says their PR might still be too low-key, but the association must continue supporting powerful pioneers like him. They can't let foolish people ruin the relationship they've worked hard to build. Cheerfully, she tells the two of them to come along so she can help pick out a new villa and a new car. A large luxury building appears as she mentions that this time, they have to make an example out of those who cause trouble. She shows them two properties chosen by the Spirit Association, a top-floor penthouse in the city and a private 3-story villa in the mountains, both convenient for different lifestyles. She explains that both are fully furnished with high-end interiors, requiring no extra renovations. They can move in immediately. He looks at the options and simply says they'll take both. The two girls are surprised by how casually he decides. He tells her he trusts Captain Sue's sincerity, while she looks shocked but pleased at his confidence. They arrive at a luxury dealership. She says the Spirit Association has a partnership here, so he can choose any car he wants. As they walk in, people notice the girl's beauty and comment on her fair skin and strong presence. Others observe the boy, saying he stands out even in simple clothes and wondering which influential family he belongs to. Someone assumes he's probably here to buy a car for his girlfriend, completely unaware of who he really is. A girl recognizes him and is shocked. She whispers to herself that he's Kinglu's ex-boyfriend, the one with military connections and special treatment from the principal. He looks calm, noting how they were just shopping and happened to run into his roommate's ex. The girl stares at him, confused and annoyed, wondering why he's buying a car for another girl. She secretly records them as he stands beside the new car with the two girls, clearly misunderstanding the situation. A phone vibrates on the table. A girl texts Kinglu excitedly, saying she just saw her ex-boyfriend at a VIP dealership buying a luxury car for a beautiful girl. Kinglu reads the messages with an annoyed expression. The pictures show him standing beside the expensive car, and she reacts with a cold, "So what?" Sitting in class, she questions how he could afford a car, doubting he would ever have that kind of money. Smirking to herself, she says the Thai city disaster didn't kill him, but made him lucky instead, thinking he somehow became someone's pretty boy. The red-haired girl smirks to herself, thinking that the gap between them isn't something he can cross easily. Walking through class, she believes that once she reaches the pinnacle of the pioneers, worldly matters won't matter to her and calls him an idiot in her thoughts. Meanwhile, the boy arrives at the new villa with the girl, and she excitedly shouts that they actually own a villa now. Inside, she's stunned by the luxurious interior. He tells her it's nice and reminds her they also have a penthouse downtown, so they can switch between both places whenever they want. As they enter the villa, the girl excitedly runs upstairs. He watches her and notes that she's finally behaving like a child instead of acting overly mature. He recalls his past life, realizing he never met her before being reborn. Judging from her actions, she must have been a trusted pioneer back then too. Suddenly, his phone rings. He's surprised to see Garen calling and wonders why she would contact him now. He answers the call with a calm greeting. Garen congratulates him on his promotion and mentions she heard the Spirit Association granted him 2 properties. He relaxes on the couch while talking on the phone, saying he thinks it's a good habit and they should continue the support. Garen tells him there's no need to defend the association. She knows someone as strong as him doesn't care about material rewards, but improving living conditions is still valuable. She mentions the first batch of spirit fruits will be harvested soon, and she'll send some for him to try. She explains the gap between normal people and pioneers comes from power, and that this difference also shapes their perspectives. The gap between top-tier pioneers like him and ordinary pioneers is even greater. Facing a classified document, Garen says she has an internal mission and wants him to take it, asking if he's interested. He asks Garen to get to the real reason she called. She asks if he knows Tianbao Tower in Kang City. He recognizes it immediately, calling it the biggest mall in the city. She explains that the tower was recently sealed due to an anomaly invasion, which caused many deaths. The people of Kang City have been complaining non-stop. Now the tower stands abandoned and surrounded by ominous energy, earning the name Ghost Building. Tianbao Building is shown as the busiest landmark of Kang City, a place that represents the city's image. People move around it normally as part of their daily routine. Recently, abnormal disturbances began appearing around the building. Strange energy formed above it, forcing the Kang City Spirit Association to seal the entire area. A young man arrives in the city during the crisis. He briefly introduces himself, stating he is here on a mission assigned by the Star God Warzone. Meeting a small group, he recalls being instructed by Jalen to hide his identity and level for now. Unsure of the reason, he decides to follow the order and keep things concealed. He observes the group in front of him and notes that their cultivation levels can't be detected. From this, he realizes everyone is intentionally hiding their true strength. Looking at their uniforms, he identifies two of them as members of the military district, standing calmly among the others. One of the military members steps forward and greets him, acknowledging that they have finally met. Another pair introduces themselves as well. Their aura reminds him of Sea Kinging, leading him to conclude they are most likely from the Spirit Association. The group informs him that Officer Jailan has already updated them about the situation. Members of the Kang City Spirit Association step forward, stating they'll be working with him for this mission. They quickly move out. A vehicle races through the heavy rain, showing they are heading toward their destination without delay. Inside another car, two operatives discuss the newcomer. One of them admits they still don't fully understand his strength. Meanwhile, the main team sits together in silence. Each person remains focused, preparing mentally for the mission ahead. Inside the vehicle, one of the girls suggests that once they enter the mission area, everyone should help each other. The others respond awkwardly but agree. He quietly observes the team, noting that members were gathered from multiple places, making the lineup unusually mixed. He also thinks about Kang City's reputation as a major metropolis, yet its Spirit Association members show inconsistent strength. Meanwhile, two teammates whisper among themselves. They recall Sister Lan mentioning a great master, but doubtfully wonder if it's him, saying he looks too thin and resembles a student. He thinks quietly to himself. Without an official wristband and with his aura completely suppressed, no one can detect his strength. The purple-haired woman suddenly reacts. A shocking thought crosses her mind, the possibility that he might be the mysterious Sealed One who stopped a natural disaster and saved Tai City alone. She compares the rumor to the person sitting nearby. The Sealed One was described as overwhelmingly powerful, yet the newcomer looks far too young to match that image. Still, something about him doesn't add up. The uncertainty only increases her curiosity, making her more interested in who he really is. Inside the Star God Warzone's military office, she receives an urgent call reporting a major crisis at Tianbao Building. The caller explains that the building has completely fallen. All contact with the previous team is lost, and the abnormal energy level has surged to dangerous numbers, with dozens already confirmed dead. Hearing this, she closes her eyes for a moment and acknowledges that the situation is worsening faster than expected. She assures the caller she will not take this lightly. The team she sends this time will not fail, she guarantees it. When asked who she plans to send, she doesn't answer immediately. She ends the call by reminding the other side that once a mission is handed over to the Star God Warzone, they should not ask further. That is the rule. At Tianbao Building, the abnormal vortex grows stronger. Energy storms twist around the structure, showing how unstable the area has become. The team arrives at the entrance. The ground and sky are covered in red light, hinting at the threat waiting inside. He observes the building calmly. Based on the pressure he feels, he states that the situation is severe. Whatever is inside is no weaker than the dangers they have faced before. The team examines Tianbao Building from outside. Strange marks cover the windows, and he notes that what they're seeing is highly unusual. One member explains that the building is narrow inside but has 40 floors. Over 2,000 people were evacuated before the seal was completed. However, some people refused to cooperate earlier, leaving many still trapped inside. Previous rescue teams were sent, but none returned. When asked if anyone inside can be contacted, the answer is no. Ever since the abnormal event began, no message has come out. One member adds that he assisted outside during the early lockdown. He explains that on the first day, the building appeared lifeless and abandoned despite being brand new. No figures were visible inside, only thick fog. When they tried to enter through a window, they saw corpse fragments being forced out by anomalies. After that incident, the abnormal aura inside grew stronger each day. In less than a week, the entire structure became dangerously unstable. Hearing this, he criticizes the Kang City Spirit Association for being too careless, pointing out that their casualty count is only based on the pieces of bodies that fell out. The man defends himself, saying they had no choice. He concludes that ordinary people stood no chance inside. In a sealed space filled with anomalies, the weak were simply prey unable to escape a predator. He ends the discussion and declares that there will be no more delays. They are entering now. He warns that anomalies grow stronger by devouring humans, so the casualties inside will only make things worse. One of the military members grabs his shoulder, demanding that he share his strategy if they are expected to follow his lead. He responds calmly, asking what strategy they expect when they still have no information. For now, they need to go inside and assess the situation directly. The others complain that he isn't even officially registered and lacks proper training. But he ignores the criticism and prepares to move forward. She cuts everyone off, telling them to stop arguing. Time is running out, and they need to focus instead of wasting energy on unnecessary chatter. She explains that he accepted this mission because Officer Jailan personally recommended him. Everyone already knows how skilled Officer Jailan is, so they should trust her judgment. He adds that internal conflict is the last thing they need before entering. Without waiting for further debate, he heads straight toward the entrance. Standing at the doorway, he warns the others, if they don't want to enter, they can stay outside. The rest call out to him, realizing he's moving ahead without hesitation. The team steps into the building. The interior is dark, damaged, and stained, creating an eerie silence that makes the place feel completely lifeless. One of them wonders why there isn't a single sound inside. The structure is massive, yet it feels empty, as if everything has been swallowed by the darkness. Suddenly, a shadowy figure flashes across the upper floors. Its movement is sharp and fast, immediately putting everyone on alert. One member reacts with confusion, trying to identify what just passed by, while the others tense up, realizing something is watching them. A monster suddenly lunges at one of the team members, its glowing green eyes and sharp teeth appearing out of the darkness. He instantly reacts. His eyes sharpen, locking onto the threat the moment it appears. A burst of intense flame erupts from his movement, cutting through the air with overwhelming force. He strikes in a single sweeping motion, unleashing a fiery arc that destroys the attacking anomaly before it can reach anyone. He focuses again, his blade glowing with fiery energy as another anomaly charges forward with a distorted, twisted face. A barrage of sharp, blue slashes traps the creature mid-attack, shredding its movements before it can react. He follows up immediately, swinging his flaming sword through the opening, finishing the creature in a single decisive strike. The team watches in shock. One asks if it's already over, surprised at how quickly he ended the threat. The others stare in shock, unable to understand how he suddenly produced a flaming blade. His weapon appears as if it came out of nowhere. He kneels beside the monster's remains and picks up a torn piece, examining the fragment closely. He identifies the creature as some kind of hybrid between a bird and a gecko. Judging by its mutated state, he concludes it must have devoured many victims to evolve this far. One of the women realizes what this means: the mutation level is far higher than expected, confirming the threat inside is far more dangerous than they assumed. As the group examines the creature's corpse, someone suddenly recognizes the mutation level and reacts with shock. They identify it as an A+ level anomaly, a classification far stronger than what should appear in a place like this. Scene opens with a group standing in shock as the smoke clears. One of them realizes the man in front of them holds a + level power, something they compare to creation stage 2, even though they themselves have only just reached stage 1. The black-haired man begins walking forward calmly. The two people behind him tense up, whispering that someone at his level could defeat them with a single slash. As flames swirl around his blade, one man steps forward in disbelief. He asks if the black-haired man is truly the burial sealer, and whether the glowing weapon he's holding is the legendary Heavenfire blade. He admits he never expected this identity reveal. Another man comments that, according to everyone's impression, the sealer is a reclusive master who never leaves his sword behind. Yet here he is, standing before them with that very blade, proving his identity beyond doubt. The man explains that after advancing, he fused his Tang blade with spiritual power, allowing him to summon and reshape it as a spirit weapon. He adds that he's sure he's not the only one capable of doing this. The group begins moving, and one member urges everyone to move faster, saying there's no time to waste. Another replies with an okay, while someone quietly mutters that they're lucky he's on their side. A close-up shows flames gathering in the man's hand as he summons more power, the fire swirling intensely around his fingers. The group follows him down a long corridor. The man walks ahead with the fiery blade and burning energy in his hand, while the others trail behind, watching him carefully. The group reaches a staircase area filled with bloodstains. The man holding the flame blade pauses silently. Someone behind him comments that at this rate, casualties might exceed 500. A close-up shows the man's eyes glowing red as he observes the scene, his expression turning serious. They enter a destroyed aisle. One member notes that the area has been cleared, but another points out that although there is blood everywhere, there are no bodies. He adds that even anomalies that consume human flesh wouldn't leave absolutely nothing behind. Suddenly, a monstrous figure with glowing green eyes appears behind them. One teammate turns around in shock while the others stand frozen as the threat reveals itself. The girl suddenly shouts, warning everyone that something is behind them. The man turns quickly as flames intensify around his blade. He leaps forward immediately, striking the creature before it can attack. The others react in shock as his blade cuts through the monster with a swift flaming slash. The creature explodes into burning fragments, its green eyes fading as the attack completely destroys its body. As the flames settle, another grotesque anomaly emerges from the fire. One of the teammates steps back nervously, stuttering that there's another anomaly appearing right in front of them. The man looks at the group with sharp red eyes and asks if none of them noticed something strange. His tone makes everyone pause. One of them asks what he means. The man shows the flames on his hand as another teammate explains that the two anomalies they fought were elite level, but nothing unusual beyond that. The man responds calmly, saying that with only this number, the rescue teams shouldn't have been wiped out so completely. His expression turns serious as he analyzes the situation. He steps back and tells them that this place is probably not the real Tianbao building. The group spreads out around him, realizing the environment may be something entirely different. A teammate looks confused and asks what he means. The others watch nervously as they wait for an explanation. The man explains that although there's blood everywhere, the smell and heaviness in the air come entirely from dark attributes and anomalies. None of it is from actual corpses. He grows more serious, saying they're moving like headless flies right now, and he needs to run a test to confirm his suspicion. The group steps back slightly as he considers his next move. he quietly wonders whether he should reveal the boundless dark realm in front of them to test his theory. One teammate agrees with him, saying he's right the place feels tragic, but the emptiness around them isn't caused by mass death. It feels as if no living beings were ever here to begin with. Another member adds that it resembles a simple hollow model, as the visual shows a structure stripped of life while dark energy swirls around it. The man confirms it with a calm correct, extending his hand as he begins preparing a technique to test his theory. A vortex of purple energy forms around his arm as he explains that if he's right, this entire place has been turned into a hollow shell by an anomaly and the real location of the missing people should be somewhere else. The man slams his hand onto the ground and summons a massive sphere of dark energy. The others stare in shock, realizing he's invoking the boundless dark realm, and one of them exclaims that this power is actually dark attribute. A system-like prompt appears, identifying the energy as the inner darkness realm and asking whether to activate its information. The man simply answers, yes. A swirling void appears, and the explanation states that the dark inner realm is a space formed by dark attributes, essentially the nest of darkness, capable of absorbing the real world. It also mentions its similarity to the deep dark zone and the boundless dark realm. A massive structure becomes enveloped by purple darkness, and the information concludes that to enter the true inner darkness, one must locate its gate. He quietly says he understands now. He explains that to enter the real Tianbao building, they need to locate the gate, and the same applies to anyone trying to escape from inside. He raises a hand toward the dark vortex and explains that people were influenced by the darkness, causing their minds and emotions to be twisted by hallucinations. Because of that, they mistook windows as exits. The vortex expands as he continues, saying this is why everyone who tried to escape through the window ended up dead. They had already been killed inside the inner darkness long before. The girl reacts strongly, realizing the full meaning behind his explanation. She says that now they must find the gate he mentioned, and adds there's still something else they need to consider. The man suddenly reacts, saying, "It's here." A burst of golden energy surrounds him as he prepares himself for something approaching. A massive vortex of dark energy forms in front of them. The group is dragged backward as the pull intensifies, and the man braces himself against the swirling force. The others clutch their heads in pain. One says he's being attacked by dark attributes and doesn't understand why his spiritual shield isn't working. Another says the same, while a third screams that something is trying to crawl out of his mind. A close-up shows the man's eyes glowing one red, one golden, indicating he is resisting the darkness while maintaining focus amid the overwhelming pressure. A golden barrier forms around the group, shielding them from the overwhelming dark vortex. They cling to each other as the force around them finally stabilizes. As the barrier fades, one girl holds her head and says she's fine now. Another teammate asks if what hit them earlier was a direct dark attribute attack. One of them looks toward the man and realizes something. The burial sealer is completely unaffected by the dark influence. He points out that the man is the one who saved them. Another teammate agrees, saying the darkness almost overwhelmed them even before touching them. He adds that without the burial sealer's protection, they wouldn't have survived for long. The man examines the flames in his hand and quietly says he has found it, the location of the gate hidden within the darkness. He leaps forward and swings his flaming blade downward. A massive explosion of fire and dark smoke erupts as he shouts, "Break!" forcing the others to shield themselves from the impact. The flames intensify along his arm as he pushes his attack further, channeling all the power into a single decisive strike aimed at the barrier. He follows through with a final blow, yelling, "Right here!" as the fiery attack tears through the structure, opening the path they were searching for. A burst of purple energy spreads outward from the man's strike, shaking the entire space. The others struggle to maintain balance as the distorted realm around them begins to break apart. Cracks spread across the surroundings. Two teammates stare ahead in shock, whispering this as the false space collapses piece by piece. The man lowers his gaze silently, watching the result of his attack as the illusion shatters completely. When the dust clears, a dark red doorway appears beneath swirling green shadows. The group gathers behind him as he walks toward it, the revealed gate to the real Tianbao building. The man tightens his grip on the flaming blade as the ground glows red beneath him, signaling the path into the true darkness. He steps forward and tells everyone to stay close. The group follows behind him cautiously as he leads them into the newly revealed gate. A massive swirling core of red and yellow energy expands in front of them, with dark tendrils twisting inside it. The area pulses violently as they enter deeper. Two teammates flinch as a strong scent hits them. One of them nervously says, "I can already smell it," reacting to whatever lies ahead inside the darkness. Someone steps onto the floor, and a sharp crunch echoes as broken fragments shift beneath their shoe. Bloodstains cover the ground around them. Two teammates look ahead tensely. One of them stays silent, staring forward as if confirming something they expected to see. A new scene reveals a massive circular chamber. A glowing sphere illuminates several figures standing inside it, surrounded by shadows. From above, a voice or thought explains that the creature inside was drawn here by the scent of corpses and the blood of its own kind, revealing the true nature of what lurks in this space. A dark creature suddenly drops from above, forcing the group to step back as its wings spread open. The students freeze as the monster's red eyes lock onto them. Jihen stands among them, watching the creature descend. The group circles a glowing vortex on the ground, each of them trying to claim whatever is inside. Their voices overlap as they argue, insisting that the reward belongs to them while the swirling energy grows more unstable. Before they can react, a second creature bursts out larger, faster, and far more vicious. Its jaws open wide as it lunges toward them, the ground cracking from the impact of its emergence. Blue-haired student Minho and the brown-haired student beside him stare in shock. They quickly pull back, realizing this is another A+ rank dark anomaly, something far beyond what they expected to encounter here. The moment the creature charges, the boy lifts his hand and ignites a blazing flame across his fingers. The light spreads instantly, matching the monster's incoming attack. The dark anomaly swoops down from above, spitting a stream of fire straight toward him. Instead of retreating, he steps forward and focuses the burning energy in his palm. Both flames collide mid-air, exploding into a burst of heat. The force pushes the creature back as the boy keeps advancing with his arm extended. In the final panel, he faces the monster head-on while its golden fire rains down, refusing to step away and preparing for the next strike. The monster drops behind him with a roar, but he quickly slams his flaming hand into the ground, letting the fire surge upward and block its strike. The impact pushes him forward, his coat whipping as the blaze spreads around his arm. He clenches his fist, tightening the flames until they compress into a sharper, stronger shape. Sparks burst out from his grip as he steadies his stance. The creature dives again, but this time he swings the burning blade across its path. The attack forces the monster back, splitting its charge with a streak of golden fire. In the final panel, he unleashes a full arc of flame around his body, shaping it into a sweeping strike as the shadows behind him pull away from the force. Flames erupt across the entire room as he releases his full power, creating a blazing wave that engulfs everything ahead. The heat surges outward, leaving the other students staring in disbelief. Two of them shield their faces from the blast, shocked that the dark anomalies melted instantly. They realize he never needed anyone's help from the start. As the flames settle, he stands alone in the center, still holding the burning blade formed from his inner fire. The others keep their distance, watching the heat radiate around him. In the final panel, the fiery blade fades slightly as he lowers his hand, the last sparks drifting off his fingers and marking the end of the fight. His flames spread across the ground, burning through the fallen bodies and the last traces of the dark creatures. He looks down at them, acknowledging how unfair it was for innocent people to die beside monsters. The others watch from behind as the fire rises even higher. One of them whispers that this single strike alone proves why he's known as the Burial Sealer, recognizing that his reputation is completely earned. He turns slightly toward them, telling the group that since they're already here, they should at least contribute. He instructs them to search for survivors while he handles the remaining anomalies on his own. By the final panel, the team steadies themselves. With the first floor cleared, they prepare to move up as he walks ahead, flames still burning along his arm. On the 10th floor, the entire area is swallowed by flames as he wipes out the anomalies clustered there. The inner darkness of the building has already been completely overtaken, leaving nothing but scorched ground behind him. The creatures he faces now have grown stronger from constant devouring, rising to creation stage 1. But aside from their boosted levels, their abilities remain mostly unchanged, allowing him to cut through them without slowing down. He steps onto the escalator leading upward, his burning blade lighting the way. By the time he reaches the 15th floor, the temperature drops sharply, the dark attribute pressing even through his spiritual shield. Bodies lie scattered across the cold, dim corridor. He walks past them, his flames pushing back the freezing aura as he prepares for whatever anomaly caused this devastation. The blue-haired student freezes as he notices something strange near the corpses. He steps closer, realizing that the bodies aren't still. Something alive is moving across them. Leaning down, he sees a dark, corrosive substance crawling out of the dead victims. He warns everyone to be careful, explaining that the material is dangerous and shouldn't be inhaled. The strange liquid gathers on the floor, rippling as more of it drips down from above. The sound echoes through the corridor, signaling that this isn't coming from the bodies alone. In the final panel, a long, twisted tendril descends from the ceiling. The group looks up, while the black-haired boy stands at the front, watching the new threat reveal itself. A massive creature rises from the darkness, its body packed with glowing red eyes and rows of sharp teeth. The ground shakes as it leans forward, revealing its full size. He watches the monster emerge, a slight grin forming as he mutters that this one is finally interesting. His calm expression contrasts sharply with the creature's violent presence. The beast roars and charges, every eye burning bright as energy surges through its body. Its jaws spread wide, releasing a wave of killing intent across the corridor. He steps forward with his flaming blade, unfazed by the incoming attack. Sparks trail behind his feet as he prepares to strike, facing the monster head-on. He tightens his grip on the flaming blade, the heat intensifying around his arm. The ground cracks beneath him as he shifts his stance, preparing for the creature's next attack. A burst of force explodes around him, forming a rotating ring of energy mixed with fire. The impact sends red shockwaves outward, forcing the monster back for a moment. The beast retaliates instantly, whipping its massive body around to create a spiraling vortex of darkness. The swirling mass grows larger, devouring the space between them. He stands firm at the edge of the storm, his flame cutting through the wind as he steps forward. The corridor shakes as both forces collide head-on. He raises his flaming blade overhead, the heat spreading through the air. With a glance at the monster, he notes that it's only trying to buy time to evolve. Before it can react, he leaps forward with explosive speed, shouting that there's no chance he'll allow it. His strike cuts straight through the vortex of darkness the creature created. The monster roars in panic as the flames approach, its many red eyes widening in fear. It lunges back, but its movements are far too slow to escape. A blazing slash lands across its body, lighting the entire corridor with a burst of fire. The creature's scream echoes through the floor as the flames tear into it. He lowers his hand after the strike, remarking that he overestimated the monster. What he assumed to be a creation stage 3 threat didn't even manage to slow him down. Behind him, the blue-haired student hears a faint noise and turns sharply. The sudden movement catches everyone's attention, causing the group to tense up. He asks who's there, stepping forward while the black-haired boy narrows his eyes. A weak voice answers from the shadows, trembling as it gets closer. A frightened survivor peeks out from behind a metal panel, asking if they are pioneers. The team shifts toward him while the black-haired boy simply questions the man's condition. Inside the hidden room, a trembling group reveals that only 5 of them are still alive. They sit huddled together, their fear obvious from how tightly they hold each other. The team enters the room, noting that the space seems like a storage vault. The survivors appear completely paralyzed, as if the terror outside has drained all their strength. The black-haired boy steps forward and reassures them, explaining that they're here from the City Spirit Association and that all the monsters outside have already been dealt with. Hearing that they're safe, one of the boys starts to crawl out slowly, his voice shaking as he tries to confirm their rescue. The boy repeats the word instant, confused by what he heard. When the explanation sinks in, he suddenly shouts in shock, asking if the monsters were really wiped out in a single strike. Outside the Tianbao building, the support team stares up at the red-covered structure. For the first time, they feel like the situation might actually have hope, noticing bursts of spiritual light on multiple floors. The monitoring team confirms that the energy they're detecting belongs to the burial sealer. They can't reach him directly, but faint signals show he's still moving upward. A technician checks the readings again and reports that he's already on the 40th floor. Their leader is stunned, questioning how he climbed so far in such a short time. The monitoring team announces the impossible: he reached the top floor in just under 10 minutes. The news spreads instantly, shocking everyone across Kang City's pioneer community. But their celebration stops when another alert comes through. A sudden spike appears on their detectors, revealing an S-level anomaly waiting at the top of the building. Upstairs, he steps forward calmly, his body wrapped in faint sparks of golden energy. He studies the presence ahead and mutters that the king of anomalies is here. A towering, green, distorted figure emerges from the darkness, its massive form filling the room. He faces it without hesitation, flames gathering along his blade as the final confrontation begins.